There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. Tanhai glanced at Shang Guanyan and said, "Senior brother has gone to welcome the envoy from the Tongshan Tower. He'll be here in a moment." At this moment, the formation lit up again. Everyone standing outside looked on. Tang Yuan clenched his fists, his expression grim, as he looked at the formation. He secretly decided that as soon as Wang Lin appeared, he would immediately use the connection of the curse to teleport to his side. After capturing him, he would definitely subject Wang Lin to the most extreme tortures in the world. A dazzling light emanated from the formation. 13 people emerged one after another. Tang Yuan's expression grew even more grim. He crushed another soul on the soul banner. In his heart, he sneered, "Wang Lin, if you still disregard family ties and stubbornly refuse to come out, then I, Tang Yuan, truly underestimate you. But even if you escape this time, wait until I reach the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm and strengthen the curse. By then, we will surely find you." The monks outside began to whisper amongst themselves. This time, the competition for qualification in the outer battlefield is very strange. According to custom, the sect that goes out first always has the most people. Then the number gradually decreases. But why is the second round larger than the first? Strange. I have a feeling things are very different this time. Which sect is it this time? Anyone recognize it? Speak up quickly. It's the Hewan sect. I recognize Wang Ying. I can smell her fragrance within 10 yards of her. That's right. It's the Hewan sect. While everyone was discussing, the two nascent soul stage masters of the Hewan sect, Chen Huan and Chen Yan, both looked grim. They exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. Immediately afterward, their expressions returned to normal. The disciples of the Hewan sect bowed their heads dejectedly and approached Chen Huan and Chen Yan. The female disciple Wang Ying, leading the way, quickly threw out a jade slip containing a sound transmission message. Chen Huan raised his eyebrows, took the jade slip, and placed it on his forehead. His expression immediately changed. He stared at Wang Ying and said in a low voice, "Is that true?" Wang Ying respectfully said, "Ancestor, we all saw it with our own eyes." The disciples behind him obviously knew the contents of the jade slip and immediately nodded. Chen Yan glanced at everyone, then took the jade slip from Chen Huan's hand. After staring at it for a while, she gave a cold smile, lightly rubbed her hand, and the jade slip instantly turned into dust. Suddenly, a gaze from among the righteous sects turned towards them. Chen Huan and Chen Yan turned their heads. They saw Din Hai looking at them and nodding. When the disciples of the Misty sect left, Chen Huan and Chen Yan had also noticed Din Hai's movements, but couldn't guess the reason. Now, after both of them had read the jade slip, they understood. Deng Yuan frowned, glancing at Chen Huan, Chen Yan, and Din Hai, a sudden feeling of unease rising in his heart. But he couldn't pinpoint what it was. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't find any clue. He inwardly snorted coldly and crushed another soul within the small banner. At this moment, not only Deng Yuan but also several other sects noticed this strangeness. They all wondered what the disciples of the Piamiao sect and He Huan sect had said to make the three nascent soul stage masters so gloomy. Even the smaller sects, small families, and rogue cultivators noticed the anomaly. They all whispered among themselves. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, and a circle resembling a cage silently appeared. The circle of light remained in the air, slowly growing larger. Finally, when its diameter reached 10 meters, 4 figures emerged from within. The first person was plump and round like a ball, with a cheerful expression. But as soon as he appeared, all the nascent soul stage masters flew up, bowing and standing into rows. This person was none other than Lin Yi, the envoy in charge of the Zhao Kingdom. Lin Yi laughed heartily and said, "Gentlemen, today I, Lin, am here to assist the senior envoy in opening the passage to the outer realm. I will not interfere with the competition for qualifications. Please rest assured." Behind Lin Yi, besides the young man and the silver-haired Taoist from the Misty sect, the other was a thin old man from the Heavenly Tao sect. These three followed Lin Yi, descending from the sky and standing on the open ground. At this moment, all the nascent soul stage masters followed, standing to one side. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jinhai stood beside the silver-haired old man and whispered. The white-haired Taoist was indeed the #1 master of the Misty sect, true immortal Sumi. After hearing Tanhai's telepathic message, the old man's expression remained calm as he nodded. At this moment, the formation lit up once again. 5 people emerged. As soon as they appeared, they immediately emitted a chilling aura. Their eyes were blood red. They walked out without speaking, looked around, then went to a corner, sat down cross-legged, and remained silent. Which sect do they belong to? Everyone inquired again. After a while, no one could guess which sect the 5 belonged to. Master Sumi, standing beside Lin Yi, suddenly smiled and said, "Ambassador, look at these disciples of the Yin sect. They all exude a strong aura of malevolence. It is said that the Yin sect has a secret technique that can merge disciples and corpse puppets. These 5 must be human puppets." Lin Yi nodded and smiled, saying, "These 5 are indeed human puppets." The thin old man from the Heavenly Tao sect frowned and said, "Taoisti did not come." Lin Yi shook his head and said, "The Yin sect doesn't have the required token, so they've lost their qualification. Whether they come or not is irrelevant." After saying this, he casually glanced at the group, thinking to himself, "The Yin sect. With the opening of the outer realm passage this time, I fear there will be several more who successfully possess another body and restore their cultivation." Thinking this, Lin Yi suddenly looked towards the nascent soul stage expert from Wufeng Valley, his expression calm, and said, "Wufeng Valley also doesn't have a token to stay in Juming Valley, so their qualification is revoked. However, since you gave your tokens to other sects, the number of tokens a sect can obtain will not be limited. You are allowed to have 2 tokens." The nascent soul stage expert from Wufeng Valley was a dark-faced old man. He didn't say anything upon hearing this, only glancing at Tang Hui Yuan. Tang Hui Yuan also remained silent. Although he was a guest elder of Wufeng Valley, he had only managed to obtain 1 token with great difficulty. At this moment, the formation lit up once again. A sudden unease stirred in Tang Hui Yuan's heart. He sensed a curse approaching. His face flushed slightly, his eyes narrowed, and he stared intently at the formation. As soon as Wang Lin appeared, he would instantly teleport. The formation flickered, and a figure emerged from within. Tang Hui Yuan was about to teleport closer, but suddenly froze, staring intently at the figure inside. Anger surged within him. That person wasn't Wang Lin, but a Foundation Establishment early-stage disciple of Wufeng Valley. Dang! Hui Yuan's expression darkened. He continuously crushed more than 11 souls with his right hand before finally withdrawing his hand and standing silently. The disciple, upon appearing, hurriedly ran to Tang Hui Yuan and the black-faced old man, prostrating himself on the ground, his voice filled with fear. "Ancestor, they're all dead. Senior brother Wang Peng is dead. I was lucky enough to be far away and managed to escape." The black-faced old man stared at the disciple, then suddenly reached out and grabbed his head, saying in a deep voice, "If they're dead, you shouldn't live alone either." Having said that, the disciple's head was instantly shattered by the old man's powerful blow. A gentle breeze blew, dispelling the stench of blood. The disciples of the small cultivation sects outside the valley all had strange expressions on their faces. Even the discussions about Wufeng Valley ceased. everything suddenly stopped. No one dared to talk about Wufang Valley anymore. For a moment, everything was silent. Just then, the formation lit up again. This time, there were more people than before, one after another emerging. Tang Yuan glanced over and immediately recognized them as disciples of the Xuandao sect, but he still focused his attention intently. Suddenly, Tang Yuan's expression changed slightly. A layer of killing intent appeared on his face, and his body instantly moved, disappearing from the spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was standing beside his Xuandao sect disciple, grinning and shouting, "Finally, you've come out." As he spoke, his hand transformed into a claw, grabbing at the head of a young man. The young man's eyes flashed with light, and before Tang Yuan could grab him, he vanished from his spot. He reappeared in midair, but as soon as he did, several exclamations of shock erupted from all sides. "It's him! He killed our senior brother! He stole our tokens! Ancestor, it's him! I even saw him kill someone from Wufang Valley!" The disciples from various sects who had emerged from within immediately became agitated. While inside, they had all feared Wang Lin. For the past 3 months, everyone had endured little by little, but now, with their elders by their side, their courage had increased significantly. Tang Yuan didn't expect the other party to be able to teleport. After a moment of surprise at being evaded, his expression darkened, and he arrogantly said, "Wang Lin, let's see where you can escape to." Just then, a piercing shout came from the direction of the Hewan sect. "All the tokens inside the valley are in his hands. He has at least 5 tokens on him." As soon as these words rang out, the cultivators of Zhao Kingdom gathered outside the valley began to murmur amongst themselves, their eyes all focused on the young man in midair. Even Lin Yi showed interest. After observing him for a few moments, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Then he chuckled softly, shaking his head without speaking. "Fellow Taoists, this man killed my nephew. He and I have an irreconcilable feud. Today, I must kill him. I don't care what items he has on him, but if anyone dares to interfere, don't blame me for turning against you," Tang Yuan angrily shouted. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly smiled and said, "All right, the cultivators of Zhao Kingdom shouldn't get involved in this matter. I want to see if Tang Yuan dares to kill him." As Lin Yi said these words, everyone around was slightly stunned. Although they didn't speak, everyone was trying to guess the meaning of his words. Tang Yuan, in front of Lin Yi, still didn't dare to be arrogant, but he frowned slightly, unable to guess the meaning behind the other party's words. Park Namzi's eyes flashed, his expression somewhat strange as he looked at the young man in the air. The more he looked, the more familiar he seemed. However, he couldn't guess who the other party was. But he also didn't understand Lin Yi's words. This young man's cultivation had only reached the foundation establishment stage, so why wouldn't Tang Yuan dare to attack him? Not only him, but almost all the nascent soul stage masters were somewhat bewildered. At this moment, the young man's gaze in midair turned cold, facing the cultivators all around without the slightest fear. He raised his head, and a powerful aura descended from the sky. That aura was extremely strong, like the descent of divine power. The young man's hair and clothes did not flutter without wind, and a trace of spiritual power emanated from his body. The cultivators all around, especially the nascent soul stage masters of both the righteous and demonic sects, showed expressions of doubt on their faces. Even Tang Yuan, who was preparing to teleport closer to the young man, immediately stopped. In their eyes, this young man's cultivation was slowly increasing, something they had never witnessed in their lives. The young man's cultivation level, starting from the early foundation establishment stage, quickly reached the middle and then the late stages. Following that, he broke through the foundation establishment stage, entering the core formation realm, and gradually continued to increase to the early core formation stage, middle core formation stage, and late core formation stage. And that wasn't all. Upon reaching the late core formation stage, an invisible wave emanated from the young man, spreading outwards. Immediately afterward, a nascent soul suddenly appeared above his head, then quickly retracted. The surroundings became eerily quiet, everyone gaping at this bizarre scene. They couldn't imagine that someone could, right before their eyes, have their cultivation level gradually increase from the foundation establishment stage to the nascent soul stage. But that wasn't all. The young man raised both hands high. His body straightened. and his cultivation, which had just reached the early nascent soul stage, continued to increase, finally stopping at the middle stage. At this moment, the young man's face was filled with malevolent energy, his hair flying eerily. He raised an arm and pointed at Tang Ichue Yuan, speaking each word distinctly. Do you dare to fight me? At this moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from the young man. In the eyes of everyone around, he was a peerless expert. Even the nascent soul stage masters were shaken, their eyes showing disbelief. Lin Yu stroked his fleshy chin, smiling as he assessed the middle-aged man in the air, thinking to himself, whose family is this kid from to be strolling around my territory? Possessing the heavenly illusion transformation of a 5th-level cultivation nation, he must have a significant background. Heavenly illusion artifacts are rare even in Illusion City. I remember this type of artifact is divided into 3 levels, from nascent soul stage to transformation stage. The higher the level, the more noble the opponent's status. Tang Ichue Yuan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He stared intently at the young man in midair, suddenly remembering what Ling Yi had just said. After a moment of hesitation, he coldly snorted. Wang Lin, I don't believe you truly have nascent soul cultivation. Otherwise, how could you have entered Juming Valley? You should know that the formation for entering Juming Valley has restrictions. Those with golden core cultivation or higher cannot enter. Tang Ichue Yuan wasn't in a hurry to act. His heart was wavering. Psychologically, he fundamentally didn't believe Wang Lin possessed nascent soul cultivation. But the scene before him forced him to believe. The opponent's aura and divine consciousness were both manifestations of nascent soul. Moreover, the opponent possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, a feat only nascent soul masters could accomplish. These signs alone were enough to prove that the opponent was indeed a nascent soul expert. If it were only early nascent soul, Tang Ichue Yuan would have dared to risk his life to ascertain the opponent's cultivation level. However, the opponent's displayed cultivation was mid-nascent soul, which made Tang Ichue Yuan extremely cautious. At this moment, all the attention of everyone outside Juming Valley was focused on the young man, so no one noticed the formation of the passage suddenly flickering. A young man emerged from the formation and immediately hid in the shadows outside the passage. He stared intently at Tang Ichue Yuan, especially at the small black flag in the opponent's hand. Tang Ichue Yuan's entire attention was focused on his opponent. Although he sensed a slight fluctuation in the power of the curse, he ignored it and continued looking upwards. He waved the small flag in his right hand, and a soul was sucked out. Tang Ichue Yuan let out a cold laugh, and instantly the soul was annihilated. Then, the black flag in his hand flashed and was retrieved into his storage bag. At this moment, the entire sky suddenly darkened. The oppressive power of heaven and earth from 3 months ago reappeared, and the sky was covered in black clouds. Immediately afterward, a pair of enormous hands emerged from the clouds, separating to form a passage. A huge skull emerged from within, peering down. This giant was indeed the one who had arrived 3 months ago. After he appeared, he first glanced at the young man in the air, his face instantly becoming strange, muttering a few words. Then he spoke to the cultivators of Zhao Kingdom on the ground. The 3-month period has ended. The outer realm battlefield passage is opened. Having said that, 2 black beams of light shot from his eyes, like 2 dragons colliding. Immediately afterward, a huge circular opening formed in the void. When this opening appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth lost all light, becoming pitch black. All light was absorbed by the 2 passages created by the 2 dragons. At this moment, the only light in the heavens and earth emanated from the circular passage in the air. The giant waved his hand and threw a stone. The stone shattered as soon as it appeared, transforming into ancient runes that quickly flew towards the circular passage. Immediately afterward, all the spiritual energy of Zhao Kingdom gathered towards this place. The spiritual energy vanished imperceptibly to the naked eye. Everyone could only sense the spiritual energy gathering from all directions, being completely absorbed by the circular passage. As the absorption began, the runes inside the circular passage gradually lit up, eventually revealing a thin, almost transparent membrane. Behind it was a void space, filled with countless crushed corpses, ruined magical artifacts, and discarded documents slowly being pushed out from the other side of the membrane. At this moment, Wang Lin stood in a dark corner of the passage leading to Juming Valley, still ignoring the strange changes in the sky. his gaze fixed on Tang Yuan's waist, where a black storage bag was visible. The unexpected changes in the sky had disrupted his plans, but he quickly recalculated. Slowly, a profound smile appeared on his lips. At this moment, the giant's right hand suddenly moved, and a drop of blood spurted from the tip of his index finger. In the eyes of the Zhao Kingdom cultivators, that drop of fresh blood was like a shooting star, rapidly striking the thin membrane in the circular passage. Like hot water melting snow, the membrane quickly dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, his right hand clenched, and spiritual power quickly flowed from his palm into the artifact of the strange man Ng, muttering, "Attack!" Wang Lin had spent 2 months in seclusion studying this artifact, discovering that it could transform into a human form, its appearance adjustable at will. After absorbing his spiritual power, even a trace of the curse was extracted. The young man in midair immediately raised both hands, and a giant dragon suddenly appeared from his body. At first glance, it looked as if he had transformed into a giant dragon. Immediately afterward, the giant dragon roared furiously, causing a tremor in all directions. Tang Yuan's expression finally changed. He was now completely convinced that the opponent was a mid-stage nascent soul expert. Otherwise, how could it unleash such a powerful aura? There, Giant Dragon's body flipped over and instantly darted towards Tang Yuan like lightning. Its fangs were exposed, and a foul breath emanated from its blood-red mouth. Tang Yuan quickly retreated, simultaneously biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood instantly transformed into a giant mosquito, attempting to stop the dragon. Without resting, Tang Yuan hastily potted his storage bag, and a 7-foot-tall banner appeared. In an instant, the banner absorbed a gust of dark wind, and within the wind, countless faces emerged. As the banner appeared, the human faces showed expressions of agony and frantic screams. Tang Yuan swung the large banner in his hand, and countless human faces flew out from within. Without hesitation, these faces charged towards the giant dragon, their eyes filled with a desperate, suicidal rage. Lin Yi stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the banner in Tang Yuan's hand, and shook his head, saying, "The soul banner's power is still insufficient. It only contains a little over 30,000 souls. It hasn't even achieved anything yet." Park Namzi, standing beside him, agreed. The envoy is right. Back then, in the Outer Realm battlefield, I witnessed a soul banner that could gather tens of millions of souls. Its power was truly terrifying. Lin Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. That soul banner is only the achievement of a 4th-level cultivation nation. In the 5th-level cultivation nation, the soul refining sect of Pailuo Kingdom, its treasure is a soul banner. It's said to be capable of containing over 10 million souls. It takes thousands of years to create one. Tang Yuan brandished his soul banner, and 30,000 spirit souls continuously rushed towards the giant dragon. The description is slow, but in reality, the event happened very quickly. In an instant, the spirit souls surrounded the giant dragon in layers, frantically trying to penetrate its body. At this moment, something strange happened. The spirit souls encountered no resistance whatsoever. They easily entered the dragon's body, as if entering empty space. They entered through one side and exited through the other. The sight of 30,000 spirit souls entering the giant dragon's body was quite chaotic. In an instant, Tang Yuan was stunned as the giant dragon pierced through the spirit souls and lunged towards him. Tang Yuan's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he threw out several defensive magic artifacts to block the dragon's advance. But no matter what form those artifacts took, they couldn't stop the dragon. The dragon seemed oblivious to the artifacts, directly piercing through them, and furiously opened its foul-smelling mouth, aiming at Tang Yuan. Lin Yi's expression was somewhat strange. He looked at the giant in midair, noticing that the giant's expression was equally peculiar. The two stared at each other for a moment. Then the giant laughed heartily, looking at the dragon with a playful expression. Seeing the bloodthirsty mouth of the giant dragon approaching, its foul breath already assaulted him. The dragon's power was incredibly ferocious, but upon striking his body, its head vanished without a trace. It had been a long time since Tang Yuan had felt cold sweat break out, but in an instant, his back was drenched in perspiration. Illusion, Tang Yuan's face which had been pale, flushed back to red. He couldn't help but curse. He hadn't been so flustered since entering the core formation stage hundreds of years ago. In front of all the cultivators of Zhao Kingdom, he had been tricked by an illusion, leaving him covered in dust. Tang Yuan's anger flared up instantly. He grimly patted his storage bag, intending to take out the small black flag and crush the soul within. He had his entire family wiped out. But at that very moment, a streak of light appeared in midair, then merged together, and the young man reappeared. Without a word, he swung his right hand, and a flash of green light, carrying an icy aura, shot towards Tang Yuan, instantly reaching him. Tang Yuan sneered, his body not retreating but instead taking a step forward, his hand transforming into a claw, and he mockingly said, "The first time was an illusion, but the second time might not be real either." Does Wang Lin not even know this little trick? As he spoke, he grabbed the flying sword. A flash of green light, the flying sword disappeared, then reappeared behind Tang Yuan, its tip thrusting towards his back. With a resounding clang, the flying sword seemed to have struck a block of metal, instantly flying away. From the torn corner of Tang Yuan's robe, a golden inner armor could be seen. Tang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light, his expression extremely grim. As his figure appeared before the young man, his right hand transformed into a claw, several black threads clinging to his fingertips as he lunged towards the young man. At the same time, his left hand swung up, and 8 red light pillars instantly appeared on either side of him. The 8 blood-red light pillars, after illuminating together, immediately formed a cage. At this moment, the young man in midair showed not the slightest panic, but rather a hint of mockery. As Tang Yuan's hand reached his body, he instantly transformed into a phantom, slowly disappearing on the spot. When the young man vanished, 2 blue light spots emerged from his body, quickly converging into one. Tang Yuan's expression quickly changed. At this moment, ripples of blue light gradually spread out, instantly covering an area of several thousand meters. The entire area of several thousand square meters was now covered in a layer of blue ice. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, muttering to himself, "Truly interesting. This little fellow has both the heavenly illusion of the illusion city and the blue ice flash of the yellow spring sect. That blue sword is not simple either. Although it's just a simulation, its power is considerable." At this moment, the giant in the air also looked surprised, glancing towards the passage of Juming Valley, a strange smile appearing on his lips. In the sky, the circular passage formed by the 2 dragons with its thin layer had already disintegrated 7 or 8 parts. Around Tang Yuan's body were columns of red light. In an instant, they emitted a crackling sound, freezing into 8 ice sculptures. Except for the effect of the dragon's confinement, all other effects were lost. At the same time, layers of blue ice quickly spread up his legs. Tang Yuan clearly felt waves of icy cold air rapidly invading his body. His limbs gradually stiffened, but he didn't show any signs of panic. This level of cold air didn't have a significant impact on him. He quickly mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and his limbs gradually regained their original sensation. Just then, in a dark corner of the Juming Valley passage, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his body instantly vanished from the spot. He used his remaining teleportation abilities once more. When the blue ice ripples appeared, Wang Lin, relying on his body's ability to resist the icy cold air, was unaffected and silently arrived beside Tang Yuan. He knew his own strength well. He was fundamentally incapable of resisting a nascent soul stage expert. The opponent could kill him countless times with just a wave of their hand. Therefore, Wang Lin had no intention of seeking revenge. Although his heart was filled with murderous intent, he forced himself to restrain it. The moment he appeared, his right hand reached out and grabbed the storage bag on Tang Yuan's back. Seeing Wang Lin appear and witnessing his actions, Tang Yuan immediately understood the situation. However, his limbs were still recovering, and his movements were still stiff. Moreover, due to Wang Lin's sudden appearance, by the time Tang Yuan saw Wang Lin's actions, his hand had already landed on the storage bag. Tang Yuan's face contorted with ferocity, and he softly shouted, "Explode!" Wang Lin's hand instantly landed on the storage bag, and he suddenly felt a destructive energy emanating from within. Then it traveled through his arm and into his body. A loud explosion resounded. Boom, a powerful blast erupted from his fingertips, then gradually spread. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, the azure-colored small sword instantly reaching him. Without hesitation, it slashed down at his right arm. His body, propelled by the aftershock of the explosion, quickly retreated. At the same time, his left hand transformed into a claw, and the gravity technique was swiftly activated to grab the storage bag. At this moment, Tang Hui Yuan's body had regained its previous mobility. He took a step forward, leaving the blue ice scroll and chasing after Wang Lin. In an instant, Tang Hui Yuan's hand transformed into a claw, and he shouted, "Wang Lin, do you think you can open my storage bag just because you got it? You killed my nephew before, and today I want to capture your soul to refine it into a soul banner, to make you suffer the most horrific torture in the world before you die." Wang Lin's right arm was severed. As he retreated, he quickly channeled his spiritual power to freeze his wounds, preventing further blood loss. He didn't dare directly grab Tang Hui Yuan's storage bag, instead using the gravity manipulation technique to keep it a distance away. Tang Hui Yuan felt a surge of resentment. He had gone to such lengths in front of so many fellow cultivators just to deal with a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator. This was a significant blow to his dignity. Capturing or killing the opponent would have been acceptable, but he had initially been deceived by an illusion, leaving him covered in dust and looking quite exhausted. Finally, the blue ice crystal spread, causing him to be temporarily frozen. Although he recovered quickly, Wang Lin had also stolen his storage bag. This feeling was no different from being slapped in the face, making him extremely furious. Clearly, the opponent couldn't withstand a single blow from him, yet possessed the teleportation technique, which startled him. It's worth noting that teleportation is a technique exclusively possessed by cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above. Besides that, what also terrified Tang Hui Yuan was the opponent's decisiveness and resilience, daring to sever the arm that prevented the explosion from spreading further. Tang Hui Yuan couldn't help but admire him for that. But that fleeting admiration was instantly replaced by hatred in his eyes. The more decisive the opponent was, the more Tang Hui Yuan wanted to kill him. "Wang Lin, you killed my nephew before, so you shouldn't blame others for this outcome today. But rest assured, after I kill you, I will have Tang Li hunt down the entire family of old man Shimo, so they can be your companions," Tang Hui Yuan thought coldly. Without hesitation, he waved his hand. Instantly, gusts of wind arose from all directions, and the 30,000 wandering souls immediately rushed towards Wang Lin. To prevent Wang Lin from using teleportation again, Tang Hui Yuan patted his chest. His nascent soul immediately emerged from within him, letting out a cry. The nascent soul quickly shrunk considerably. Immediately afterward, the nascent soul spat out a blood sphere. As soon as the blood sphere appeared, it instantly transformed into a blood net, enveloping the surroundings. The two were quickly covered by a curse. Wang Lin's body was instantly imprisoned, unable to move. He was secretly terrified and was about to teleport when he suddenly looked ahead, his body trembling involuntarily. He stared intently at the 30,000 souls rushing towards him. A soul in front was shedding two streams of blood tears, its face contorted in agony. It was his father. Tang Hui Yuan noticed Wang Lin's expression and didn't hastily pursue him. He chuckled ominously, saying, "See, do you think I placed the souls of your entire family within this soul banner? Wang Lin, you're too naive." As he spoke, he raised his right finger, and the 30,000 souls surrounding him quickly froze. Then Wang Lin's father's soul flew out alone, hurtling towards him. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, a stream of fresh blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. He watched his father's soul enter his body, enduring the pain spreading from within. He looked up at the sky and laughed tragically, his laughter growing louder and louder, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, saying, "Cultivating immortality. So this is what cultivation is. Good. Good." After saying that, he slapped his hand forcefully on his forehead, and a wave of icy, malevolent energy surged in. His father's soul was quickly enveloped, and without suffering any harm, it gradually froze. Tang Hui Yuan looked at Wang Lin, a sudden chill rising in his heart. But then, he felt a little amused. Why should he be afraid of a foundation establishment cultivator? Tang Hui Yuan took a deep breath of spiritual energy, raising his right hand. From the 30,000 surrounding spirit souls, another soul appeared. That is Wang Lin's mother. Wang Lin's body trembled slightly, and the gravity technique he had been using to grab his storage bag was released. This object was now useless to him. Memories from his childhood, from when he entered the Hengyu sect, flooded back like a tide. Wang Lin, you see, I've been very merciful to you, allowing you to reunite with your parents. Deng Echue Yuan said, his fingertips lightly touching, and Wang Lin's mother's soul entered his body. The physical pain was nothing compared to the mental anguish. Wang Lin could feel his heart bleeding. He stared intently at Deng Echue Yuan, then once again used his yin-cold spiritual energy to freeze his mother's soul. Deng Echue Yuan sneered. All right, the game ends here. I know you intended to use the outer battlefield to escape. However, I had already guessed that, so abandon that idea. As he spoke, his right hand transformed into a claw, and Wang Lin's storage bag quickly flew up and landed in Deng Echue Yuan's hand. He observed it with his spiritual sense, and instantly the storage bag shattered, destroying all the items inside, including the qualification token. At the same time, 30,000 spirit souls from all directions began to frantically enter Wang Lin's body, devouring his body and spiritual power. Countless faces appeared on his body. Many souls targeted the ice crystal, the place protecting Wang Lin's parents' souls, but he protected them all with his body. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin's left arm was quickly devoured, followed by his legs. Throughout the entire devouring process, Wang Lin didn't even utter a sound. He only stared intently at Deng Echue Yuan's face. His gaze filled Deng Echue Yuan's heart with chill. The giant in the air, who had been observing the situation below, had a look of fanaticism in his eyes, thinking to himself, merciful energy. This is true malevolent energy. 30,000 spirit souls devoured Wang Lin's body, causing it to gradually dissipate. Deng Echue Yuan's face contorted with ferocity, muttering, Liner, your great-grandfather has avenged you. Look, it's not over yet. After his body is completely devoured, your great-grandfather will extract his soul. Wang Lin let out a bitter laugh. His body ached, but he didn't feel it. Taking advantage of his remaining breath, he protected his parents' souls. Using the gravity manipulation technique to control his body was the only thing he could do at this moment. Even if he died, he had to die with his parents. He didn't regret leaving the Jumeng Valley. He knew that if he continued to hide, he might have escaped the calamity. But even a glimmer of hope wouldn't be given up. Going outside, he might have had a chance to reclaim his parents' souls. But it was impossible. There wasn't even a glimmer of hope. His body was trapped in the blood net, and when he tried to teleport just now, he found it ineffective. At this moment, Wang Lin's heart was filled only with hatred. Father, mother, Taiju is unfilial. If there is a next life, I hope I am not your son, because I am unworthy. If I weren't here, you wouldn't have suffered the enemy's deadly attack. Blood tears streamed from Wang Lin's eyes as he closed them. At that moment, a sigh escaped from Wang Lin's chest, and then his body suddenly exploded. 30,000 souls behind him were scattered, and immediately afterward, a beam of light carrying the souls of Wang Lin's parents shot out, piercing through the surrounding light net and flying into the outer realm battlefield passage. The giant and Lin Yi watched the light disappear, their expressions changing drastically. Lin Yi cried out, "It's..." He immediately fell silent, and without another word, his body lunged into the passage leading to the outer realm. But just as he entered, he was pushed back. The giant's eyes gleamed with greed as he laughed loudly, saying, all right. All the credit today goes to me. This time I've reaped a lot. First, I saw the malevolent energy, and then I saw that pearl. Lin Yi, if you dare to compete, do you believe I dare to kill you?" After saying this, the giant revealed his towering figure, over 10 meters tall, radiating an oppressive aura. Cracking sounds emanated from his body as he rapidly shrank until he was the height of an average person. A hammer-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. "What do you mean?" Lin Yi asked coldly. The giant glared at Lin Yi, then stepped into the circle surrounding the passage leading to the outer realm. After entering, he raised his right hand, and in an instant, the passage transformed into two dragons, vanishing without a trace. The sky brightened again. All the dark clouds dissipated completely. Lin Yi's expression was extremely grim. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at the bewildered Tang Yuan, letting out a few cold laughs. With a slight movement of his foot, his body swiftly soared into the air, transforming into a rainbow and disappearing into the horizon. Every cultivator from Zhao Kingdom outside the Juming Valley remembered the young man who had fought against the nascent soul stage expert. His appearance and name, Wang Lin, were deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. This time, with Zhao Kingdom's qualification to enter the outer battlefield revoked, whether they had a token or not was meaningless. The messenger responsible for opening the passage had also left, leaving nothing more to be said. Ling Yi was furious. He had to watch helplessly as the quest item flew past his eyes only to be snatched away by someone else. That feeling made him so angry he wanted to vomit blood, especially thinking about how that pearl was still in Zhao Kingdom, and that he was the supervising envoy there. If this news got out, it would be a real disgrace. Deng Yuan's expression was grim. He couldn't be sure whether Wang Lin was dead or not, but for some reason, he still felt a sense of fear. Everyone began to disperse. The news concerning Wang Lin gradually spread. In a short time, almost all the cultivators in Zhou Kingdom knew about him. Park Namzi led his disciples back to the Zhuan Dao sect. Following closely behind him was a woman. It was Liu Mi. At this moment, she was extremely distressed. For some reason, she always had a fondness for Wang Lin. This feeling had never faded, but only grown stronger. At night, when the space was completely quiet, his image reappeared in her heart. Wang Zhuo and Wang Hao also gradually learned of everything that had happened outside the Juming Valley. The resentment she still felt towards Wang Lin for bringing about this disaster gradually disappeared. Neither of them dared to challenge a nascent soul stage expert like Wang Lin, but that didn't mean they gave up on revenge. Wang Zhuo and Wang Hao both set their sights on killing Tang Yuan. Only after returning to Nanzi did he learn of the Wang family's tragedy. After some thought, at Liu Mi's pleading, he took Wang Hao as his disciple. Liu Mi knew this was the only thing she could do to help Wang Lin at this moment, though Wang Lin might never know. Tang Yuan was filled with fear. After returning to Tang Family City, he began his seclusion, vowing not to emerge until he reached the late nascent soul stage. Suddenly, the entire Zhao Kingdom became quiet. The outer battlefields were always filled with raging storms and spatial rifts that had existed for countless years. At this time, there were more than 10 third-tier cultivation nations, with a total of over 1,000 people. Among those, the highest level was late foundation establishment. Logically speaking, with such cultivation, entering the outer battlefield would be difficult, let alone achieving their goal. In reality, upon entering the outer battlefield, the supervising envoys of each country gave each person a jade talisman. This jade talisman served as a windbreak and also as a token to return to their country after 50 years. However, against the mysterious and unpredictable spatial rifts that often appeared unexpectedly in the outer battlefield, the jade talisman's effect was minimal. Therefore, the outer battlefield was extremely dangerous for foundation establishment cultivators. But with a little caution and a bit of luck, they could certainly remain unharmed. Roughly speaking, the probability of success in the outer battlefield was 30%. While not very high, compared to the prospect of ultimately obtaining a large amount of materials and magical artifacts, the danger was negligible. Cultivators are always battling against the heavens, so the greater the danger, the greater the benefits. Furthermore, within the sects, anyone who can return from the outer battlefields holds a higher status. Once they return, their cultivation level increases much faster than cultivating within the sect. After all, the outer battlefields have a very rich spiritual energy and constantly face life and death situations, so cultivation naturally increases rapidly. Basically, after each battle, some successfully form a golden core. This is also an important reason why foundation establishment cultivators, unafraid of death, still come here. At this moment, in the northeastern corner of the outer battlefield, a pale-faced young man was beside a corpse, using a knife to examine it. A closer look revealed that he was only targeting certain areas around the armor on the body. Clearly, he was very interested in the armor. The armor was heavily damaged, with many areas showing signs of being burned. Especially on the chest of the corpse, there was a shattered area, revealing a fist-sized wound. Besides that, a hammer-shaped symbol was faintly visible on the giant's forehead. The symbol was very faint, difficult to discern without close examination. The young man's name was Ma Liang, a cultivator from the War God Temple of the Fire Flame Kingdom, a third-tier cultivation nation. He had been in the outer battlefield for over 30 years, possessing considerable experience. It's worth noting that the outer battlefield is a mysterious place. Here, people's appearances remain unchanged. Only when he left did things change rapidly. He was digging when his expression suddenly changed and he fell to the ground. From afar, a beam of light swiftly rushed towards him, whizzing past his side. The young man was stunned. Just now, he had briefly seen a pearl within that beam of light. So, without saying a word, he discarded the giant's armor and quickly chased after it. He had been in the outer space for 30 years. Besides living people, he had also seen a few flying magical artifacts. But each time, countless people came to fight over them. Once, Ma Liang witnessed at least 100 cultivators at the Late Foundation establishment stage fighting over a flying sword. In the end, although no one managed to steal it, Ma Liang heard people say that such self-flying objects mostly possessed souls. Such treasures were extremely powerful. Ma Liang unleashed his fastest speed to chase. The more he chased, the more excited he became. This place was very remote. He had been here for a year and hadn't seen a single person. Thinking about it, his heart pounded, secretly feeling fortunate. If he could obtain that treasure, upon returning to the sect, his junior sister would surely look at him with new eyes. At that time, giving this treasure to the sect master and having him marry his junior sister to him as a dual cultivation partner, wouldn't that be wonderful? With this vision in mind, Ma Liang exerted all his strength to chase after it. But the pearl's speed was too fast. The more Ma Liang chased, the further behind he fell. He gritted his teeth and took out an item from his storage bag. It was a red shuttle. A wave of heat emanated from it. This was the best item Ma Liang had found in the outer battlefields. Normally, he wouldn't dare take it out for fear of it being snatched by others. But now, seeing the speed of the light beam so fast, about to disappear, he disregarded everything and threw the shuttle forward. The shuttle's size increased several times, and with a whoosh, it swiftly sped forward. In an instant, as the shuttle enlarged, Ma Liang clutched it tightly. He felt a raging storm swirling around him. With great effort, he managed to open his eyes. In a flash, the distance to the light had narrowed slightly. Filled with excitement, Ma Liang clung to the shuttle and chased after it. Time passed quickly. After acquiring the shuttle, although Ma Liang could still follow the light, chasing after it or blocking it was impossible. He could only maintain a constant distance. By the third day, Ma Liang looked at the unfamiliar landscape of the outer battlefield and felt a desire to retreat. It's important to know that the outer battlefield is filled with dangerous storms and spatial rifts in unfamiliar locations. Unfamiliarity has many meanings. There, numerous spatial rifts could suddenly appear, swallowing everything in their path. Previously, Ma Liang had heard an old man say that the outer battlefield was vast. They had only searched a small area, and within that area, there were very few places with many spatial rifts. Hesitating, Ma Liang suddenly noticed countless thin white streaks appearing ahead. Upon seeing them, Ma Liang's expression changed. He stopped the shuttle and quickly retreated. He was very familiar with those white streaks. They were spatial rifts. They had appeared with such signs when they first materialized. Then, the streaks grew larger and larger, eventually forming a real spatial rift that devoured everything. Ma Liang looked around, his face pale. After seeing that only the spatial rifts were ahead, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a bitter smile, "Enough! It's not worth sacrificing my life for a magical artifact whose function I don't know. I haven't even had the chance to cultivate with my junior sister yet. If I die like this, I won't be able to rest in peace. Enough, I won't chase anymore." Just then, a thin crack appeared in front of him. The light didn't stop, but disappeared into the crack. Ma Liang sighed and cursed. "Damn spatial rift. You swallowed another treasure of mine. I've been here for over 30 years and seen you swallow countless things. Not 10,000, but at least 8,000. With so much, you didn't leave me a single thing." He had just finished cursing when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A hand patted his shoulder. Cold sweat instantly broke out. His body trembled as he slowly turned around. He saw a middle-aged man standing behind him. The man's face was grim as he looked at Ma Liang and said, "Hey kid, did you see that light?" Ma Liang glanced at the middle-aged man and saw a hammer-shaped symbol on his forehead. He took a deep breath. He had been on the outer battlefield for 30 years and had seen that symbol many times. He had even encountered one a few days ago. He had heard some people mention that symbol before. It was the mark of the Giant Demon Clan in the 5th level Cultivation Nation. Giant Demon Clan members are born with spiritual power. They are the best cultivators and also the only sect in the 5th level Cultivation Nation. Only Giant Demon Clan members who reach the nascent soul stage can freely change their body size. This middle-aged man, with the physique of an ordinary person, was clearly a nascent soul stage expert of the Giant Demon Clan. Ma Liang was frightened and dared not conceal anything, quickly nodding and saying, "Senior, I saw that beam of light flying over there, swallowed by the spatial rift. This middle-aged man is the one who chased after us from Zhou Kingdom. Along the way, the more he chased, the more terrified he became. The speed of the bead unexpectedly matched his own. Moreover, every time he tried to block it, it dodged him. In fact, its speed didn't decrease but increased. Eventually, he was left behind. Furthermore, spatial rifts occasionally appeared along the way. Although he wasn't afraid, getting caught in one would be quite troublesome. With his nascent soul stage cultivation, facing a spatial rift only prevented him from being sucked in. After each encounter with a spatial rift, his speed decreased. Although he could still teleport, he couldn't keep up anymore. Halfway through the chase, he suddenly spotted Ma Liang. Unexpectedly, after Ma Liang used the shuttle, his speed was even faster than his. After hearing Ma Liang's explanation, his expression darkened, and he felt immense resentment. The outer space was vast, but he knew it also had its limits. But the spatial rift was infinitely vast. Even if he returned to his clan, searching for a late-stage transformation realm expert would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Thinking this, he glanced at Ma Liang. With a slight flick of his right hand, he pulled the shuttle into his grasp. After examining it briefly, he shouted, "This thing belongs to me from now on." Having said that, his body moved slightly without even glancing at Ma Liang, and he flew back along the same path. After the other party left, Ma Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and then hurried away. He didn't know that the man had a great reputation in the 5th level Cultivation Nation. His notoriety was tied to his character of seizing other people's possessions. He himself was only in the 3rd level Cultivation Nation, and everything had to be done through the light pillar of the Tongshan Tower, so how could he possibly have heard of him? The rift in outer space appeared because it had undergone countless battles, bringing it close to collapse. If it weren't for the Cultivation Alliance reinforcing it with powerful magic periodically, it would have likely vanished without a trace. Adjacent to this spatial rift lies a vast expanse of starry sea, seemingly boundless, overflowing with brutal energy and teeming with mysterious creatures. It's not that no one has ever entered and exited the spatial rift. However, those powerful cultivators of the transformation stage usually exit immediately upon entering. Throughout this entire process, the terrifying gravitational pull formed within the rift hasn't fully taken effect. A spatial rift lay within the outer battlefield. Its terrifying power was such that even the most powerful experts of the transformation stage would turn pale at its gravitational pull. Under the influence of this pull, even the spiritual power within one's body could be sucked out, let alone escaping at will. And that was only the first thing. Another thing was that no one knew where it ultimately led. But from the mouths of a few experts, it was known that the rift was pitch black, nothing could be seen clearly, and all consciousness was trapped within the body, unable to spread out. At this moment, a point of light suddenly appeared within the spatial rift, slowly floating in the void. Upon closer inspection, one could see a fire element soul within the point of light, faintly flickering. Time passed slowly, and it was unknown how long had gone by, but the bright spot remained floating in the void. The soul fire gradually showed signs of fading. Years passed in the blink of an eye. The bright spot had completely dimmed, and the soul fire within it was reduced to a single flame. One day, suddenly, a huge ghostly figure flew from afar towards the bright spot. When it got closer, it turned out to be a gigantic corpse. This enormous body looked like a member of the demon race, but upon closer inspection, Instead of a hammer mark on its forehead, there was a hammerhead. A black hammerhead. If a member of the giant demon race were present, they would immediately recognize this hammerhead as the ancestor of the giant demon race. It could also be said that this person was an ancient demon. In the blink of an eye, as he approached the bright spot, a wisp of smoke suddenly emanated from within the zombie, forming a ghostly creature with two horns on its head in midair. It greedily stared at the bright spot. Its body moved slightly, lunging towards it. This creature was a special, mysterious species found within the spatial rift. It devoured all matter, regardless of whether it was corpses, magical artifacts, or souls. The moment its entire body lunged towards the bright spot, it let out a strange cry, struggling to escape. But in an instant, its body was sucked into the bright spot, disappearing without a trace, leaving only the gigantic corpse suspended in midair. After absorbing the creature, the bright spot gradually brightened. The soul fire within also became clearer. In that moment, Wang Lin awakened. To be precise, his soul awakened. The moment he awoke, he was completely unconscious. He was merely a soul flame. A very cold sensation emanated from Wang Lin's consciousness. At this moment, a massive flame surged within his consciousness. Although it emitted waves of evil energy, Wang Lin didn't hesitate and charged straight towards it. He saw a point of light emerge from the forehead of the enormous corpse, penetrating it and gradually calming down. Surrounded by something resembling demonic fire, Wang Lin's consciousness gradually lost its cold sensation and slowly returned to its normal state. Time slowly passed, this time even longer than before. He didn't know how long it had been, but Wang Lin remained inside the corpse, gently floating in the void. Whether it was due to Wang Lin's consciousness parasitizing it or not, countless creatures resembling the smoke from before appeared from all sides, lunging to devour it. But in the end, they were all absorbed by Wang Lin. His consciousness grew stronger and stronger, and his soul fire became increasingly vibrant. The more this happened, the more creatures emerged from the void, frantically attacking this place. Wang Lin didn't know that, in their eyes, the corpse he was clinging to was like a giant glowing object in this perpetually dark world. Wang Lin didn't know how much time had passed. Since he woke up, he had been almost unconscious. He only remembered devouring a large number of creatures. Each time he devoured one, he felt his consciousness grow stronger. Finally, one day, Wang Lin remembered his past, remembering the 16 years he lived with his parents, remembering his time at the Hengyu sect. Finally, he remembered Tang Hua Yuan. A painful, shocking sensation surged within his consciousness. In an instant, he understood everything. At the last moment, Sichuan had risked his life to save him, simultaneously bringing him to the outer battlefield, to the spatial rift. The moment he entered the spatial rift, the heaven-defying pearl underwent a strange transformation. To be precise, it vanished, disappearing without a trace. But Wang Lin could clearly sense that the heaven-defying pearl hadn't vanished, but had, in a way he couldn't explain, merged into his soul. It could even be said that the heaven-defying pearl and Wang Lin's soul had become one. It was precisely because of this that he had devoured those mysterious and powerful creatures one by one. Sichuan hadn't died, but had fallen into an eternal sleep. At the very last moment, as he was about to fall into a deep sleep, he enveloped the souls of Wang Lin's parents within his nascent soul. Wang Lin's parents were not cultivators, and therefore incapable of resurrection or possession. Wang Lin knew this well. He simply wanted to keep their souls with him, not wanting them to be scattered. After recovering all his memories, he discovered that his consciousness had become incredibly powerful. The giant's body could no longer withstand the pressure and began to crumble. In desperation, Wang Lin's consciousness moved slightly, leaving the giant's body. The chilling sensation reappeared, and he drifted in the void, searching for another corpse to possess. This lasted a long time. Wang Lin stayed in the void, and every time he found a corpse, he would possess it. Similarly, those mysterious creatures continued to swarm towards him, only to be devoured by him. His consciousness grew even stronger. Gradually, devouring those creatures became a habit for Wang Lin. He went from passively devouring to actively attacking. It could also be said that Wang Lin had been here for a very long time, so long that he had reviewed his memories countless times. He had even meticulously analyzed every event he had done before. Finally, after analyzing everything, he had nothing left to do. Suddenly, he remembered the book of formations he had obtained before. He immediately recalled its contents and began to deduce endlessly. Even after understanding the entire foundation of formations in the book, he found himself with nothing to do. During his many years here, Wang Lin had seen the mouth of the spatial rift appear more than once. But his consciousness was too vast, too immense to be divided and penetrate the rift. But he noticed that, as his consciousness grew stronger, although he couldn't escape from the crack, each impact caused the crack to show signs of breaking. However, this kind of impact could only last for 1 or 2 consecutive times, after which the crack would automatically disappear. 1 or 2 impacts were not enough to shatter the crack. Wang Lin knew this was because his consciousness was still not strong enough. So, in order to attack the crack, Wang Lin began to frantically devour. He completely abandoned the idea of finding a corpse to enshrine, and in this boundless void, he moved swiftly, and whenever he discovered a mysterious substance, he would go to it and directly devour it. Life continued like this for a long time. Every time he discovered a crack, he would try to attack it, and the signs of breaking became increasingly clear. Wang Lin knew that as long as he persevered, one day, after 2 collisions, the crack would finally break open. But as time passed, Wang Lin discovered that the mysterious creatures within the void seemed to have completely disappeared. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find a single one. Therefore, he expanded his search. Suddenly, one day, a divine consciousness equivalent to Wang Lin's encountered him. This was the first time Wang Lin had discovered a divine consciousness of similar caliber here. "You have crossed the boundary," a faint voice transmitted into Wang Lin's consciousness. He was startled and immediately transmitted a similar divine consciousness in the same way. "How can I leave this place?" "Leave? Why should I leave? There's no escaping from here." After transmitting the divine consciousness, the other party slowly retreated and disappeared. From the other party's words, he understood a hint of the underlying meaning. Inside the spatial rift, there were not just a few divine consciousnesses like his, but possibly even stronger ones. A kind of territorial boundary likely existed between the 2 sides. Once the boundary was crossed, a fierce battle would likely ensue. Either you die, or I'll be devoured. After the unexpected encounter, Wang Lin reversed direction, only to find 3 enormous divine consciousnesses similar to his own in all directions. Through their exchange, Wang Lin realized that with his current strength, he couldn't possibly shatter the spatial rift in just 1 or 2 clashes. But Wang Lin's resolve became even stronger. He remained silent for a long time, contemplating a crazy plan. One day, he unleashed his entire divine consciousness, quickly covering his entire territory. The wider his consciousness spread, the more intense the tremors became. Wang Lin meticulously observed every area his divine consciousness extended to. Suddenly, a tiny spatial crack appeared in one location. Without hesitation, Wang Lin's divine consciousness immediately entered to investigate. The moment it entered, he resolutely severed the divine consciousness's trajectory. Immediately, his divine consciousness successfully entered the spatial crack and disappeared within it, losing all sensation. Wang Lin's mood remained unchanged. He continued to wait for the next crack to appear. Su Hao was the 6th senior disciple of the Lingua sect in the 3rd-tier cultivation nation, Julu Kingdom. He was currently sitting on a massive, self-moving rock, examining his spoils of war from the past few years. Suddenly, his communication jade slip flickered violently. Su Hao frowned, took out the jade slip, and placed it on his forehead. Immediately, an urgent voice echoed in his consciousness. "Quickly go to the 48th degree northwest position. An ownerless consciousness has appeared there." The voice transmitting the message was from a good friend named Zhe Yang from the outer battlefield. Both of them were late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. They often teamed up to kill people and seize treasures, working together seamlessly. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's expression subtly changed. Immediately afterward, he showed ecstatic joy. Divine consciousness was the most precious thing in the outer battlefield, far less valuable than all other magical artifacts. Only powerful cultivators, upon the destruction of their physical bodies, could cause their nascent souls to leave their bodies. Moreover, even when a nascent soul was destroyed, there was only a very small probability of a wisp of divine consciousness escaping. Su Hao didn't know the specific uses of divine consciousness, but he remembered that when he first entered the outer battlefield, the high-ranking cultivators of the Cultivation Kingdom had presented a ranking list of 10, and unexpectedly, Divine consciousness was the highest among them. Everything on that list, once collected, had to be handed over, and rewards were guaranteed. Thinking of this, Su Hao's heart pounded wildly. Without saying much, he subtly moved his body and flew towards the northwest corner. When he arrived, many people had already gathered there. In the distance, a large covered coffin lay, and inside the coffin was a massive blue streak of light. The streak of light floated gently in the air, completely motionless. A greedy look appeared in Su Hao's eyes. Without saying much, he potted his storage bag, took out a black trident, and rushed towards the city. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was quietly waiting for the spatial rift to appear. After a long time, 8 rifts suddenly appeared within the range of his divine consciousness. Wang Lin's divine consciousness immediately entered, cutting through them and releasing 8 streams of divine consciousness. This process continued, and Wang Lin's divine consciousness gradually diminished. The number of streams of divine consciousness released increased steadily. The outer battlefield, during the 3 years it had been there, had fallen into a state of frenzy. 3 years ago, the sudden appearance of ownerless divine consciousness, which had been taken by Su Hao and Jie Teng, drove everyone cleaning up the outer battlefield into a frenzy. After that, almost every day, divine consciousness appeared in the outer battlefield. The sheer number of divine consciousnesses was unimaginable. This bizarre phenomenon, under normal circumstances, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-level cultivation nations. However, in these 3 years, the higher-level cultivation nations haven't dispatched anyone to investigate. The outer battlefield is now extremely unstable. For some inexplicable reason, those inside cannot get out, and those outside cannot get in. Ultimately, the problem is likely the appearance of spatial rifts. Over the past 10 years, numerous spatial rifts have appeared throughout the outer battlefield, especially at several entrances. The 4th level and 5th level cultivation nations have analyzed that the outer battlefield is on the verge of collapse. At this point, even if a nascent soul cultivator were to enter, they wouldn't be able to avert the collapse. And inviting someone from a 6th level cultivation nation to repair it would be prohibitively expensive. Although they knew there were many divine consciousnesses in the outer realm battlefield, it wasn't enough to cover the repair costs. These expenses were still borne jointly by several 5th-level cultivation nations. Moreover, the most important thing was that the outer realm battlefield wasn't just one place. There was no need to repair a battlefield that was on the verge of collapse. Therefore, if the outer realm battlefield's magical reinforcement wasn't effective, it could be abandoned. But what was difficult to explain was that this battlefield, which was clearly predicted to last for at least several thousand more years, suddenly deteriorated so rapidly in just 10 short years. They didn't know that all these reasons actually stemmed from Wang Lin. If he hadn't continuously attacked the cracks for such a long time, it wouldn't have become like this. Time within the spatial rift and the outer realm battlefield were distinctly different. While 100 years passed inside the void of the spatial rift, only 10 years passed outside the outer realm battlefield. To be precise, the time Wang Lin spent inside the spatial rift attacking the crack was 7 years in the outside world, but in reality, it was 70 years. 700 years of continuous attack caused the outer realm battlefield to rapidly deteriorate. Now, no cultivators from the 4th or 5th level cultivation nations dared to enter this outer realm battlefield. They could only send messages to the cultivators of the 3rd level cultivation nations, telling them to cancel their cleanup efforts and focus all their efforts on searching for the divine consciousness. Then they would collectively open the teleportation array to allow everyone to leave. Wang Lin had forgotten the passage of time. His divine consciousness was becoming weaker and weaker. He could no longer sever his divine consciousness. Instead, he was waiting for a larger rift to appear. One day, within Wang Lin's consciousness, a spatial rift appeared many times larger than the previous ones. Without hesitation, Wang Lin entered. Ma Liang had found a satisfactory magical artifact. It was similar to the Dao Moguang he had found years ago, both capable of self-flight. For this artifact, Ma Liang had exerted all his strength, chasing after it for 3 days. He smiled wryly as he looked at the flying sword ahead, which was emitting purple light. He thought to himself that if Suzy hadn't been stolen back then, he would have easily caught up now, and wouldn't have had to struggle so much. Remembering Suzy, Ma Liang couldn't help but think of Mo Guang. For over a decade, he had more than once wondered what kind of magical artifact was inside Mo Guang, that it could be pursued and seized by the giant demon clan. It must be a heaven-defying artifact. Every time he thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The teleportation channel didn't open early, it didn't open late, and time again, my 50-year term hasn't even expired yet, and now it's opening. But no matter what, I can finally go home. These past few years have been too dangerous. It's all because of these sudden appearances of these divine consciousnesses causing chaos. Once I get this flying sword in my hands, I'll return to the assembly point. Hey, little sister, you must wait for me to come back. And whatever you do, don't accept the offer from the senior brother. He's just a beast in human form. Only I am wholeheartedly devoted to you, Ma Liang muttered to himself, continuing to chase forward. But 50 years have passed. I wonder how little sister is doing now. She cultivates the war god's art, and I heard it can preserve her beauty. She looks only 30 years old. If she becomes an old woman, then I can let go. HMPH. This time, the war god temple sent more than 10 people here, and only 10 survived. When I return, I'll definitely be given special attention and training by the sect master. Moreover, I still have that bottle of elixir from before. One pill can preserve my youth. So even if I return, I'll still be a 20-year-old man. By then, I can find any woman I like. Ma Liang laughed heartily, feeling full of motivation, and his speed increased even more. As Ma Liang was contemplating, 2 streaks of rainbow light suddenly flew from afar, instantly reaching him. One of them immediately flew in front of Ma Liang. The flying sword in front flashed, instantly revealing a figure. It was a young man in his 30s. His eyes were gloomy, and with a large hand, he grabbed the flying sword without even looking at it and threw it into his storage bag. Then he turned around and stared intently at Ma Liang. At this moment, the rainbow-colored light descended, revealing a middle-aged man in black clothes standing behind Ma Liang, sneering at him. Ma Liang's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Su Hao, Zhe Yang." Ma Liang groaned, realizing he had met these 2 men a long time ago. That's why he recognized them at a glance. Their reputations were terrible. They specialized in murder and robbery. Ma Liang decided to pull down his storage bag and directly throw it to Su Hao in front, pleading, "To fellow Taoists, all my gains from the past few years are in here. Please take them. I only hope to keep my life." Su Hao was taken aback. He opened the storage bag and looked inside, then glanced at Ma Liang, smiling. "You're the most spineless person I've ever met, but you're also quite sensible. All right, I'll spare your life today. Get out." Ma Liang breathed a sigh of relief. About to retreat suddenly, his expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A flying sword pierced his chest. His body trembled, clearly feeling his life draining away. He struggled to turn around, staring at Zhe Yang, holding a mouthful of blood in his mouth, vaguely saying, "You." Zhe Yang waved his hand, and the flying sword flew back. He said indifferently, "I haven't said I'll spare you." After saying that, his body moved slightly, not even glancing at Ma Liang, and flew away into the distance. Su Hao didn't know what to say, only shaking his head at the dying Ma Liang, then set off. He understood clearly that Zhe Yang resented Ma Liang for giving him the storage bag. He and Zhe Yang had an agreement. Whoever got the storage bag belonged to them, and there would be no struggle competition. If Ma Liang had given the storage bag to Zhe Yang just now, Su Hao would have done the same. Ma Liang's consciousness became hazy. The image of his junior sister appeared before him, and he gradually closed his eyes. At that moment, a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared beside Ma Liang's corpse. A colossal divine consciousness surged out. Upon appearing, the consciousness paused briefly before immediately entering Ma Liang's body. After a long time, Ma Liang opened his eyes again. 2 rays of light flashed in his gaze. The wound on his chest healed at an incredibly fast speed, visible to the naked eye. He spoke in a cold voice. "Teng Hui Yuan. I, Wang Lin, have returned." Divine consciousness. Return. Suddenly, across the outer battlefield, all of Wang Lin's former divine consciousnesses, regardless of whether they were in someone's storage bag, being refined into someone's body, or being fought over, trembled. Each divine consciousness, from all directions of the outer battlefield, rapidly flew from magical artifacts, storage bags, and within their bodies towards Wang Lin, gathering together. That scene stirred deep emotions in the hearts of every monk who had gained divine consciousness on the outer battlefield. The Cultivation Alliance is a colossal organization. The exact number of member nations is unknown to most, except for a select few. The minimum requirement for membership is reaching level 6 and acquiring a planet. This means that any cultivation nation is subject to the Alliance's management. However, in reality, the Alliance has countless member nations and simply lacks the energy and time to manage each one individually. Therefore, generally speaking, cultivation nations below level 6 are under the control of level 6 cultivation nations. The Vermilion Bird Nation, after 100,000 years, suddenly rose from level 1 to level 6 at an incredibly rapid pace, becoming one of the few level 6 cultivation nations. Only after becoming a level 6 cultivation nation did the Vermilion Bird Nation acquire a planet as stipulated. This planet also follows a unified name of the Cultivation Alliance, that is, the Vermilion Bird Star. On Vermilion Star, the voice of the Vermilion Star Kingdom is the will of the gods. Vermilion Star has 18 5th-level cultivation kingdoms. The moment they reach the 5th-level cultivation kingdom standard, a 6th-level cultivation kingdom will grant each of them an outer battlefield. There are 108 outer battlefields on the entire Vermilion Star. When one collapses, one is permanently lost, unless they agree to spend a huge amount of resources to buy it from a 6th-level cultivation kingdom. There is no other way. As for how the outer battlefields are created and where these spatial rifts lead, no one in the 5th-level cultivation kingdoms knows. It is said that the magic to create the outer battlefields is given by the Unified Cultivation Alliance when a cultivation kingdom reaches the 6th level. However, there is a strict requirement. It must not be revealed to cultivation kingdoms below the 6th level. Otherwise, they will be disqualified. Each 5th-level cultivation nation also controls many 4th-level cultivation nations. Similarly, each 4th-level cultivation nation controls many 3rd-level cultivation nations. As for 1st-level and 2nd-level cultivation nations, the Cultivation Alliance has regulations prohibiting interference, allowing them to develop freely. Gel Kingdom is a 3rd-level cultivation nation on the Vermilion Bird Star. It is under the control of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, a 4th-level cultivation nation. In reality, the Azure Dragon Kingdom is controlled by the 5th-level cultivation nation, the Giant Demon Clan. During each Outer Realm Great War, all the nascent Soul Stage Masters of Zhao Kingdom are recruited, and no resistance is allowed. That was the case with the 5 ancestors of the Hengyu sect. If they went, the Hengyu sect could be protected, and their fate was uncertain. If they didn't go, not only would the Hengyu sect be annihilated, but they would also certainly die. Such things happen in almost every 3rd-tier cultivation nation. Things change. The strong devour the weak, that's a saying of the powerful. The weak can only obey. They cannot refuse. Perhaps it is within this almost cruel rule that the struggle between cultivators and mortals is even more fierce. Perhaps in the eyes of the high and mighty Cultivation Alliance, this world, this universe, is a giant furnace. Regardless of whether they are mortals or cultivators, they are all mercilessly refined. In the ancient mythological era, cultivators valued the heavenly Tao, focused on the Tao heart, and pursued the great Tao. Immortal cultivators gave people a feeling of etherealness, transcendence, and a celestial heart. But after the ancient mythological era was unexpectedly destroyed by a great catastrophe, the Cultivation Alliance suddenly rose to prominence. From then on, this Tao was completely shattered. The truth proves that cultivation without desire or pursuit will inevitably lead to destruction. This is a misguided path. Only the strong prevail over the weak, and the struggle against heaven is the only true choice for survival. Although the final outcome is unknown, at least under the leadership of the Cultivation Alliance, cultivators, regardless of strength or influence, have far surpassed the ancient mythical era. This is enough. At this moment, in a certain outer battlefield of the 5-level cultivation nation of the Giant Demon Clan, a bizarre transformation is unfolding. The cultivators who had gained divine consciousness 3 years ago are all extremely fearful. The entire outer battlefield seems to be raining light, countless divine consciousnesses rushing towards one direction. Immediately afterward, the outer battlefield, already on the verge of collapse, could not withstand the fluctuations of divine consciousness and began to crumble. Suddenly, a vast outer battlefield shattered, a gigantic rift opening up, as if swallowed by an invisible mouth, vanishing without a sound. At the same time, a colossal divine consciousness cautiously emerged from within the rift, then, without any restraint, surged forth, devouring everything in its path. Following its appearance were numerous mysterious creatures, the very same beings Wang Lin had previously devoured. Similarly, 3 more colossal divine consciousnesses began to appear in other parts of the outer battlefield, flying out from the massive spatial cracks formed during the collapse. A large number of mysterious creatures swarmed forth, rushing towards anyone they encountered and climbing on anything they saw description fit for locusts. The cultivators in the outer battlefield unleashed all their potential, frantically fleeing towards the teleportation array. They feared that even a moment's delay would result in being devoured. The sky was filled with streaks of sword light as they desperately tried to escape. The moment those 3 enormous divine senses appeared, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He realized these 3 divine senses were very familiar. They were indeed his 3 neighbors from the spatial rift. At this moment, his divine senses, which had been scattered for 3 years, returned one by one, each time strengthening his consciousness. Gradually, Wang Lin's consciousness returned to its previous level. Wang Lin wasn't worried. He sat down cross-legged to adapt to his new body. At this time, several mysterious creatures flew towards him like ghosts from afar. Upon seeing Wang Lin, they hesitated, reluctant to approach. Finally, seemingly unable to resist the allure of the delicious meal before them, they suddenly flew towards him. With only 10 meters left to reach Wang Lin, he suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them, and coldly said, "You don't know your place." A colossal divine consciousness suddenly emanated from Wang Lin's body. The mysterious creatures, as if encountering an enemy, let out terrified shrieks and frantically retreated. But before they could fully retreat, Wang Lin's divine consciousness pursued them, devouring a large number of them. Just as he was about to continue devouring, another colossal divine consciousness descended from the sky, seemingly attempting to stop him. Wang Lin snorted coldly, not only refusing to retreat but also pursuing them at lightning speed, devouring everything that dared to offend him. The other divine consciousness let out a sigh, saying nothing. At this moment, all of Wang Lin's divine consciousness had returned to his body. Although a very few, for some unknown reason, did not appear on the outer battlefield and could not be summoned, the power of his divine consciousness was not much different from before. "Gentlemen, the limit has been reached." His divine consciousness swept across, sending out a wave. This wave of divine consciousness immediately spread out, instantly permeating the entire outer battlefield. 3 enormous divine consciousnesses emerged from within the spatial rift, each comfortably devouring, but suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, each transmitted their consciousness to Wang Lin. "You are very strong. I didn't expect you to come from that place. The space here has collapsed. As soul devourers, our mission is to devour this place to prevent its collapse from spreading to a larger area. You are also a soul devourer. Why are you interfering? Born as a soul devourer, if I, a wandering soul, offend you, punishment is nothing to be asked of. But devouring the collapsing space is a mission I've awaited since birth. Even if we don't devour it, other soul devourers will come here to devour it anyway." As the 3 colossal divine consciousnesses each spoke, they didn't continue devouring, but silently waited for Wang Lin's reply. In their minds, Wang Lin was naturally an existence equal to theirs. This was the first time Wang Lin had heard a soul devourer speak of this. He pondered for a moment, sorting through Mao Yang's memories from when he was alive. Knowing that the teleportation array was about to open, if the outer battlefield completely collapsed at this moment, it was uncertain whether this teleportation array could even open. "I'm not trying to stop it, but I hope the final collapse of this outer battlefield can be delayed a little." "Okay. As you wish." "I agree, but the wandering souls are hunting for food, and we can't stop them." After reaching an agreement, Wang Lin's body moved slightly, flying towards the teleportation array in Mao Yang's memory. Along the way, any wandering souls who saw Wang Lin immediately panicked and scattered, not daring to stop him. On the way, Wang Lin felt very awkward with this new body. Although Mao Yang's spiritual root talent wasn't bad, far better than Wang Lin's before, this body was obtained through possession and needed time to refine before he could fully take control. At this moment, there was no spiritual power in his body. Everything relied on the movement of his divine consciousness. The most important thing now was to quickly find a place to go into seclusion, refine his body, and simultaneously improve his cultivation. From there, he could combine his powerful divine consciousness to return to Zhao Kingdom and take revenge. While flying through the air, Wang Lin suddenly stopped, looking towards the northwest, deep in thought. He hadn't been there long when he saw 3 streaks of rainbow light rapidly approaching. Following closely behind were more than 10 wandering souls, their speed increasing rapidly. Chu Zihang was a disciple of the War God Temple in the fire-burning 3rd-tier cultivation nation. At this moment, although she maintained a calm demeanor, her lips slightly upturned, her hair was disheveled, and she was drenched in sweat. Her internal spiritual power was at its limit. Anger showed on her face as she glared at her 2 senior brothers beside her. They, too, showed fear, fleeing forward without hesitation. Among our fellow disciples of the War God Temple, I fear only the 3 of us remain alive. Chu Zihang laughed bitterly. 3 days ago, the War God Temple still had 10 members. No one expected the outer battlefield to suddenly collapse. Then a large number of monstrous creatures appeared. Whenever they encountered a cultivator, they would pounce on them, instantly killing them, their souls and spirits vanishing, their bodies losing their essence and turning into dried corpses. These monstrous creatures seemed to particularly enjoy hiding within corpses, so now, simply seeing a dead body filled them with fear. 10 members of the War God Temple except for Ma Liang, who left alone 4 days ago. Of the 10 members of the War God Temple, excluding Ma Liang who left alone 4 days ago, only the 3 of them remained here for the past 3 days. Chu Zihang sighed bitterly, quickly turning her head to glance at the increasingly closer monstrous creatures. With no hope left in her heart, she closed her eyes, and the image of Ma Liang involuntarily appeared in her mind. Ma Liang was always as timid as a mouse, terrified of death. He was incredibly thick-skinned, unconcerned by any insults. Junior sister Tong couldn't stand his persistence and devised a plan to bring him to the outer battlefield. If I hadn't taken pity on him and saved him many times, he would have surely died long ago. This Ma Liang also had some conscience. A few days ago he gave me a pill, saying it would preserve my beauty. I wonder if it's true or false. With a heart devoid of hope, Chu Zihang's mind was filled with uncontrollable thoughts. Just then, she suddenly heard senior brother Yang beside her anxiously shout, "Ma Liang, run!" Chu Zihang was stunned, her beautiful eyes widening. A young man was flying towards them. He had a handsome appearance, but a chilling aura lurked within him. A patch of blood stained the front of his robe. Junior brother Ma, this time we can't escape our fate. Alas. Senior brother Yang sighed, his face showing despair. Wang Lin glanced at the 3 of them, but said nothing. At this moment, the more than 10 wandering souls chasing behind suddenly stopped, staring at Wang Lin with hesitant expressions. Wang Lin snorted softly, a wave of energy emanating from his consciousness. Get out! More than 10 wandering souls immediately panicked and retreated in chaos, disappearing in an instant. Chu Zihang stared blankly at the scene before her, unable to understand why those terrifying creatures had suddenly fled. Suddenly, she turned to look at Wang Lin, a bittersweet thought rising in her heart. Could those terrifying creatures be afraid of Ma Liang? But she immediately dismissed that thought. The other 2 disciples of the War God Temple were also bewildered. However, the feeling of having survived the ordeal suddenly increased, and all 3 relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother Yang, the oldest among them, still looked around fearfully and hurriedly said, "Sister, although we don't know why these creatures didn't attack us, we can't stay here any longer. We should quickly run to the teleportation array and leave this place." Chu Zihang shuddered, quickly nodded, and said to Ma Liang, "Brother Ma, you have the lowest cultivation level. You must stay close to us. Absolutely do not let those creatures pounce on you. Otherwise your soul will be instantly lost." The other disciple of the War God Temple anxiously said, "What's the point of talking? If you don't go, I'll go first." After saying that, his body moved slightly, and he quickly darted away. Wang Lin, through Ma Liang's memory, learned that the person's name was Lin Dao. Senior brother Yang also hurriedly followed. Chu Zihang glanced at Wang Lin and whispered, "Be careful." After saying that, she leapt up and flew forward. Wang Lin didn't have a chance to say a word from beginning to end. He silently and calmly followed behind. The reason he had to save these 3 people, besides other calculations, was also due to a sense of gratitude in Ma Liang's memory towards Chu Zihang. Wang Lin felt that having seized Ma Liang's body, he also needed to help him with something. The three of them, including Zhou Zihang, flew extremely cautiously, taking out various spiritual power-replenishing elixirs from their storage bags. Zhou Zihang took out an extra pill and gave it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the pill in his hand and inadvertently thought of his heaven-defying pearl. Once immersed in water, it would create the best medicine for recovery. Unfortunately, all the gourds containing spiritual power liquid, along with many treasures in his storage bag, had been crushed by Tang Hua Yuan, turning into nothingness. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. He could sense the pearl's existence through his divine consciousness, and even the blood-refined flying sword seemed to have dissolved into his soul. But this wasn't the time to investigate. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, secretly deciding that after leaving the outer battlefield, he must find a place to go into seclusion. The cultivators inside the outer battlefield had noticed in the past few days that the signs of collapse seemed to have slowed down slightly. But for them, this was of no use. Because compared to the massive collapse, these monstrous creatures were even more terrifying. A collapsing structure would at most only cause people to suddenly vanish. But to be devoured by these creatures meant watching helplessly as their souls were swallowed, screaming in agony before their bodies turned into dried corpses. If these cultivators could choose how to die, almost everyone would have chosen the collapse of space rather than death. The entire outer battlefield has a total of 4 large teleportation arrays. The direction Wang Lin and his 3 companions are flying towards is the nearest one. Wang Lin doesn't have a choice between these 4 teleportation arrays. For him, going to any of them is the same. These arrays can only teleport those who possess the qualification Jade Talisman. Anyone entering the outer battlefield is given a Jade Talisman. Besides protecting against the wind, its greatest function is as a token for teleporting back. Wang Lin doesn't have the Zhao Kingdom's token, so he has no way to directly return to Zhao Kingdom through the teleportation array. Now that he has taken over Ma Liang's body, his best option is Ma Liang's fire-burning kingdom. This is also another reason he saved Zhou Zihang and the other 2, to obtain a Jade Talisman. Of course, if he can find Su Hao and Jie Yang, that would be even better. These 2 were listed by Wang Lin as those destined to die. Killing them wasn't for Ma Liang's sake, but because they knew that Ma Liang was truly dead. To avoid future trouble, they absolutely had to die. Along the way, Wang Lin, relying on Ma Liang's memories, contacted 3 neighbors to search for them. All the wandering souls throughout the outer battlefield became Wang Lin's eyes and ears. Once they received news of the 2, the 3 neighbors would immediately inform him. If, in the end, there was still no news of them, it meant Su Hao and Jie Yang were dead. This left Chu Zihang and the other 2 utterly bewildered, as it seemed all the strange creatures turned and ignored them. Some clearly lunged at them, then immediately turned around and quickly passed. Along the way, the 3 of them were frightened but not in danger. After countless such experiences, when they saw those strange creatures, they no longer immediately stopped and changed direction as before. Instead, they slowed down, waiting for the creatures to leave before increasing their speed. Once in a very bizarre incident, a creature suddenly appeared and lunged towards Chu Zihang, but just as it was about to strike him, it seemed to see something unimaginably terrifying. Letting out a piercing scream before quickly retreating, flying away without a trace. The 3 of them weren't fools. Such strange occurrences naturally aroused suspicion. Combining this with previous events, they quickly understood that the answer lay with Wang Lin's body. Except for Chu Zihang, who was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, wanting to ask something but ultimately not daring to speak, the other 2 basically pretended not to see. It wasn't that they didn't want to ask, but that they couldn't. At this moment, if they said anything that offended Wang Lin, they feared their lives would be lost right there. The disciple named Lin Dao, with his back to Wang Lin, his eyes flickering, seemed to have some ulterior motive. However, his expression quickly returned to normal, showing no sign of anything. Seeing that there wasn't much distance left to reach the nearest teleportation array, many cultivators appeared nearby. Everyone's target was the teleportation array ahead. Wang Lin had already used his divine sense to investigate, and several people were gathered around the teleportation array ahead, waiting for it to open. A white light enveloped the teleportation array, acting as a protective barrier. Outside the teleportation array, numerous mummified corpses hovered, all vying to attack the cultivators inside. Wandering spirits occasionally appeared around, scurrying about among the mummified bodies. The teleportation arrays of the outer battlefields were normally closed, only opening at a fixed time. 2 days remained until that time. Those inside the array anxiously watched the outside, startled by every gust of wind. Gradually, however, some noticed that these wandering spirits only dared to linger outside, absolutely refusing to touch the array's protective barrier. More people observed this phenomenon, and everyone inside breathed a sigh of relief. During the flight, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed slightly. News arrived from his neighbors that they had spotted the 2 people he was looking for. These 2 were dead, and the storage bags were being carried by the wandering souls. Not long after, a phantom wandering soul with 2 horns on its head quickly flew from afar. Initially, Chu Zihong and the other 2 hadn't paid attention, but seeing the wandering soul getting closer and closer, they couldn't help but look towards Wang Lin. At this moment, the wandering soul stood before the 3 of them, waved its hand towards Wang Lin, and 3 storage bags immediately flew out, which Wang Lin caught in his hand. Having done all this, the wandering soul immediately turned and flew away. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he stared at the wandering soul, suddenly saying, "Stop!" The wandering soul stopped, turned around, and trembled as it looked towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at Chu Zihong and the other 2, his body moving forward, gently approaching the wandering soul. Wang Lin had devoured at least 8,000 if not 10,000, a number he clearly hadn't even counted. With a glance, he could tell that the wandering soul before him was somewhat unusual. Before devouring the wandering souls, Wang Lin's state was merely a form of life, like accumulating consciousness. All of them certainly possessed intelligence, but due to their innate instinct, they devoured everything. This wandering soul, however, was clearly different. Its body was extremely mixed. Many souls, after being devoured, seemed undigested, leaving deep marks within its body. When these marks accumulated to a certain extent, the physical constitution of this wandering soul would be completely altered. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he observed it for a long time. From this wandering soul, he felt a sensation similar to when he saw Sijunan's nascent soul in the dream realm years ago. Or perhaps there seemed to be a common point between the 2. Go kill him. Wang Lin pointed his right hand at Lin Dao, giving orders to the wandering soul. As soon as Wang Lin finished speaking, the expressions of the 3 people, including Chu Zihong, changed drastically. Lin Dao, in particular, turned pale and hastily retreated. The wandering spirit, hearing the command, flew towards Lin Dao without a word. Chu Zihong bit her lower lip, wanting to stop it, but didn't know how to speak. The senior brother surnamed Yang sighed softly, a complex expression flashing across his face. Lin Dao, using all his speed, still couldn't get far. He frantically ran back and forth, trying to avoid the wandering spirit. He knew that even if he tried to escape, his speed wouldn't match the spirit's. Even if he were lucky enough to get away, in such a vast outer battlefield, he was certain he wouldn't survive to return to the teleportation array. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "Senior, I have absolutely no connection with Mal Yang. We've been fellow disciples for years, and we've barely spoken to each other. Senior, spare my life. I am willing to become your servant. Senior, spare my life," Lin Dao said anxiously. At this moment, the wandering spirit was very close to him. Wang Lin smiled slightly at him, and with a wave of his right hand, the wandering spirit immediately stopped. Lin Dao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, but he didn't dare wipe it. He respectfully stood to the side and said, "Senior, you are undoubtedly a master from a high-level cultivation nation. Lin Dao is fortunate to become your servant, and I will absolutely not lie in the slightest." After saying this, he formed a hand seal with both hands and instantly placed it on his forehead. Immediately, a drop of clear and sparkling blood flowed from between his eyebrows, slowly floating towards Wang Lin. After the drop of blood appeared, Lin Dao's entire body immediately slumped, looking weak and anxious as he gazed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his hand, catching the drop of blood. Then his gaze shifted to his senior brother, Yang. Seeing Wang Lin take the drop of blood, Lin Dao breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his life was safe. Lin Dao was very intelligent. He was arguably the first to notice something strange about Wang Lin. He guessed that Ma Liang was definitely dead. This junior brother before him had been possessed, but he didn't dare say anything, much less warn Yang and Zhang. Lin Dao knew that following Wang Lin was his only way to survive. Even if Wang Lin didn't kill him, simply driving him away would surely lead to his death. Therefore, there was no need to compare anything further. When Wang Lin ordered the wandering soul to kill him, Lin Dao understood that the other party had clearly seen through his intentions. Therefore, he didn't need to question it, because doing so would only hasten his death. This was where Lin Dao's cleverness lay. He was extremely decisive and willingly became a slave, even offering a drop of his own lifeblood to the other party. Once he obtained the blood, if Wang Lin had even a thought, Lin Dao would be utterly annihilated. But Lin Dao had no other choice. To continue following Wang Lin, he could only do this. At this moment, his body moved slightly, quickly arriving beside Wang Lin. A sharp flying sword flashed, its tip pointing towards Yang and Zhang. He did this without hesitation. He knew that since he had become a slave, he had to do what needed to be done, even if it was just a pretense. The man surnamed Yang smiled bitterly, sighed inwardly, and without saying much, patted his forehead. A drop of his lifeblood emerged from his brow and flew towards Wang Lin. He noticed Wang Lin acting strangely, speculating that it might be due to a possession. He didn't dare to be as slow as Lin Dao, his heart trembling along the way. Now that what he had seen was clear, comparatively speaking, becoming the other party's servant was the best option. After all, compared to life and death, honor was worth nothing. Moreover, the other party was clearly a senior from a high-level cultivation nation, a master that even those wandering souls feared. Following him might offer some opportunities in the future. After offering the drop of blood, he glanced at his junior sister Chu Zihang beside him with a complicated expression, comforting her. Junior sister, Yu Chu Zihang waved her hand to stop him, looking at Wang Lin, her plump red lips curving upwards, and whispered, "Senior, when you possessed him, was Ma Liang alive or dead?" After saying this, her eyes were calm, staring intently at Wang Lin without blinking. She had wanted to ask these questions ever since she noticed Wang Lin's unusual behavior. Wang Lin glanced at her and said, "Dead." Chu Zihang breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the other party was telling the truth or lying, she didn't want to ask any more questions. Based on her intuition, she believed they weren't lying. Moreover, in their eyes, the three of them were probably nothing more than insignificant ants, so there was no need to lie to them. Therefore, she didn't say much, offering her life essence blood. 3 drops of blood gently floated before Wang Lin. He opened his mouth and inhaled them. 3 faint points of light immediately appeared in his consciousness. If he wished, these 3 would be utterly annihilated. In fact, along the way, Wang Lin hadn't bothered to conceal anything. Anyone who had known Ma Liang before would have noticed the abnormality. Furthermore, with the fear of wandering souls, a little thought would immediately reveal the truth. Wang Lin wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but if these 3 weren't smart, then there was nothing he could do. His possession of another's body absolutely couldn't be revealed to others. As for what happened on the outer battlefield, there were ways to explain it. After all, 50 years could completely change a person's character. Xu Zihang, Yang Shang, and Lin Dao, after becoming his servants, their previously tense nerves immediately relaxed as they stood behind Wang Lin. Chu Zihang looked at Wang Lin, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She knew she was very beautiful. In the War God Temple, many fellow disciples had pursued her, but she had rejected them all. Chu Zihang had sworn that she would never choose a partner until she reached the Golden Core stage. But now, she had become a servant. If the other party made a request to serve her in bed, Chu Zihang's thoughts became even more chaotic. She didn't know that Wang Lin had absolutely no interest in her. After obtaining the life essence blood of the 3 people, Wang Lin stared at the wandering soul. Touching his jaw, his consciousness immediately contacted his 3 neighbors. "This wandering soul, I want to use it." The 3 neighbors remained silent for a while, and only after a long time did they reply. "As a soul devourer, there's something you don't know clearly. As a soul, you can't leave this place. A wandering soul is also a type of soul. It's just that its level can't compare to ours. But it's still a soul, and it possesses the power of a soul. Any creature with a soul is its food. Similarly, they are my food. We devour souls, but we can't directly devour the souls of others. We can only grow stronger by devouring wandering souls. The power of a wandering soul is something these low-level cultivators have absolutely no resistance to, although high-level cultivators are fearless. The same applies if there are many wandering souls. And wandering souls, to me, are both weapons, slaves, and food. Have you ever considered what the consequences would be if souls entered a living space one day? As a soul devourer, I can clearly explain to you that if wandering souls enter a living space one day, if their numbers are not large, a series of disasters will occur. Within the living space, wandering souls are called demons. If there are a large number, the living space will become a place devoid of life. Even we, in the past, among those wandering souls, there was always one that would eventually become a soul devourer. In the process of losing life, there is a rule that exists. Anyone who tries to cross the line will be killed. This was something Wang Lin had never heard of before. He remained silent for a moment, then said, "What kind of space is this outer realm battlefield?" This place is a chaotic space built by powerful beings in the living world. It exists between the space of living beings and the space of annihilation. Even so, wandering souls cannot fly out from the spatial rift. Only when it is on the verge of collapse, when I enter, can they enter. Therefore, you basically have no way to leave, let alone those wandering souls. If you like those wandering souls, I can give them to you. But in the end, you will probably still have to return to the space of annihilation with me. This is the mission of the soul-devouring realm. The three voices of his neighbors slowly faded away. Wang Lin stood there in a daze, his face blank. The three people, including Chu Zihang, watched Wang Lin stand silently for a long time, their expressions growing heavier and heavier. Their hearts suddenly trembled, and they immediately stood up tensely. Deep down, Linda wondered if the other party had finally calmed down. If they wanted to kill someone to silence them, he didn't know what to do. Chu Zihang thought it was related to serving them while they slept, and a look of struggle appeared on his face. Yang Shang was even more terrified. He thought a lot, not only worried about his own life and death, but also a little panicked. He feared the other party would abandon Ma Liang and seize his body. Wang Lin's expression was grim. His body moved slightly, flying forward, his target being the teleportation array. Chu Zihang and the other two exchanged glances, then hurriedly followed. The wandering soul, however, remained cautious, staying far behind. The further they went, the more corpses of cultivators appeared. But whenever Wang Lin got close, wandering souls would emerge from within these corpses, quickly moving away, not daring to obstruct him. Such a bizarre scene naturally attracted the attention of the terrified cultivators who were rushing to the scene. It was unclear who was leading the group, but they followed behind the four. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look, continuing his flight. These wandering spirits hesitated for a moment, then cautiously followed the last cultivator. Seeing that Wang Lin didn't stop them, they immediately flew up, and in an instant, numerous screams of agony rang out. The cultivators scattered, and once again, each member of the group fled. A day later, the teleportation array appeared in sight, and the number of corpses and wandering spirits increased. From then on, this place became a forbidden area. No cultivator dared to come here. Although some were lucky enough to break through, they were instantly attacked by the wandering spirits upon entering. Within a 10-mile radius, except for the initial survivors inside the teleportation array and the four people including Wang Lin, there was no one else left alive. Looking at the teleportation array from a distance, Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then said to the three people including Zhou Zihang, "You three go into the teleportation array." The three dared not refuse, and despite the difficulties, flew forward. Fortunately, the wandering spirits seemed to have received the command and did not stop them. After seeing them successfully enter the teleportation array, Wang Lin stepped back, found a spot, sat down cross-legged, and stared at the teleportation array, his eyes flickering. He raised his hand, and immediately a wandering spirit from afar was drawn in, trembling. Wang Lin extended his hand towards the teleportation array, and the wandering spirit immediately struggled, but still obeyed Wang Lin's command, attacking the teleportation array. Wang Lin calmed his mind, his eyes constantly flickering as he watched the wandering soul lunging towards the teleportation array. The more than 10 people inside the array, seeing the wandering soul approaching again, hastily retreated, drawing out their magical artifacts, their eyes tense as they watched the soul's every move. As the soul drew closer, the tension on the faces of those inside grew. Just then, the wandering soul struck the luminous barrier surrounding the teleportation array. Wang Lin remained composed, but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The moment the soul touched the barrier, it instantly dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished into thin air. All those inside the array cheered with joy, their anxiety significantly reduced. They were even more confident that this teleportation array could guarantee their safety. Swallowing souls to revive. Useless. The teleportation array is the gateway to the space of living beings. Any soul that touches it will be instantly rejected by the laws and regulations of the realm. A voice transmitted from his consciousness. Wang Lin heard it but remained calm, not revealing any opinion. Staring intently at the teleportation array, he pondered for a while. Then his eyes suddenly flashed, and he continuously pointed his hands around. Immediately, more than 10 wandering souls floated towards him. Wang Lin sneered inwardly, pointing at the teleportation array, and immediately more than 10 wandering souls rushed towards it. The difference in power level made them completely unable to resist, and they dissipated one after another. Wang Lin's gaze became serious. He noticed a clue. In the instant the wandering souls touched the light, a black thread suddenly appeared and burrowed into their bodies. This was the reason for their death. As for where those black threads came from, because of their incredible speed, Wang Lin could only see a fleeting, blurry shadow, unable to discern their exact form. A hint of doubt appeared on his face. Without saying a word, he swept his divine consciousness over the more than 1,000 wandering souls. At the same time, he pointed towards the teleportation array. Immediately, the wandering souls rushed straight towards it. Several loud screams erupted from the teleportation array, and the cultivators inside turned pale, their faces devoid of any color. If 1 or 2 wandering souls appeared before them, they would be slightly worried. More than 10 souls would cause some panic. But 1,000 wandering souls attacking at once, the word fear was insufficient to describe it. To be precise, it was terror. Some even closed their eyes in despair, but the vast majority placed their last hope on the luminous sphere. At the same time, they were prepared to commit suicide if the sphere couldn't stop so many wandering souls. Death is the end, better than being devoured by vengeful spirits. At this moment, almost all the cultivators shared the same thought. The moment those more than 1,000 wandering souls rushed into the halo of light, they all let out a mournful cry and vanished into thin air. Like being swept away by a whirlwind, they all disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin stood up abruptly. He saw that the black threads appeared without any pattern. No matter where a wandering soul touched the halo of light, a black thread would immediately appear beside it. This black thread was clearly closely related to the laws of the adjacent realm. Wang Lin's eyes gradually turned cold. His divine consciousness swept around. This time, the number of wandering souls exceeded 2,000. These 2,000 wandering souls, under his urging, began to commit suicide unconsciously. At this moment, the cultivators in the teleportation array had just recovered from their state of panic, but immediately afterwards, they began to worry and be on guard. It wasn't that they didn't trust the halo surrounding the teleportation array, but rather that what they had witnessed along the way had terrified them and shattered their courage. It was like being surrounded by a pack of ferocious wolves. Even with a ring of fire outside, it was still normal to feel apprehensive and fearful. At the moment the 2,000 wandering souls attacked, Wang Lin pointed his right finger. The mutated wandering soul that had been following him showed a pleading expression, not daring to advance. Wang Lin stared at the wandering soul. Although it possessed a certain degree of intelligence, this pleading expression was something he had never seen before. Wang Lin's gaze turned cold. The wandering soul let out a choked sob, unable to withstand the pressure of Wang Lin's divine consciousness, and immediately rushed out. As soon as it emerged, it immediately noticed the difference from the other wandering souls. Along the way, all the wandering souls had moved aside, making way for it. Although not as exaggerated as when they encountered Wang Lin, it was clear they were afraid of it. At this moment, the 2,000 wandering souls had collided with the light, and all of them were suddenly penetrated by black threads that appeared out of nowhere, causing them to quickly dissipate. In that instant, the mutated wandering soul surged out. A glint of joy appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He saw that half of the mutated wandering soul's body had entered the light. Just then, a black thread suddenly appeared and penetrated its body. The mutated wandering soul showed a look of agony but still struggled to lunge at a cultivator. That cultivator immediately let out a scream, and his body quickly turned into a dried corpse. At this moment, suddenly, more than 10 black threads appeared around the dried corpse and, like lightning, penetrated it. The mutated wandering soul immediately rushed out with an extremely pained expression, but it didn't go far before turning into dust and disappearing. The monks in the teleportation array all looked at the dried corpse with changed expressions, speechless. Some female monks even burst into tears. Yangshang sighed inwardly, then stepped forward and kicked the dried corpse out of the teleportation array. Wang Lin frowned, then decisively withdrew a wisp of his divine consciousness and carefully searched ahead. The moment it touched the light surrounding the teleportation array, a black thread suddenly appeared like lightning, attempting to penetrate his divine consciousness. Wang Lin's divine consciousness immediately retreated rapidly, and the black thread, having missed its target, instantly turned back to chase after it. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. Instead of dodging, his divine consciousness directly confronted it. He wanted to test the true power of this black thread. If it were before, Wang Lin would certainly not have experimented so casually. But if even the mutated soul could withstand it, then it shouldn't be too dangerous. As the black thread entered Wang Lin's consciousness, a destructive energy erupted from within, unexpectedly surging towards his physical body. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and his immense consciousness instantly enveloped the destructive energy. He then calmly studied it. After a long while, Wang Lin sighed softly. With a slight movement of his consciousness, the energy was shattered and dissipated. Although he hadn't yet seen through its structure, it was clear that this black thread inflicted immense damage to the soul. It seemed to be specifically designed to destroy souls. Wang Lin estimated that if the number of these black threads exceeded a certain amount, even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Lin closed his eyes and pondered. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, his right hand flicking, and he took out 3 storage bags. Their divine senses searched inside. In the end, besides finding Ma Liang's teleportation jade talisman, they also found several mid-grade spirit stones. Su Hao and Jie Yang were truly unlucky. Immediately after killing Ma Liang, they encountered a swarm of wandering spirits. Although they escaped at the time, for some unknown reason, wherever the wandering spirits were, as soon as they saw them, they would immediately attack. Even if the wandering spirits were chasing other cultivators, they would immediately abandon their pursuit and turn to harass them. Some spirits, having only half devoured a soul, would spit it out and relentlessly attack them. Under such special treatment, the two couldn't hold out for long before being devoured by the wandering spirits. Therefore, even though they obtained Ma Liang's storage bag, they didn't have time to examine it carefully, so it remained intact. After inspecting the 3 storage bags, Wang Lin was somewhat surprised. Inside were many items, including spirit stones, magic treasures, and materials. It could be said that everything one could need was there. It's worth noting that this was the accumulated wealth of Su Anji over nearly 50 years, so it couldn't be little. The mid-grade spirit stones alone in their storage bags were too numerous, estimated at over 2,000. Wang Lin held a spirit stone in his hand. He had spent a lot of time in the spatial rift studying the basic formation records. In his memory, there was a formation called the Turtle Armor Annihilation Formation. This formation had no offensive capabilities, but possessed very high defensive power. In addition, there were several basic formations within it that allowed the person setting up the formation to conveniently carry it with them. Each use of these portable defensive formations required a large amount of spirit stones. During his research, Wang Lin had thought, if he had enough spirit stones, he should definitely set up several of these formations to carry with him for self-defense. He calculated the time it would take to open the teleportation formation, then without hesitation, he took out some spirit stones and crushed them. He then quickly smeared some on his fingertips and drew several symbols in the air. With each stroke, Wang Lin poured all his strength into it. As soon as the last symbol was completed, he immediately infused it with a wisp of divine consciousness. The symbol flashed and hovered motionless in midair. Following that, he crushed another spirit stone and continued drawing. One medium-grade spirit stone could draw 1 symbol. Before long, Wang Lin had used nearly 70 medium-grade spirit stones. Some of them were damaged. Wang Lin was very proficient in theory, but in practical application, unexpected problems inevitably arose. Looking at the 49 symbols floating before him, Wang Lin sighed slightly. This formation truly consumed a lot of mid-grade spirit stones. Previously, Wang Lin didn't have many, so even if he possessed the formation, he wouldn't have the capital to set it up. Wang Lin took out another spirit stone and began crafting the formation's eye. He pointed his right hand, and the spirit stone immediately flew up, each of the 49 symbols embedded into it. Each time a symbol was embedded, the spirit stone emitted a ray of light. By the time all 49 symbols were embedded, the spirit stone had become transparent and sparkling. Wang Lin reached out and grabbed it, and the spirit stone's formation eye flew into his hand. Wang Lin pressed it against his forehead, and an invisible ripple appeared around the object. Without close observation, no trace of it could be seen. Immediately afterwards, Wang Lin continued crafting, his techniques becoming increasingly skillful, and the number of failures gradually decreasing. He used nearly 60 spirit stones to complete this second formation. Time slowly passed, and the moment the teleportation array opened was fast approaching. Inside the teleportation array, all the cultivators were anxious. Living there for a day felt like a year. They hated that the array wouldn't open quickly so they could leave this terrifying place. Moreover, in the past few days, the battlefield outside the realm had collapsed at an even faster rate. The spatial rifts outside the teleportation array were becoming more numerous and larger, with cracks appearing in patches. The moment the teleportation array opened, Wang Lin placed the last array on his forehead. His eyes shone brightly as he stood up. Inside the teleportation array, dazzling lights shone, and wisps of light suddenly appeared slowly within the array, after which the teleportation array resumed operation. Outside the teleportation array, at the moment the array began to move, all the wandering souls retreated, then quickly left the area. This was likely the last time the teleportation array of the outer battlefield would open. The cultivators within the array all showed signs of surviving a catastrophe, and they slowly disappeared into the teleportation array. Wang Lin stared intently at the movements within the teleportation array. Each time someone disappeared, he silently calculated the time. Xu Zihong and the other two hesitated, unsure whether they should leave or not. While they were hesitating, they suddenly heard Wang Lin's voice. "You three go ahead. Wait for me outside." The three immediately breathed a sigh of relief, hastily taking out jade talismans, lightly infusing them with spiritual power, and instantly disappearing without a trace. After waiting for a while until all the cultivators in the formation had left, Wang Lin muttered, 3 seconds. After saying this, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he instantly leapt towards the teleportation array, simultaneously flipping his right hand to produce a jade talisman to activate the teleportation. His speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant he approached the defensive light barrier outside the teleportation array. The moment he passed through the barrier, a mass of black threads suddenly appeared from all sides. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he didn't dodge, letting the black threads shoot towards him like lightning. As the black threads approached Wang Lin's body, a light suddenly shone on his forehead, and 49 symbols instantly appeared around him, automatically blocking the black threads. The black threads then successively broke through 43 symbols before their energy dissipated and they vanished without a trace. All of this happened incredibly quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin, unharmed, jumped into the formation. The jade talisman in his hand immediately lit up, and the teleportation array began operating continuously. Wang Lin was very anxious. From his observations, he knew that the jade talisman's connection to the teleportation array only needed 3 seconds. These 3 seconds were the most dangerous. If he could get through it, he would surely succeed in teleporting. The first second, dozens of black threads suddenly appeared, shooting through the light from all directions like arrows from a bow. At this moment, deep down, Wang Lin understood that his body absolutely could not move over a large area, otherwise it would certainly hinder the teleportation. But if it was a small area, the speed of these black threads was too fast to dodge. Everything had been calculated in advance by Wang Lin. His expression darkened, and at his forehead a series of formations, each composed of 49 symbols, flashed rapidly, appearing one after another around his body. Previously, Wang Lin had created 21 formations in one go, and had just expended several. Now, nearly 1,000 symbols were radiating defensive power around him. A series of shattering sounds rang out, and the symbols around Wang Lin's body quickly shattered in just 1 second. The event happened incredibly fast. 1 second. Dozens of black threads shattered nearly 900 symbols, their energy dissipating and disappearing. At this moment, Wang Lin not only didn't breathe a sigh of relief, but became even more serious. He knew that all his previous preparations could only last until this point. The next 2 seconds required him to resist fiercely on his own. He silently tossed the 3 storage bags he was carrying, sweeping his divine consciousness around them. Immediately, countless magical artifacts flew out, their multicolored light flashing and enveloping his body from all sides. A quick glance revealed no fewer than several hundred artifacts. Wang Lin had previously examined these 3 storage bags, and indeed, some of them contained useful items. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't dare control so many artifacts at once. Even with Wang Lin's divine consciousness, controlling them all felt somewhat awkward. The teleportation jade talisman connected to the formation had entered its mid-stage. Just 1 second had passed. Now it was the second. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly contracted, and he smiled bitterly to himself. Hundreds of black threads appeared silently from all directions, simultaneously shooting towards him. The 100 or so symbols surrounding his body offered no resistance whatsoever, scattering upon contact. Then came the magical artifacts. With a resounding crash, those magical artifacts were instantly shattered into pieces. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. He hadn't yet refined those artifacts, so he couldn't fully utilize their power. Even so, under the protection of the artifacts, nearly half of the hundreds of black threads had their energy depleted and dissipated. At this moment, the remaining black threads, now unimpeded, instantly burrowed into Wang Lin's body. As soon as the threads entered his body, destructive energy erupted. Wang Lin's immense divine consciousness was instantly damaged beyond repair, but he still stubbornly resisted, holding onto his immortal soul. In this second, he persevered and overcame the resistance. At this moment, Wang Lin revealed a ferocious expression, raising his head and staring at the distant void, laughing maniacally, and saying, "What kind of damned rules and regulations are these? Come on! Come and stop me from returning. I've already died once. This time, no one can stop me. Extreme Realm. This realm is where the spiritual power of cultivators originates." But at this moment, although Wang Lin's entire body was devoid of any spiritual power, a strange transformation of the highest realm appeared within his soul consciousness. The outer battlefield, within its collapsing range, suddenly erupted in a thunderous, earth-shattering storm. Amidst a roar, half the battlefield was shattered, countless spatial rifts opening up. A colossal pressure emanated from within the void, causing Wang Lin's 3 neighbors to tremble and retreat into the void, not daring to linger. If they were like that, then there's no need to even mention these wandering souls. They all fled in panic, quickly flying back through the spatial rifts that appeared nearby and vanishing into thin air. At this moment, the jade talisman connected to the teleportation array had entered its final stage, the time remaining at the 3rd second. In Wang Lin's frenzied eyes, there was a hint of coldness, a ferocity mixed with a touch of desolation. Although this pressure was immense, Wang Lin's body remained as straight as a pine tree. His consciousness, though ravaged, was filled with an indescribable aura. This was the aura of the extreme realm, an unstoppable force that no living being could resist. If the pressure were compared to the crushing force of Mount Tai, then Wang Lin was like an unyielding, sharp sword. Perhaps Mount Tai would shatter the sword, but even if it did, it would still leave this place through the teleportation array. The 3rd second, a giant hand, formed from countless black threads, emerged from the void and grabbed at Wang Lin. At the moment the giant hand appeared, the entire outer battlefield collapsed. Like a massive block of ice being shattered, the battlefield crumbled into pieces. Countless fragments of space shattered, creating spatial rifts. In an instant, the entire outer battlefield vanished. Only for solitary teleportation arrays remained, suspended in the void. 3 seconds. This was a clash between the laws of the realm and the extreme realm. Wang Lin's consciousness shattered the moment the giant hand grasped it, but as soon as it disintegrated, it was instantly reformed by the mysterious power of the extreme realm, stubbornly resisting once again. During this process, Wang Lin once again truly felt the sensation of the extreme realm. The first time was in the ruined city. The second time was in Juming Valley. The third time was when the soul awakened in the space of annihilation. Now it's the fourth time. Each time, the power of the ultimate realm increases. Especially now, Wang Lin's consciousness is filled with the essence of the ultimate realm. His consciousness is constantly being refined, dispersing and reassembling. In this single second, Wang Lin's enormous consciousness has undergone tens of thousands of dispersions and reassembly. The consciousness gradually condenses, eventually becoming smaller and smaller, but its inner essence undergoes a tremendous transformation and growth. The entire meaning of the ultimate realm is completely integrated into it. No one knows the origin of the ultimate realm, but one thing is certain. For countless years, all cultivators who have attained the ultimate realm have only achieved it in terms of spiritual power. Only one person, Wang Lin, has truly felt the essence of the ultimate realm. Through countless fortuitous circumstances, he has defied its path. The imprint of the ultimate realm is etched onto his consciousness. The ultimate realm is contained within his consciousness, creating all these results. In fact, the formation of the Great Hand, based on the laws and regulations, had a driving effect on everything. Wang Lin's soul, after merging with the heaven-defying pearl in his consciousness, already possessed an extremely small trace of the extreme realm. However, without external pressure, even if Wang Lin cultivated spiritual power, this extreme trace would eventually dissipate. But now, under intense external pressure, his consciousness gradually shrank, and the extreme realm gradually expanded, finally completing the fusion of the two. This fusion was still at a rudimentary level. Or, to put it another way, Wang Lin's consciousness wasn't entirely the extreme realm, it contained many impurities. Extreme is a type of realm. This realm possesses a unique attribute. In other words, if spiritual power has enough extreme realm power, then all development will be focused on building spiritual power. Similarly, the current mark of the extreme realm on Wang Lin's consciousness means that his spiritual power will no longer be as powerful as before. However, his consciousness can easily annihilate all beings of the same level, regardless of the early, middle, and late stages. The only drawback is that the ultimate point of the extreme realm is the late nascent soul stage. Except for the ancient sage of the void, no cultivator has ever broken through to this point. Even the sage of the void's tribulation was deduced by others through some subtle signs. Whether it was real or fake, no one knows except the person involved. The extreme realm is truly terrifying. This kind of disregard for the immense power of the early, middle, and late stages will inevitably face resistance from the laws of heaven and earth. If left to develop without restraint, then it can be said with absolute certainty, an extreme realm cultivator is an invincible existence. Therefore, in ancient times, scholars studying the extreme realm once speculated. The so-called peak-level cultivators cannot break through to the nascent soul stage because, at the moment of breakthrough, they will be mercilessly eliminated by the laws of heaven and earth. Absolutely no peak-level cultivators with cultivation above the nascent soul stage are allowed to appear. However, Wang Lin's current peak-level cultivation is still too insignificant compared to the laws of the realm. As the giant hand got closer and closer, the rate of collapse of Wang Lin's consciousness gradually surpassed the rate of regeneration. Finally, with a loud bang, Wang Lin's consciousness shattered, but at the same time, the impurities in his consciousness also disintegrated. Now, all that remains of Wang Lin is a trace of an extremely pure symbol, almost like the starting point. Without the laws of the realm, it would have been hopeless for Wang Lin to refine this trace of the extreme symbol himself. But now, under the pressure, he succeeded. This extremely pure symbol appeared, causing even the giant hand to freeze. At this moment, the third second had passed. The teleportation array has begun to open. At the moment the teleportation array opened, the giant hand, due to the extreme state of his divine consciousness, suddenly paused, and Wang Lin's body within the teleportation array disappeared. The black threads that formed the hand immediately transformed into countless black threads that swirled outside the teleportation array for a while before finally dissipating. Because of the existence of the extreme state, Wang Lin became the first person to enter the space of annihilation to enter the space of soul devouring. Although his divine consciousness had been refined into a wisp of extreme consciousness, the essence of soul devouring remained unchanged. In the third-tier cultivation country of the fire-burning kingdom, in the southern region of the Vermilion Bird next to the cultivation demon sea, there weren't many sects. Divided into the war god temple, the evil demon sect, the Wogate, and the Xian sect. On this day, at the center of the volcano's summit, there exists a massive teleportation array connected to the War God Temple. 6 nascent soul stage masters from the War God Temple are firmly established as the top-ranked in the Fire Flame Kingdom. That year, in the competition for entry into the Outer Realm battlefield, the War God Temple crushed all other contenders, securing the soul qualification token. This time, the leader of the group here is not a nascent soul stage master, but Elder Huo Hongfei, who has reached the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. Perhaps due to his years of cultivating the divine path, although Huo Hongfei is over 200 years old, he doesn't look old at all. His extraordinary appearance resembles that of a middle-aged man in his 40s. The divine path is the highest cultivation secret technique of the War God Temple, only attainable upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. It is said to increase the chances of achieving the Golden Core Realm, but the specifics are unknown to outsiders. However, the War God Temple has always been the top-ranked nascent soul and golden core cultivators in the Fire Flame Kingdom, suggesting that the divine path must possess some miraculous power. Such effective divine techniques naturally attract covetous eyes, but the War God Temple's strength is so immense that other sects lack the ability to seize them. However, as the saying goes, a bandit remembers for 3 years. A thief's greed lasts 10. The War God Temple eventually compromised, holding a grand assembly every 20 years for review. Any foundation establishment cultivator, regardless of sect affiliation, could attend. Whether or not they attained enlightenment depended on their individual luck. However, a certain amount of spirit stones had to be paid to participate. Since then, the War God Temple has flourished peacefully, generating substantial income and alleviating many of its worries. Moreover, the Divine Tao cultivation technique actually contains less than 100 characters, and these characters are incredibly difficult to understand. Very few people can comprehend them. Huo Hongfei cultivates the Divine Tao technique. In fact, 1,000 years ago, a highly intelligent and talented individual spent more than half their life studying the Divine Tao and compiled a set of cultivation methods. This set of cultivation methods is not only extremely powerful, but also has the effect of preserving youth, which is why the disciples of the War God Temple love it. Beside Huo Hongfei were several people, the most striking of whom was a young woman. Her figure was graceful. Her beautiful phoenix eyes and oval face made her look like a fairy. At this moment, she was softly conversing with a tall, handsome man beside her, a faint scent of sandalwood wafting from her breath, her face showing a hint of tenderness. Suddenly, the teleportation array lit up, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on it. The radiance grew increasingly brilliant, and the 3 figures within slowly emerged, gradually becoming clearer. Huo Hongfei raised his eyebrows and sighed inwardly. A few days earlier, he had learned that the Outer Realm battlefield was unstable and could collapse at any moment. He had mentally prepared himself for the fact that not many of his disciples would return alive. But now, in reality, only 3 remained. Although he was prepared, he still felt a little worried. However, when he clearly saw the figures of Chu Zihong and the other 2, his expression softened. Chu Zihong was his disciple, and her temperament was unyielding. Years ago, when she asked permission to enter the Outer Realm battlefield, Huo Hongfei had sternly refused, but the child had insisted until the very end. Huo Hongfei reluctantly agreed and gave her some rare magical artifacts. Now, seeing her return safely, he breathed a sigh of relief. The figures of Chu Zihong and the other 2 appeared in the teleportation array. Seeing the familiar scene before them felt like being reborn, but then the 3 of them looked at each other, their hearts heavy. Wang Lin's life and death were their greatest concern at the moment. They had given their soul essence to Wang Lin. If Wang Lin died, the activation of their soul essence would make it difficult for them to escape death. After greeting Elder Huo Hongfei, Huo Hongfei glanced at the 3 of them and said, "Not bad. Your cultivation has improved. Zihong and Yangsheng have both reached the late foundation establishment stage. Lin Dao is a little behind, but also seems to be preparing to break through. Very good. Having undergone the tempering on the battlefield of the Abyss, you 3 will surely make great progress in the future. Alas, the only regret is that you have returned to infrequently Chu Zihong's side. Master, this time the Outer Realm battlefield suddenly collapsed, and many mysterious species appeared. Once captured by them, one soul is instantly annihilated. It's safe to say that out of 10 cultivators in the Outer Realm battlefield, only one survived. This happened so suddenly. Originally, the harvest was quite abundant, but now her expression darkened as she spoke. Huo Hongfei waved his hand to stop her, his eyebrows furrowing as he looked at the three of them. We'll talk about this later. First, answer me. Why haven't your appearances changed? You should know that even after 50 years in the outer realm, one's appearance doesn't age much, and the three of you, including Chu Zihang, cultivate techniques that contain anti-aging effects. But after 50 years, it's impossible for your appearance to remain unchanged compared to when you entered. Yang Sheng, being the senior disciple and the favorite of the hall master, immediately said upon hearing Huo Hongfei's words, "Elder, don't doubt it. Junior brother Mal Yang once received a bottle of elixir. One pill guarantees youthful looks for 100 years. The three of us each took 2 pills. The surrounding disciples of the War God Hall immediately showed envious expressions, especially the young woman, whose eyes had been fixed on Chu Zihang's face since her appearance, harboring suspicions deep down. Upon hearing Yang Zhang's words, she immediately asked, "Senior sister Chu, do you have any more elixirs?" Chu Zihang glanced at her indifferently and said, "If you want, ask junior brother Mal Yang." The young woman was inwardly angry but maintained a gentle smile, saying nothing more. She thought to herself that the cowardly Mal Yang was already dead. She hadn't even asked him yet, and he clearly didn't want to tell her. The man beside the young woman whispered a few words into her ear, and the young woman immediately showed a charming look in her eyes, scoffing disdainfully, her beautiful face blushing. Huo Hongfei frowned, glancing at the two men dismissively, and said in a low voice to the three of them, including Chu Zihang, "Very well, we have found the person. We will immediately return to the palace to trouble Ancestor Lone Fang to come out of seclusion, so we can specifically hear what happened to you in the Outer Realm battlefield." After saying this, he gave the three of them a meaningful glance. Lin Dao hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Elder junior brother Ma Yang is still behind." At that time, the situation was critical, so he let the three disciples go first, and then he would follow. Huo Hongfei raised his eyebrows, his voice tinged with surprise as he asked, "Mal Yang, he survived too?" As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples of the War God Temple all had strange expressions, especially the beautiful young woman, whose face immediately changed color and she exclaimed in shock, "Mal Yang is still alive." Chu Zihang, with a strange expression, glanced at the young woman and said, "Sister, rest assured. Junior brother Mal Yang has been in the outer space for many years, and his temperament is certainly not the same as before. At this time, he will absolutely not bother you anymore." The young woman frowned and shook her head, saying, "You don't understand." "Oh dear. But how is Mal Yang still alive?" Huo Hongfei glared and shouted, "Nonsense! Su Si, do you still hope Mal Yang dies? Is that how your master taught you?" The young woman Su Si quickly bowed her head and remained silent. The man beside her sneered, "What are you afraid of? If he dares to bother you again, I'm here." Yang Sheng sighed and said in a low voice, "Little sister, junior brother Ma Yang will absolutely not bother you. You can rest assured about that." After saying that, he secretly wondered why that senior with such a cold personality would value her so much. Just then, the teleportation array suddenly began to flicker. Everyone immediately looked back and saw a thin, frail figure slowly emerging from within. A chilling aura emanated from him. For some reason, upon seeing this cultivator, everyone felt a sudden coldness in their hearts. This feeling didn't originate from his body, but from his soul, from his consciousness. It seemed as if this person was originally a frozen soul formed over 10,000 years. The domineering nature of his supreme consciousness caused the disciples of the War God Temple, upon first encountering him, to involuntarily gasp for air. Even Huo Hongfei's pupils contracted, his heart filled with fear. "There?" Young woman Su Si shuddered, a hint of bewilderment appearing on her face. The person before her looked like Mal Yang, but his demeanor was vastly different from before. Wang Lin stepped out, his gaze sweeping over Huo Hongfei, instantly recognizing his identity. He bowed and said, "Disciple Mal Yang, greetings, Elder Huo." Huo Hongfei's eyes blazed with a sharp glint, and he said in a deep voice, "It's good that you've returned. Let's go together." After saying this, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin. Wang Lin said indifferently, I have important matters to attend to and cannot return immediately. I will return after I've dealt with these things. Huo Hongfei raised his eyebrows, about to speak, when Wang Lin threw out a storage bag, saying coldly, "These are the items I've collected over the past 50 years. The magic treasures have been destroyed. Only these materials remain." With that, Wang Lin leapt into the air, transforming into a rainbow and flying away into the distance. Huo Hongfei received the storage bag, his divine sense sweeping over it, and a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. The storage bag contained an extremely rich array of items. By the time he looked up, Wang Lin had already flown away. He hesitated to pursue, despite his suspicions. However, he decided to report this matter to the palace lord for resolution. More importantly, he wasn't sure he could keep the other party there in a short time. The icy chill emanating from Wang Lin's soul had made him wary. Even if he forced him to stay, the prospect of losing face in the eyes of the younger generation would be detrimental. Huo Hongfei immediately abandoned the idea of pursuing him. From beginning to end, Wang Lin's gaze never lingered on the young woman. When Wang Lin left, Susie stared after his disappearing figure in the air, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Ma Liang had always been by her side. Whether he beat her or scolded her, he never stopped clinging to her. She and Ma Liang had lived in the same village since childhood, their parents having made a pact to be close. Later, they were both taken as disciples by the war god temple. She found Ma Liang constantly preoccupied with his hometown, and she grew increasingly disgusted with him. But since they were betrothed, this matter was deeply ingrained in her. When she sent Ma Liang off to the outer realm battlefield, she used it as an excuse, saying that as long as he returned, she would become his dual cultivation partner. But now, when Ma Liang returned, she looked at him but saw nothing. On this point, she had a strange feeling in her heart. Moreover, the sudden tremor in her heart just now was extremely contradictory, causing her mind to go blank for a short time. Speaking of Wang Lin, after flying for a while in the unfamiliar region of the Fire Flame Kingdom, they entered a vast area of continuous mountain ranges. According to Ma Liang's memory, this was the famous volcanic complex of the Fire Flame Kingdom. The Fire Flame Kingdom got its name because the country was dominated by volcanoes of all sizes. If it weren't for the constant monitoring of the seals by cultivators, they would have likely erupted. The history of the Fire Flame Kingdom had never seen a volcanic eruption due to the control magic of the cultivators. After surveying his surroundings for a while, Wang Lin turned and flew away, stopping near a village. It was harvest season, and the village boys were happily playing. Wang Lin stood outside the village, his heart aching and trembling for a moment before entering. In a deserted spot within the farm, he found some wooden barrels containing water, filled them with a large amount of clean water, and transformed into a rainbow, quickly departing. Returning to the towering volcanic mountain range, he found a natural cave, entered, and immediately sealed the entrance with rubble and set up layers of formations before sitting cross-legged to cultivate. After doing all this, Wang Lin's face was extremely pale. He had been severely wounded in the outer realm battlefield, his entire consciousness scattered, and he had only escaped by relying on a single wisp of his extreme consciousness in the perilous situation. Upon exiting the teleportation array, he paid no attention to his injuries, spreading out his extreme-level divine consciousness primarily to conceal his wounds so he could leave to seek treatment elsewhere. At this moment, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes to rest, and immersed himself in his sea of consciousness. Wang Lin's sea of consciousness was a vast expanse of golden ocean, now mostly covered by a layer of dark mist. Only a very small area was free of mist, separated by streaks of black light that blocked the gray mist. A small, 3-inch green sword stood alone in this area, the rays of light emanating from it. Upon closer inspection, several deep cracks could be seen on the sword's body. There was still an empty space in his sea of consciousness. A cloud of dust enveloped a floating stone bead, and within a 10-jong radius around the bead, no dust dared approach. In Wang Lin's sea of consciousness, except for these two areas, all other places were shrouded in mist. Suddenly, the gray mist in his sea of consciousness surged up. In the golden light of the ocean of consciousness, a red lightning bolt shot out. As soon as this lightning bolt appeared, the surrounding mist immediately recoiled. Although Wang Lin's divine consciousness had collapsed earlier, a final trace of ultimate consciousness remained. This trace of ultimate consciousness was actually of the same type as his divine consciousness, only its quality surpassed Wang Lin's previous divine consciousness. Previously, although Wang Lin's divine consciousness was enormous, it could not withstand a single blow within that law. However, the ultimate consciousness was different. It could stubbornly resist the lie and ultimately escape, thus its power was clearly evident. The red lightning bolt was a trace of ultimate consciousness. Wherever the lightning bolt passed, the mist there dodged. The yellow light rays in the ocean of consciousness began to move like gentle waves. At that moment, the red lightning bolt flew towards the 3-inch-long small sword, suddenly striking it, causing the sword's body to flash with light. Immediately afterward, the green small sword emitted a fierce sound, following closely behind the lightning bolt, one after the other rushing out. 2 streaks of rainbow light pierced through the gray mist, causing the golden light of the ocean to surge in powerful waves. In the blink of an eye, they reached the stone bead, and in the same manner, they carried the stone bead out of the mist. Wang Lin instantly opened his eyes, his hands forming a hand seal as he chanted a spell. 2 illusory lights immediately emanated from his forehead, a stone bead and a flying sword silently floating in the air. Wang Lin didn't even glance at them, closing his eyes again. Inside his consciousness sea, the red lightning flashed back and forth for a long time, finally finding nothing unusual. The lightning flashed and then disappeared into the golden ocean once more. The gray mist once again enveloped the empty spaces, and finally, the entire consciousness sea became uniform and quiet again. Deep within the ocean of consciousness, the red lightning silently stagnated, slowly absorbing the energy within the ocean. Wang Lin could clearly feel the extreme consciousness within the yellow ocean gradually growing stronger. This growth rate, although extremely slow, was stable. If Wang Lin could live forever, perhaps after tens of thousands of years, it would become immeasurably powerful. If that were the case, even the laws of the universe would dim in comparison, losing their spatial dimension and moving at will. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then looked up at the 2 illusory lights before him. He slightly moved his right hand, and 2 storage bags appeared in his hand. He had 3 storage bags before, and the magic treasures were all used to resist the laws of the universe. As for the materials inside, he had previously crafted them from the turtle shell annihilation formation in the Outer Realm battlefield, dividing the items inside into 3 parts. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and a tiny black iron plate appeared in his palm inside a storage bag. The shape of this iron plate clearly resembled a complete suit of armor. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. His biggest weakness right now was his extremely poor understanding of cultivation materials. For example, although he had 2 storage bags, most of the materials inside were valuable but useless, which was truly frustrating. At least he recognized this iron plate. It was a piece of refined iron. He recognized it as refined iron because he had seen someone trade a piece the size of a thumbnail during a secret transaction at the Henyu sect. Realizing it was a crucial material for crafting flying swords, he put away the storage bag, secretly vowing that after his seclusion ended, he would definitely search for jade slips containing records of these materials. Wang Lin tossed the iron plate upwards, his right hand pointing at the illusory flying sword. The illusory image instantly flashed and darted into the iron plate. A green light shone from the center of the plate, spreading rapidly. Finally, a burst of sword energy erupted. Wang Lin frowned and smiled wryly at the iron plate in his hand, feeling somewhat frustrated. He wasn't skilled enough in refining to create a sword blank, so this was all he could do. With a thud, the iron plate instantly flashed, disappearing from its original position and reappearing behind Wang Lin. However, its size had shrunk considerably, and its edges were glowing red, dripping with molten steel. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, waiting for the iron plate's temperature to cool down before storing it in his storage bag. Next, he turned his gaze towards the illusory image of the stone bead, and a strong sense of spiritual connection arose. Wang Lin's heart stirred, and he summoned it with his right hand. The illusory image of the stone bead immediately flew over, gradually solidifying in his palm. The pattern on the stone bead remained the same, 2 leaves. Without a word, Wang Lin took out the wooden bucket he had brought from the farm, opened the lid, and threw the bead into the water. After a while, Wang Lin took the bead out, took a sip of the water from the bucket, and immediately a surge of spiritual energy appeared in his body. Then he took out the remaining 3 wooden buckets, soaked the beads in them separately, and stared at the stone bead to see if it could enter the dream realm space. Entering the dream realm space, looking at the familiar scenery around him, Wang Lin was silent for a moment before quickly flying forward. Not long after, he arrived at the place where Sijunan's nascent soul resided. Wang Lin's nascent soul had shrunk to only 1/10 the size of a normal person's, a stark contrast to its former size. The nascent soul was dull and lifeless, its expression listless and weary, its eyes tightly closed. Beside the nascent soul floated two faint streams of light, one on the left and one on the right. Tears streamed down Wang Lin's face as he knelt before the streams of light, bowing deeply several times. Then he sat cross-legged, picked up the 4 wooden barrels beside him, and took a large gulp, immediately beginning his breathing exercises. Wang Lin had no spiritual power left in his body. Therefore, he needed to cultivate again from the Cha condensation stage. However, both Wang Lin and Mo Liang had already gone through the Cha condensation stage, so they were both familiar with the process. Through Wang Lin's breathing exercises, his cultivation quickly recovered. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Although it was said to be a year, in reality, nearly 7 years had passed inside the dream realm. During that year, Wang Lin, whether inside or outside the dream realm, constantly absorbed and cultivated his spiritual energy, having to replenish it several times. In the dream realm, after 3 years, Wang Lin reached the 15th level of the Cha condensation stage. He then spent 2 more years entering the early foundation establishment stage, and after another year, he finally recovered his previous cultivation level, the middle foundation establishment stage. Relying on his peak divine consciousness, Wang Lin was invincible among foundation establishment cultivators. He was even confident he could fight against early core formation cultivators. If he reached the late foundation establishment stage, he had a 70% chance of killing an early core formation cultivator. Therefore, if he could form a core, he would be the #1 person in the entire cultivation world below the nascent soul stage. This was the power of the peak. Wang Lin's extreme consciousness and cultivation level were inextricably linked, like fish and water. Although his extreme consciousness was powerful, without the support of his cultivation, it couldn't be sustained continuously. Only with increased cultivation and the slow, steady growth of his extreme consciousness could it be sustained. The stronger his cultivation, the more fully his extreme consciousness could be unleashed. At this point, Wang Lin had spent 7 years cultivating, and Ma Liang's body had completely merged, leaving him completely unaffected. However, the icy aura around him had become increasingly intense, like a 1,000-year-old iceberg that no one could melt. Wang Lin raised his right hand, opening the thick stone door, and stepped out. After meditating for 3 days straight, Wang Lin moved his body and flew along the mountain range towards the mouth of the volcano. After leaving the dream realm space, he immediately sensed the surroundings of the volcano with his divine consciousness. A surge of wood attribute spiritual power was fluctuating. Not long after, Wang Lin arrived at the mouth of the volcano, only to see it filled with crimson light and waves of hot air hitting his face. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and without a word, he directly jumped in, using the gravity technique to slowly search below. The Burning Gold Mountain Range is a famous volcanic area in the Fire-Burning Kingdom. It is famous because it contains the burning gold fruit, a type of medicinal ingredient for alchemy. The golden fruit is a crucial herb for refining the soul fusion elixir. For cultivators in the Fire Flame Kingdom, the spiritual energy in the heavens is primarily of the dry, hot fire attribute, and prolonged absorption would inevitably harm the body. Therefore, the soul fusion elixir is used to regulate the fire attribute, allowing cultivators to absorb spiritual energy more effectively. It can be said that the soul fusion elixir is the most consumed elixir in the Fire Flame Kingdom. There are dozens of methods for refining the soul fusion elixir, but their effects vary. However, the most popular type is the soul fusion elixir with the golden fruit as the main ingredient. The golden fruit only grows deep within volcanoes, specifically in volcanic complexes. A single volcano will not have it. Whenever the golden fruit ripens, disciples from all 4 major sects come to harvest it. The growth of the golden fruit was somewhat miraculous. It matured neither too early nor too late, in just 3 days. Today, the 4 major sects had sent their disciples here early. Each sect occupied a crater. Due to the enormous demand for medicinal herbs, The four major sects had already reached an agreement not to steal from each other. The disciples of the Yin sect totaled 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. Each carried a coffin on their backs. At this moment, the 3 were standing outside the crater, waiting for the time to harvest the spiritual herbs. Time slowly passed, and as the crater began to emit a pleasant herbal fragrance, the disciples of the 3 sects all jumped inside. The 3 disciples of the Yin sect all looked puzzled, one of the women frowning slightly. "Brother Ma, what's going on here?" The man surnamed Ma also frowned and said, "The fragrance indicates that the golden fruit has matured. According to the current situation, the golden fruits in all 4 volcanoes should have matured simultaneously, Brother Chu. Do you think we should go down and investigate?" The young man surnamed Chu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Wait. Let's wait a little longer. If the fragrance doesn't spread, it's very likely that it has been dissolved by the poisonous flames in the volcano, and going down would certainly be dangerous." Time slowly passed, and as the fragrance from the other 3 volcanoes grew stronger, the 3 men became increasingly anxious. The young man surnamed Chu gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Let's go down and take a look." Just as he was about to jump down, a blast of icy cold air emanated from within the volcano. Immediately afterward, a young man radiating icy coldness flew out from the volcano, much to the astonishment of the 3 men. In his hand, he held a purple branch. The tree branch was laden with golden fruits. This person was Wang Lin. After appearing, he didn't even glance at the 3 people, immediately turning and leaving. He had noticed the 3 of them below, but his mind was only focused on how to obtain the golden fruits. Once picked, these fruits would instantly melt into gas in the surrounding dry heat. Therefore, Wang Lin directly broke off the entire branch. However, what made him helpless was that the branch couldn't be stored in his storage bag, so he had to carry it on his shoulder. If the fruit wasn't of great use to him, Wang Lin wouldn't have gone through such trouble. The young man's surname Chu spat out a mouthful of saliva, staring at the branch on Wang Lin's shoulder, his expression changing several times. This was his 3rd year coming here to collect the fruit, so he knew that he could only pick a maximum of 10 fruits a year. Any more would certainly damage the tree. This golden fruit is the crystallization of the tree's roots, or rather, the outlet of the roots. If too many are harvested, the roots will surely die. If the tree dies, golden fruits will never appear again from this volcanic crater. Yet, the person before them dug up the entire root system. Didn't he know that moving the roots would kill the tree within 2 hours? The young man's surname Chu's eyes were filled with rage. Wang Lin, whose cultivation had only reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, was acting as if the 3 of them didn't exist, casually taking the golden fruits. He shouted, "Stop! You're incredibly audacious. No matter which sect you belong to, anyone who dares to uproot this tree will pay a heavy price." After speaking, he patted the coffin behind him. The coffin immediately flew up, and with a loud bang, it stood upright. A creaking sound echoed, the lid tilted to one side, and a withered, black arm emerged from within. A foul, putrid smell immediately filled the air. His 2 fellow disciples beside him also immediately removed their coffins, stood up, and glared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned around, glanced at the 3 of them, then stroked the root of the burning gold vine, his expression calm. He said, "A price." Chu Gang chuckled faintly, saying, "Cut off your own 2 arms and 2 legs, gouge out your 2 eyes, and then come back with us so our sex master can decide your fate." Without waiting for Wang Lin's reply, he opened his coffin completely, and a completely black, dried corpse suddenly flew out and lunged straight towards Wang Lin. At the same time, Chu Gang's 2 fellow disciples behind him also patted their coffins. Bang, bang to sounds, and from within the 2 coffins, 2 more corpses flew out. These 3 corpses arranged themselves in the shape of the Chinese character pin, striking directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. A flash of lightning briefly appeared in his eyes before quickly disappearing. The 3 corpses trembled, their expressions dim, their consciousness fading as they died. At this moment, Wang Lin remained unfazed, looking at the 3 corpses flying from the air. 2 of them immediately rotted and fell straight down from the sky, instantly becoming 2 piles of white bones. The remaining corpse showed no signs of damage and suddenly stopped. Its lifeless eyes suddenly revealed a glimmer of intelligence, looking at Wang Lin in fear. Then it immediately fled. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention, saying, "Where are you going? Die." The corpse ignored Wang Lin's words, its body emitting black energy as it fled far away, but it suddenly let out a mournful scream. A faint light emerged from the withered corpse, transforming into a small, delicate figure with refined features. It turned to Wang Lin and pleaded, "Please, fellow Taoist, show mercy. I am Suli Guo from the Heavenly Gang sect of a 4th level cultivation nation. If I have offended you in any way, I beg forgiveness. Please speak calmly." I am utterly terrified. He had intended to escape, but unexpectedly, his consciousness trembled and a destructive force suddenly surged within him, filling him with an intense sense of danger. Without hesitation, he immediately detached himself from the withered corpse, his primordial spirit leaving his body. While alive, although he possessed nascent soul cultivation, he had been severely wounded in a major battle. Although his nascent soul escaped, it was on the verge of disintegration. Finally, thanks to a close friend who used many treasures, he was able to contact the corpse insect and purchase this body. The bodies of the corpse insect were very famous in 4th and 5th level cultivation nations. Not to mention their spiritual power. All of them possess exceptionally good innate talent and can even choose the appearance according to the client's preferences, even accommodating the bodies of the opposite sex for some eccentric cultivators. As long as you pay the price, all matters related to body possession will be handled by the yin sect in the best possible way. Most importantly, seizing a body will absolutely not cause any trouble, and if you pay a little more, you can even receive complete protection during the recovery period. The yin sect has researched body possession to an astonishing level, thus developing a method to increase the success rate. As long as you pay more, you can choose the body's cultivation level. Everyone knows that if a nascent soul cultivator is attempting to possess a body, the most suitable body is naturally also a nascent soul cultivator. Using a golden core cultivator's body will reduce their cultivation level and require a long time to recover. If you can't afford the price, not even a nascent soul stage body, then you can only choose the cheaper foundation establishment stage. Even then, even a nascent soul stage expert would need many years to slowly recover. Suli Guo is a nascent soul stage expert who couldn't afford that exorbitant price. If the yin sect only sold nascent soul stage bodies at the highest price, it wouldn't be that powerful. But in reality, nascent soul stage bodies aren't the main thing the yin sect buys. For example, for a transformation stage cultivator, the best choice is a transformation stage body. But obtaining a flawless transformation stage body is extremely difficult, and almost all transformation stage experts have the support of the 5 major super sects. However, if you pay a high enough price, the yin sect will immediately resolve the issue and you will definitely get a transformation stage body. But if you were to search for it yourself, you absolutely wouldn't find a body of the transformation stage cultivator. So what's the reason? This is also the biggest secret of the yin sect, and no one knows the answer. It's even rumored that even a powerful cultivator like Chu Xiangguo, a 6th level cultivator from a cultivation nation, could be provided with a corresponding body by the yin sect. This is a mysterious and unpredictable sect. The sect leaders in cultivation nations only know the location of their headquarters in 5th level cultivation nations, but where the true headquarters is located remains unknown. However, it can be confirmed that no one in 4th level cultivation nations or higher dares to provoke the yin sect. As for 3rd level cultivation nations, as long as you don't provoke them, it won't cause any problems. After all, they only cultivate low-level cultivators there, not trade them. Wang Lin looked at Suli Guo, sighing repeatedly. He was about to advance when his expression suddenly changed. The storage bags of the 3 men, including Zhou Gang, flew up and were immediately collected by Wang Lin. Following that, several fireballs shot towards the 3 disciples of the yin sect, burning them to ashes. Immediately afterward, he lightly waved his hand and grabbed them. Suli Guo dared not resist and was instantly seized. Then Wang Lin instantly soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. At this time, the 3 groups of disciples from the fire-burning kingdom at the 3 nearby volcanoes had finished collecting the burning gold fruit and began to leave. Wang Lin returned to the cave, placed the burning gold fruit on the ground, and then released Suli Guo's primordial spirit. Suli Guo, worried, sighed and said, "Fellow Taoist, Please speak slowly about whatever matter it is. As long as you can spare me, I will fulfill any request. I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. Su Li Guo felt extremely frustrated. He was a powerful nascent soul cultivator, but because his previous body had been destroyed and his nascent soul damaged, his cultivation had greatly diminished. Furthermore, he couldn't afford the exorbitant price of a nascent soul cultivator's body. After much consideration, he decided that instead of resorting to possessing the body of a low-level disciple from another sect, which would be very troublesome if discovered, it would be better to spend a small amount to buy a body from the Yin sect to recover peacefully and avoid future worries. Having possessed the body of a Foundation Establishment stage disciple, it would take a long time for his cultivation to recover. Currently, he only possessed late Foundation Establishment stage cultivation, so although he had a nascent soul inside, he lacked the corresponding strength. Moreover, Wang Lin was extremely domineering. At this moment, Su Li Guo was like a paper tiger, unable to withstand a single blow. However, if Su Li Guo had recovered his cultivation to the Golden Core stage, the outcome would have been completely different. Su Li Guo begged for forgiveness, but Wang Lin ignored him. His eyes flashed, and he slapped the stone wall beside him with his right hand, instantly sealing the opening. Su Li Guo's expression changed slightly, and he inwardly groaned in distress. He immediately retreated, flying into the wall. Wang Lin did not stop him. His divine consciousness swept over, and a red electric light flashed. Su Li Guo's eyes dimmed again, his body trembled, and destructive power enveloped him once more. Wang Lin grabbed Su Li Guo's trembling primordial spirit with one hand, then stared intently at it. He pondered for a moment, and in an instant, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. In that brief moment when he looked at Su Li Guo's primordial spirit, an extremely familiar feeling suddenly arose. He carefully considered it for a long time, but still couldn't understand where this familiarity came from. Now, looking at the other party's primordial spirit, he suddenly remembered the reason for that familiarity. This primordial spirit bore some resemblance to the mutated wandering soul in the annihilation space. Wang Lin stroked his chin, deep in thought. If he could have devoured the wandering soul in the annihilation space from the beginning, his strength would have increased significantly. Moreover, because the wandering soul's power was so strong, his devouring ability would have been enhanced. Once the living beings in the annihilation space possess a certain number of wandering souls, seeking revenge against Tang Hui Yuan will become easier. Most importantly, Wang Lin knows that currently, if he encounters a core formation cultivator, there's no other option but to flee. But with wandering souls, even if core formation cultivators are somewhat troublesome, he will have the ability to protect himself. If the number of wandering souls increases, even a nascent soul cultivator would be worth risking their life. He knows his own magic well. To be precise, he only knows a few basic minor spells. As for magical artifacts, he only has a flying sword, nothing else. After the events in Zhao Kingdom, Wang Lin's mindset has undergone a tremendous transformation. Everything he does now is solely aimed at strengthening himself and preventing others from controlling him. Having Su Li Guo's primordial spirit in his hands made Wang Lin's heart pound. If I can't bring the wandering soul out of the annihilation space, can I create one myself here? Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He potted his storage bag, and an iron fin flew out. A moment later, he had dug out a stone chamber. Taking advantage of this, Wang Lin immediately destroyed Su Li Guo's consciousness. After all, it was the consciousness of a nascent soul stage expert. Even with his cultivation greatly reduced, Wang Lin had to exert all his strength to barely succeed. At this moment, Su Li Guo's primordial spirit had become an unconscious entity. After preparing the stone chamber, the iron fin returned to Wang Lin's storage bag. Wang Lin waved his hand, sending the primordial spirit into the stone chamber, then leaving a restriction. Only then did he regulate his breathing and leave the cave. Searching around the mountain range, Wang Lin brought back several small beasts. Inside the stone chamber, Su Li Guo's primordial spirit was dazed, floating motionless in the air. Wang Lin glanced at it, then threw a small beast in. The little beast, having just been thrown into the stone chamber, immediately let out a few cries, then ran straight to a corner, curling up and cautiously looking around. All four sides were empty. It couldn't see any primordial spirit. Wang Lin frowned. He looked at the two sides peacefully inside the stone chamber, pondered for a moment, then reinforced the restrictions, and then ignored them. He dug another stone chamber next to it and released the remaining little beasts. Having finished everything, Wang Lin lightly patted his forehead. The heaven-defying pearl immediately flew out from his brow, spinning in the air before instantly entering the burning gold vine. All the burning gold fruits on the branch immediately shrank. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they finally disappeared completely. Streams of what attributes spiritual energy continuously flowed into the stone pearl. The illusory image of the third leaf slowly appeared on the stone bead. By the time the burning gold vine was completely dry, the third leaf had solidified into a tangible form. Wang Lin's expression brightened slightly. He retrieved the stone bead into his hand, carefully examining it. Then he tapped his forehead, and the bead immediately dissolved and disappeared inside. Wang Lin took a deep breath, pondering for a moment. Afterward, he left the cave and headed straight for the volcano. He searched several other volcanoes. In 3 days, Wang Lin collected all the burning gold fruits in the burning gold mountain range, directly destroying the roots. The heaven-defying bead had produced its 5th leaf. 3 days later, Wang Lin returned to the stone chamber. He looked inside. All he saw were some droppings and traces of urine. The beasts were very listless, their bodies devoid of life. For 3 days it had been starving without food, leading to physical weakness. Su Ligua's primordial spirit remained floating in the air as before. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared even more transparent than before, seemingly capable of disappearing at any moment. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, his extreme realm divine consciousness spreading out, pushing the primordial spirit back. Gradually, Wang Lin's extreme realm divine consciousness approached, finally forcing it above the little beast. Finally, seeing that the primordial spirit was unavoidable, it lunged towards the little beast. Wang Lin's spirit trembled, his eyes becoming serious as he carefully observed. He saw the little beast's body tremble violently, finally shuddering and raising its head, its eyes shooting out a ray of light. However, the light gradually dimmed, and finally it tilted its head and fell. At this moment, Su Ligua's primordial spirit emerged from the little beast's head, striking a wall, but upon impact, it let out a mournful cry and quickly retreated. Next, he changed direction, repeatedly colliding with it but without success, finally floating in midair, swaying slightly. Wang Lin felt no fear, but rather joy. He stared at the primordial spirit, its eyes, no longer bewildered, now held a hint of madness. Wang Lin immediately threw all the small beasts he had captured 3 days earlier into the void, his eyes blinking incessantly as he intently observed. The small beasts, upon being thrown in, immediately scattered in all directions, their eyes darting around in fear. But what made Wang Lin frown was that the primordial spirit paid no attention to the group of small beasts. The madness in its eyes gradually faded and finally disappeared completely. Once again restoring its bewildered expression, Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then used his divine consciousness to force the primordial spirit into the body of a small beast. The moment the beast died, the primordial spirit surged out, and the madness in its eyes reappeared. However, the primordial spirit still didn't pay any attention to the other small beasts. Wang Lin snorted softly, using the same method to force the primordial spirit to completely devour the souls of the small beasts. At this moment, the madness in the primordial spirit's eyes intensified. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then turned and left. In the nearby mountain range, he captured some wild beasts. This time, he only chose some ferocious beasts, one of which was even somewhat cunning. Returning to the cave, Wang Lin created several stone chambers, categorized these animals, and then threw two roaring, bloodshot-eyed beasts into the secret chamber containing the primordial spirit. He again forced the primordial spirit to devour them, and the primordial spirit's eyes became increasingly crazed. Wang Lin observed from outside the stone chamber for a long time, wondering if this would turn the primordial spirit into a wandering soul or a demon. In fact, the best method would be to capture cultivators for experimentation. However, Wang Lin worried that if that primordial spirit devoured a cultivator, it could very likely increase its own cultivation level, thereby surpassing the realm of ultimate divine consciousness, which would then endanger itself. Therefore, because he wasn't entirely sure, he didn't consider directly using the cultivator's soul. 4 days later, except for one seemingly mischievous creature, all the captured animals had been used. Today, Wang Lin threw the mischievous beast into the stone chamber. Under the pressure of his ultimate divine consciousness, his primordial spirit attacked the beast. But upon touching it, his primordial spirit immediately erupted with intense conflict, struggling to control itself, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. Wang Lin's ultimate divine consciousness moved, a crimson lightning flashed, and finally, his primordial spirit struck the beast. Time passed, and the beast's body trembled violently. Half an hour later, the beast's body exploded, and a crimson phantom leapt out, floating in the air before letting out a few cries. Its primordial spirit had completely transformed, emitting a dark crimson aura and a dense, malevolent energy that even Wang Lin, standing outside the stone chamber, could clearly sense. In Wang Lin's eyes, it was no longer a primordial spirit but had truly become a demon. Wang Lin's eyes brightened. After a moment of thought, he opened the stone chamber door and entered. The demon suddenly turned its head and stared at Wang Lin, then lunged forward. Wang Lin's expression was cold, and crimson lightning flashed in his eyes. The demon was struck and sent flying, but its face showed a cruel expression as it continued to charge. Wang Lin extended his hand and grabbed the demon. "You want to die?" Wang Lin's voice was icy cold, and crimson lightning flashed incessantly in his eyes. With each flash of light, the demon's head trembled even more, the cruelty in its eyes gradually receding, replaced by fear. Finally, it even showed a pleading look for forgiveness. Wang Lin took the demon head and left the stone chamber. After meditating, he threw the demon head into the air. The cruel expression on the demon head's face flashed again, and without hesitation, it fled towards the ceiling of the stone chamber. Wang Lin only smiled faintly, his extreme divine consciousness quickly pursuing it and beginning to punish it. The demon head immediately let out a miserable cry, its body emitting a wisp of energy, becoming listless. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a metal fan flew out. He stared at the demon head and calmly said, "Go inside and hide. You are not allowed to come out unless I summon you." The demon head looked at Wang Lin fearfully, then transformed into a red light and entered the metal fan. After retrieving the metal fan, Wang Lin looked around with a touch of emotion. He went outside, and at the mouth of the cave, he gently waved his hand to close the cave entrance. Without looking back, Wang Lin immediately flew into the sky, heading east. According to Ma Liang's memory, the location of the War God Temple was indeed in the east. Wang Lin had already made his calculations. From Ma Liang's memories, he had also traced the route to Zhao Kingdom. To find it, he could only go to the War God Temple's scripture library, where there was a map. Besides that, the blood-refining magic weapon, the green small sword, had now turned into an iron fan, its power diminished. Wang Lin wouldn't need to use it against a Foundation establishment cultivator. But if he encountered a golden core cultivator, his extreme realm divine consciousness couldn't be used. Having a good magic weapon would be life-saving. Therefore, Wang Lin absolutely had to learn the art of refining artifacts. To learn the art of refining artifacts, he needed to return to the War God Temple, as it had an artifact refining hall. Besides that, Wang Lin also wanted to find the land of extreme yin. Otherwise, his cultivation would only remain at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Only in the yin extreme realm, according to the Huangquan ascending aperture technique, can one produce 3 cold pills, advance to the late foundation establishment stage, or even form a golden core. Wang Lin had no intention of neglecting the Huangquan ascending aperture technique. After all, Sichuan had said that when cultivating this technique, after all 3 cold pills appear and fuse together, it creates a very high chance of advancing to the golden core stage. What he needed most now was to restore his cultivation. Because he lacked yin cold liquid, Wang Lin could only cultivate the low-grade divine Dao techniques in the War God Temple obtained from Ma Liang's memories during his foundation establishment stage. This type of technique had no attributes and was considerably inferior to yin cold's spiritual power. However, it was superior in its longevity. If yin cold attributes were considered an unstoppable, sharp sword, then the divine Dao techniques that cultivated spiritual power were like a flexible thread. The War God Temple was located on a towering mountain in the fire-burning kingdom. This mountain was shrouded in mist year-round and home to many spirit beasts. Besides the highest main peak, there are 4 lower secondary peaks. On these 4 secondary peaks are the 4 great heavenly palaces. As one of the 4 leading sects in the Fire Flame Kingdom, the War God Palace has over 3,000 disciples. Excluding a few outer sect servants, There are also 2,300 inner sect disciples. Today, on a solitary peak thousands of miles away from the war god palace, Chu Zihang, Yang Shang, and Lin Dao appeared. 3 days ago, they had all felt a tremor in their hearts, receiving a message from Wang Lin using his lifeblood, asking them to deliver some items and meet again in 3 days. The agreed-upon time had long passed, but they dared not leave. Of the three, Lin Dao seemed frightened, his heart pounding, trying to find an excuse to decline. Chu Zihang's expression was blank, her luscious red lips tightly pressed together, her mind a complete blank. Ma Liang had disappeared for a year, and she had thought he would never appear again. But 3 days ago, her heart was shaken, and upon hearing his voice, her face instantly turned pale. Yang Zhang's expression was calm, except for a few flashes of light in his eyes. There was nothing unusual about him. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his fists were clenched tightly. Time passed, and soon night fell, but Wang Lin still hadn't appeared. The three looked at each other, their faces showing suspicion. On a mountain 2,000 feet away, Wang Lin was coldly watching them. Since the great changes in Zhao Kingdom, Wang Lin's temperament had become extremely cautious. Although he possessed the lifeblood essence of the three, human hearts are difficult to fathom. Perhaps the three were taking a gamble. Therefore, Wang Lin observed his surroundings, ready to crush their lifeblood essence without hesitation if anything unusual happened, and quickly flee. At the same time, he observed the reactions of the three. Even if they were faking it, they couldn't maintain it for long. Of the three, Lin Dao reacted the most normally, remaining panicked from beginning to end. Chu Zihang was always dazed, his expression vague and difficult to conceal. He only subtly observed these two, his attention entirely focused on Yang Shang. This man's demeanor was extremely stable, but as time passed, his mood became unpredictable. Wang Lin watched his right hand, a cold glint in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to approach the three. Instantly appearing before them, a chilling aura quickly spread. Upon seeing Wang Lin, the three trembled inwardly, the weary feeling of waiting completely gone. The more than a year spent on the outer battlefield had almost haunted their dreams every night. They didn't know how powerful Wang Lin was, but currently, the aura emanating from Ma Liang before them terrified them. They even felt a sense of unease, even without the protection of their lifeblood. A single thought from Wang Lin would be enough to kill them all without a chance to retaliate. When Wang Lin swept his gaze over them, this feeling intensified to its extreme. Lin Dao was the first to succumb, falling to his knees with a thud, trembling as he said, "Lin Dao greets his master." Yang Shang and Zhu Zihang fared no better, merely enduring the pain. As Wang Lin's supreme divine consciousness retracted, the dangerous aura instantly dissipated, and the three breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Shang and Zhu Zihang quickly bowed in reverence. But Yang Shang felt a pang of bitterness, his right hand gripping the jade talisman tightly. This time, he came here with two intentions. First, he planned to trick Wang Lin into going to the War God Temple, then use the opportunity to ask an elder for help in reclaiming his lifeblood essence. Second, if Wang Lin didn't go, he would secretly use the jade talisman in his hand to transmit the location to the jade talisman in his junior brother's hand, which was inside the War God Temple. Just by infusing a little spiritual power, his junior brother's jade talisman would light up, and according to his instructions, his junior brother would hand the talisman over to their master. But now he realized how foolish his thoughts were. If he actually did that, he would probably be the first to die. To dare to possess Ma Liang's body, that senior must be a top-tier expert in the cultivation world. Otherwise, how could his cultivation be only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet possess a divine consciousness that made him tremble with fear? Yang Shang sighed inwardly, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance in his mind. He took a deep breath. His left hand quickly potted his storage bag and took out a jade slip. He respectfully said, "Master, I have brought the item you requested 3 days ago. This is the jade slip from the refining heavenly palace." Wang Lin received it and scanned it with his divine consciousness. Seeing nothing suspicious, he nodded slightly, his gaze then shifting to Lin Dao. Lin Dao's heart pounded, and he whispered, "Master, the items placed in the highest positions in the scripture library are beyond my reach. My cultivation is insufficient, so I cannot access them." Seeing Wang Lin's unchanging expression, Lin Dao gritted his teeth and looked up, saying, "10 days. Master, please give me 10 more days." My cousin will come to take over in 10 days, and he will surely help me then. Wang Lin looked at him, nodded slightly, and said calmly, if you truly bring it, when I leave the fire-burning kingdom, I will return your lifeblood to you. After saying this, he looked at Yang Shang, his gaze growing colder. Originally, I intended to return your lifeblood essence to you, but seeing what you hold in your hand, I think it's unnecessary. I won't kill you, but I'll keep this lifeblood essence. Yang Zhang's body trembled slightly, his face pale. Especially when he saw Wang Lin's gaze, he felt extremely frightened and immediately knelt down. He handed over the jade slip in his hand, his face filled with anxiety. Wang Lin didn't look at him but instead looked at Zhou Zihang. Zhou Zihang gritted her teeth, smiled slightly, and said softly, Senior, that divine technique is extremely strange. Although I saw it once half a year ago, I had absolutely no impression of it after seeing it. I really can't fulfill this task. Actually, since you returned from the battlefield in the outer realm as Mao Yang, you certainly have the right to investigate it. Divine technique. This was what Wang Lin found most interesting in Mao Liang's memories. In Mao Liang's memory, this was something he dreamed of. Unfortunately, the War God Temple strictly controlled its disciples' access to the divine techniques. Outer sect disciples could simply pay a certain amount of spirit stones at regular intervals to be allowed to view them. However, inner sect disciples could only be allowed to view them if they reached the core formation stage or performed many meritorious deeds for the sect. According to Wang Lin's analysis, this divine technique was probably a bit strange. Otherwise, a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't need a guardian to view it. He had let Zhou Zihang imprint it once, not expecting it to succeed, so he wasn't disappointed. Carefully glancing at the three of them, he said, You three don't need to be wary of me. As long as you don't harbor any ill intentions, I will certainly return your lifeblood essence. But if you do, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Lin looked at Sila Guo, sighing repeatedly. He was about to advance when his expression suddenly changed. The storage bags of the three men, including Zhou Gang, flew up and were immediately collected by Wang Lin. Following that, several fireballs shot towards the three disciples of the Yin sect, burning them to ashes. Immediately afterward, he lightly waved his hand and grabbed them. Sila Guo dared not resist and was instantly seized. Then Wang Lin instantly soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. At this time, the three groups of disciples from the fire-burning kingdom at the three nearby volcanoes had finished collecting the burning gold fruit and began to leave. Wang Lin returned to the cave, placed the burning gold fruit on the ground, and then released Su Liguo's primordial spirit. Su Liguo, worried, sighed and said, Fellow Taoist, please speak slowly about whatever matter it is. As long as you can spare me, I will fulfill any request. I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. Su Liguo felt extremely frustrated. He was a powerful nascent soul cultivator, but because his previous body had been destroyed and his nascent soul damaged, his cultivation had greatly diminished. Furthermore, he couldn't afford the exorbitant price of a nascent soul cultivator's body. After much consideration, he decided that instead of resorting to possessing the body of a low-level disciple from another sect, which would be very troublesome if discovered, it would be better to spend a small amount to buy a body from the Yin sect to recover peacefully and avoid future worries. Having possessed the body of a foundation establishment stage disciple, it would take a long time for his cultivation to recover. Currently, he only possessed late foundation establishment stage cultivation, so although he had a nascent soul inside, he lacked the corresponding strength. Moreover, Wang Lin was extremely domineering. At this moment, Sila Guo was like a paper tiger, unable to withstand a single blow. However, if Sila Guo had recovered his cultivation to the golden core stage, the outcome would have been completely different. Sila Guo begged for forgiveness, but Wang Lin ignored him. His eyes flashed, and he slapped the stone wall beside him with his right hand, instantly sealing the opening. Su Liguo's expression changed slightly, and he inwardly groaned in distress. He immediately retreated, flying into the wall. Wang Lin did not stop him. His divine consciousness swept over, and a red electric light flashed. Su Liguo's eyes dimmed again, his body trembled, and destructive power enveloped him once more. Wang Lin grabbed Su Liguo's trembling primordial spirit with one hand, then stared intently at it. He pondered for a moment, and in an instant, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. In that brief moment when he looked at Suligwa's primordial spirit, an extremely familiar feeling suddenly arose. He carefully considered it for a long time, but still couldn't understand where this familiarity came from. Now, looking at the other party's primordial spirit, he suddenly remembered the reason for that familiarity. This primordial spirit bore some resemblance to the mutated wandering soul in the annihilation space. Wang Lin stroked his chin, deep in thought. If he could have devoured the wandering soul in the annihilation space from the beginning, his strength would have increased significantly. Moreover, because the wandering soul's power was so strong, his devouring ability would have been enhanced. Once the living beings in the annihilation space possess a certain number of wandering souls, seeking revenge against Tang Hui Yuan will become easier. Most importantly, Wang Lin knows that currently, if he encounters a core formation cultivator, there's no other option but to flee. But with wandering souls, even if core formation cultivators are somewhat troublesome, he will have the ability to protect himself. If the number of wandering souls increases, even a nascent soul cultivator would be worth risking their life. He knows his own magic well. To be precise, he only knows a few basic minor spells. As for magical artifacts, he only has a flying sword, nothing else. After the events in Zhao Kingdom, Wang Lin's mindset has undergone a tremendous transformation. Everything he does now is solely aimed at strengthening himself and preventing others from controlling him. Having Siligu's primordial spirit in his hands made Wang Lin's heart pound. If I can't bring the wandering soul out of the annihilation space, can I create one myself here? Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He potted his storage bag, and an iron fin flew out. A moment later, he had dug out a stone chamber. Taking advantage of this, Wang Lin immediately destroyed Siligu's consciousness. After all, it was the consciousness of a nascent soul stage expert. Even with his cultivation greatly reduced, Wang Lin had to exert all his strength to barely succeed. At this moment, Siligu's primordial spirit had become an unconscious entity. After preparing the stone chamber, the iron fin returned to Wang Lin's storage bag. Wang Lin waved his hand, sending the primordial spirit into the stone chamber, then leaving a restriction. Only then did he regulate his breathing and leave the cave. Searching around the mountain range, Wang Lin brought back several small beasts. Inside the stone chamber, Siligu's primordial spirit was dazed, floating motionless in the air. Wang Lin glanced at it, then threw a small beast in. The little beast, having just been thrown into the stone chamber, immediately let out a few cries, then ran straight to a corner, curling up and cautiously looking around. All four sides were empty. It couldn't see any primordial spirit. Wang Lin frowned. He looked at the two sides peacefully inside the stone chamber, pondered for a moment, then reinforced the restrictions, and then ignored them. He dug another stone chamber next to it and released the remaining little beasts. Having finished everything, Wang Lin lightly patted his forehead. The heaven-defying pearl immediately flew out from his brow, spinning in the air before instantly entering the burning gold vine. All the burning gold fruits on the branch immediately shrank. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they finally disappeared completely. Streams of what attributes spiritual energy continuously flowed into the stone pearl. The illusory image of the third leaf slowly appeared on the stone bead. By the time the burning gold vine was completely dry, the third leaf had solidified into a tangible form. Wang Lin's expression brightened slightly. He retrieved the stone bead into his hand, carefully examining it. Then he tapped his forehead, and the bead immediately dissolved and disappeared inside. Wang Lin took a deep breath, pondering for a moment. Afterward, he left the cave and headed straight for the volcano. He searched several other volcanoes. In 3 days, Wang Lin collected all the burning gold fruits in the burning gold mountain range, directly destroying the roots. The heaven-defying bead had produced its fifth leaf. 3 days later, Wang Lin returned to the stone chamber. He looked inside. All he saw were some droppings and traces of urine. The beasts were very listless, their bodies devoid of life. For 3 days it had been starving without food, leading to physical weakness. Siligu's primordial spirit remained floating in the air as before. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared even more transparent than before, seemingly capable of disappearing at any moment. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, his extreme realm divine consciousness spreading out, pushing the primordial spirit back. Gradually, Wang Lin's extreme realm divine consciousness approached, finally forcing it above the little beast. Finally, seeing that the primordial spirit was unavoidable, it lunged towards the little beast. Wang Lin's spirit trembled, his eyes becoming serious as he carefully observed. He saw the little beast's body tremble violently, finally shuddering and raising its head, its eyes shooting out a ray of light. However, the light gradually dimmed, and finally it tilted its head and fell. At this moment, Siligua's primordial spirit emerged from the little beast's head, striking a wall, but upon impact, it let out a mournful cry and quickly retreated. Next, he changed direction, repeatedly colliding with it but without success, finally floating in midair, swaying slightly. Wang Lin felt no fear, but rather joy. He stared at the primordial spirit, its eyes, no longer bewildered, now held a hint of madness. Wang Lin immediately threw all the small beasts he had captured 3 days earlier into the void, his eyes blinking incessantly as he intently observed. The small beasts, upon being thrown in, immediately scattered in all directions, their eyes darting around in fear. But what made Wang Lin frown was that the primordial spirit paid no attention to the group of small beasts. The madness in its eyes gradually faded and finally disappeared completely, once again restoring its bewildered expression. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then used his divine consciousness to force the primordial spirit into the body of a small beast. The moment the beast died, the primordial spirit surged out, and the madness in its eyes reappeared. However, the primordial spirit still didn't pay any attention to the other small beasts. Wang Lin snorted softly, using the same method to force the primordial spirit to completely devour the souls of the small beasts. At this moment, the madness in the primordial spirit's eyes intensified. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then turned and left. In the nearby mountain range, he captured some wild beasts. This time, he only chose some ferocious beasts, one of which was even somewhat cunning. Returning to the cave, Wang Lin created several stone chambers, categorized these animals, and then threw two roaring, bloodshot-eyed beasts into the secret chamber containing the primordial spirit. He again forced the primordial spirit to devour them, and the primordial spirit's eyes became increasingly crazed. Wang Lin observed from outside the stone chamber for a long time, wondering if this would turn the primordial spirit into a wandering soul or a demon. In fact, the best method would be to capture cultivators for experimentation. However, Wang Lin worried that if that primordial spirit devoured a cultivator, it could very likely increase its own cultivation level, thereby surpassing the realm of ultimate divine consciousness, which would then endanger itself. Therefore, because he wasn't entirely sure, he didn't consider directly using the cultivator's soul. 4 days later, except for one seemingly mischievous creature, all the captured animals had been used. Today, Wang Lin threw the mischievous beast into the stone chamber. Under the pressure of his ultimate divine consciousness, his primordial spirit attacked the beast. But upon touching it, his primordial spirit immediately erupted with intense conflict, struggling to control itself, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. Wang Lin's ultimate divine consciousness moved, a crimson lightning flashed, and finally, his primordial spirit struck the beast. Time passed, and the beast's body trembled violently. Half an hour later, the beast's body exploded, and a crimson phantom leapt out, floating in the air before letting out a few cries. Its primordial spirit had completely transformed, emitting a dark crimson aura and a dense, malevolent energy that even Wang Lin, standing outside the stone chamber, could clearly sense. In Wang Lin's eyes, it was no longer a primordial spirit, but had truly become a demon. Wang Lin's eyes brightened. After a moment of thought, he opened the stone chamber door and entered. The demon suddenly turned its head and stared at Wang Lin, then lunged forward. Wang Lin's expression was cold, and crimson lightning flashed in his eyes. The demon was struck and sent flying, but its face showed a cruel expression as it continued to charge. Wang Lin extended his hand and grabbed the demon. "You want to die?" Wang Lin's voice was icy cold, and crimson lightning flashed incessantly in his eyes. With each flash of light, the demon's head trembled even more, the cruelty in its eyes gradually receding, replaced by fear. Finally, it even showed a pleading look for forgiveness. Wang Lin took the demon head and left the stone chamber. After meditating, he threw the demon head into the air. The cruel expression on the demon head's face flashed again, and without hesitation, it fled towards the ceiling of the stone chamber. Wang Lin only smiled faintly, his extreme divine consciousness quickly pursuing it and beginning to punish it. The demon head immediately let out a miserable cry, its body emitting a wisp of energy, becoming listless. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a metal fan flew out. He stared at the demon head and calmly said, "Go inside and hide. You are not allowed to come out unless I summon you." The demon head looked at Wang Lin fearfully, then transformed into a red light and entered the metal fan. After retrieving the metal fan, Wang Lin looked around with a touch of emotion. He went outside, and at the mouth of the cave, he gently waved his hand to close the cave entrance. Without looking back, Wang Lin immediately flew into the sky, heading east. According to Ma Liang's memory, the location of the war god temple was indeed in the east. Wang Lin had already made his calculations. From Ma Liang's memories, he had also traced the route to Zhao Kingdom. To find it, he could only go to the war god temple's scripture library, where there was a map. Besides that, the blood-refining magic weapon, the green small sword, had now turned into an iron fan, its power diminished. Wang Lin wouldn't need to use it against a Foundation establishment cultivator. But if he encountered a golden core cultivator, his extreme realm divine consciousness couldn't be used. Having a good magic weapon would be life-saving. Therefore, Wang Lin absolutely had to learn the art of refining artifacts. To learn the art of refining artifacts, he needed to return to the War God Temple, as it had an artifact refining hall. Besides that, Wang Lin also wanted to find the land of extreme yin. Otherwise, his cultivation would only remain at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Only in the yin extreme realm, according to the Huangquan ascending aperture technique, can one produce 3 cold pills, advance to the late foundation establishment stage, or even form a golden core. Wang Lin had no intention of neglecting the Huangquan ascending aperture technique. After all, Sichuan Nan had said that when cultivating this technique, after all 3 cold pills appear and fuse together, it creates a very high chance of advancing to the golden core stage. What he needed most now was to restore his cultivation. Because he lacked yin cold liquid, Wang Lin could only cultivate the low-grade divine Dao techniques in the War God Temple obtained from Ma Liang's memories during his foundation establishment stage. This type of technique had no attributes and was considerably inferior to yin cold's spiritual power. However, it was superior in its longevity. If yin cold attributes were considered an unstoppable, sharp sword, then the divine Dao techniques that cultivated spiritual power were like a flexible thread. The War God Temple was located on a towering mountain in the fire-burning kingdom. This mountain was shrouded in mist year-round and home to many spirit beasts. Besides the highest main peak, there are 4 lower secondary peaks. On these 4 secondary peaks are the 4 great heavenly palaces. As one of the 4 leading sects in the Fire Flame Kingdom, the War God Palace has over 3,000 disciples. Excluding a few outer sect servants, there are also 2,300 inner sect disciples. Today, on a solitary peak thousands of miles away from the War God Palace, Chu Zihang, Yang Shang, and Lin Dao appeared. 3 days ago, they had all felt a tremor in their hearts, receiving a message from Wang Lin using his lifeblood, asking them to deliver some items and meet again in 3 days. The agreed-upon time had long passed, but they dared not leave. Of the 3, Lin Dao seemed frightened, his heart pounding, trying to find an excuse to decline. Chu Zihang's expression was blank, her luscious red lips tightly pressed together, her mind a complete blank. Ma Liang had disappeared for a year, and she had thought he would never appear again. But 3 days ago, her heart was shaken, and upon hearing his voice, her face instantly turned pale. Yang Zhang's expression was calm, except for a few flashes of light in his eyes. There was nothing unusual about him. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his fists were clenched tightly. Time passed, and soon night fell, but Wang Lin still hadn't appeared. The 3 looked at each other, their faces showing suspicion. On a mountain 2,000 feet away, Wang Lin was coldly watching them. Since the great changes in Zhao Kingdom, Wang Lin's temperament had become extremely cautious. Although he possessed the lifeblood essence of the 3, human hearts are difficult to fathom. Perhaps the 3 were taking a gamble. Therefore, Wang Lin observed his surroundings, ready to crush their lifeblood essence without hesitation if anything unusual happened, and quickly flee. At the same time, he observed the reactions of the 3. Even if they were faking it, they couldn't maintain it for long. Of the 3, Lin Dao reacted the most normally, remaining panicked from beginning to end. Chu Zihang was always dazed, his expression vague and difficult to conceal. He only subtly observed these 2, his attention entirely focused on Yang Shang. This man's demeanor was extremely stable, but as time passed, his mood became unpredictable. Wang Lin watched his right hand, a cold glint in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to approach the three. Instantly appearing before them, a chilling aura quickly spread. Upon seeing Wang Lin, the three trembled inwardly, the weary feeling of waiting completely gone. The more than a year spent on the outer battlefield had almost haunted their dreams every night. They didn't know how powerful Wang Lin was, but currently, the aura emanating from Ma Liang before them terrified them. They even felt a sense of unease, even without the protection of their lifeblood. A single thought from Wang Lin would be enough to kill them all without a chance to retaliate. When Wang Lin swept his gaze over them, this feeling intensified to its extreme. Lin Dao was the first to succumb, falling to his knees with a thud, trembling as he said, "Lin Dao greets his master." Yang Shang and Zhu Zihang fared no better, merely enduring the pain. As Wang Lin's supreme divine consciousness retracted, the dangerous aura instantly dissipated, and the three breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Shang and Zhu Zihang quickly bowed in reverence. But when Yang Shang felt a pang of bitterness, his right hand gripping the jade talisman tightly. This time, he came here with two intentions. First, he planned to trick Wang Lin into going to the War God Temple, then use the opportunity to ask an elder for help in reclaiming his lifeblood essence. Second, if Wang Lin didn't go, he would secretly use the jade talisman in his hand to transmit the location to the jade talisman in his junior brother's hand, which was inside the War God Temple. Just by infusing a little spiritual power, his junior brother's jade talisman would light up, and according to his instructions, his junior brother would hand the talisman over to their master. But now he realized how foolish his thoughts were. If he actually did that, he would probably be the first to die. To dare to possess Ma Liang's body, that senior must be a top-tier expert in the cultivation world. Otherwise, how could his cultivation be only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet possess a divine consciousness that made him tremble with fear? Yang Shang sighed inwardly, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance in his mind. He took a deep breath. His left hand quickly potted his storage bag and took out a jade slip. He respectfully said, "Master, I have brought the item you requested 3 days ago." This is the jade slip from the refining heavenly palace. Wang Lin received it and scanned it with his divine consciousness. Seeing nothing suspicious, he nodded slightly, his gaze then shifting to Lin Dao. Lin Dao's heart pounded, and he whispered, "Master, the items placed in the highest positions in the scripture library are beyond my reach. My cultivation is insufficient, so I cannot access them." Seeing Wang Lin's unchanging expression, Lin Dao gritted his teeth and looked up, saying, 10 days. "Master, please give me 10 more days. My cousin will come to take over in 10 days, and he will surely help me then." Wang Lin looked at him, nodded slightly, and said calmly, "If you truly bring it, when I leave the fire-burning kingdom, I will return your lifeblood to you." After saying this, he looked at Yang Shang, his gaze growing colder. "Originally, I intended to return your lifeblood essence to you, but seeing what you hold in your hand, I think it's unnecessary. I won't kill you, but I'll keep this lifeblood essence." Yang Zhang's body trembled slightly, his face pale. Especially when he saw Wang Lin's gaze, he felt extremely frightened and immediately knelt down. He handed over the jade slip in his hand, his face filled with anxiety. Wang Lin didn't look at him but instead looked at Zhou Zihang. Zhou Zihang gritted her teeth, smiled slightly, and said softly, "Senior, that divine technique is extremely strange. Although I saw it once half a year ago, I had absolutely no impression of it after seeing it. I really can't fulfill this task. Actually, since you returned from the battlefield in the outer realm as Ma Liang, you certainly have the right to investigate it." Divine technique. This was what Wang Lin found most interesting in Ma Liang's memories. In Ma Liang's memory, this was something he dreamed of. Unfortunately, the War God Temple strictly controlled its disciples' access to the divine techniques. Outer sect disciples could simply pay a certain amount of spirit stones at regular intervals to be allowed to view them. However, inner sect disciples could only be allowed to view them if they reached the core formation stage or performed many meritorious deeds for the sect. According to Wang Lin's analysis, this divine technique was probably a bit strange. Otherwise, a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't need a guardian to view it. He had let Zhou Zihang imprint it once, not expecting it to succeed, so he wasn't disappointed. Carefully glancing at the three of them, he said, you three don't need to be wary of me. As long as you don't harbor any ill intentions, I will certainly return your lifeblood essence. But if you do, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sun Yokai let out a few lewd laughs. He patted Wang Lin's shoulder and said, let's not talk about her anymore. Brother Ma. Soon, there will be a teleportation array leading into Kui Valley. Wang Lin's shoulder twitched slightly, and he dodged to the side, smiling. That's good. Let's hurry there and enter Kui Valley as soon as possible. After saying that, he flew forward. Sun Yokai reached out his hand into the air, but his expression remained unchanged. He nodded and said, Brother Ma, are you going out alone this time? He followed at a leisurely pace. Wang Lin inwardly sneered, his face still calm, and said, that's right. This time, I'm going out alone. Sun Yokai chuckled, then whispered, so Brother Ma must have sneaked down the mountain. Preparing to go to Kui Valley to exchange for some jade talismans and magical artifacts. I heard that the treasure-grabbing competition of the 5 halls in the War God Temple is in 3 months. By then, Brother Ma might have a better chance. Wang Lin smiled without speaking. Seeing Wang Lin's expression, Sun Yokai inwardly sneered, that little rabbit. Whether you're telling the truth or lying, you're unlucky to have met me today. Heh. Using your body as a puppet, that Li Keqing won't be too wary then. Although he thought this, he still took out a jade slip from his storage bag and, in front of Wang Lin, said, Brother Ma, my friend is nearby. I'll call him over. Then, the 3 of us can enter the teleportation array together, saving 1 spirit stone. Ma Liang had information about teleportation arrays in his memory. Most teleportation arrays required several spirit stones to activate. Each time it was activated, it could only teleport 3 people at most. Therefore, Sun Yokai's words were indeed very cautious. After seeing Wang Lin nod, Sun Yokai placed the jade slip on his forehead. Then he tossed it up, and the jade slip flashed a few times before disappearing. Wang Lin followed Sun Yokai, watching as he led him into an increasingly desolate area. There were many volcanoes, large and small, and occasionally, some craters spewed out plumes of black smoke. Fearing Wang Lin's suspicion, Sun Yokai smiled and explained, Brother Ma, don't be in a hurry. The teleportation array to Kui Valley is not far from here. Recently, for some unknown reason, all the volcanoes in our fire-burning kingdom have been continuously spewing black smoke. I remember that just a few years ago, the nascent soul stage ancestors of the major sects had just finished sealing them. Wang Lin's expression gradually turned cold, and he smiled, saying, This place is very remote. It's indeed a very good place, especially since there are many volcanoes here. It's easy to dispose of the body after killing someone. Even fireball techniques can be saved. Sun Yokai's body trembled slightly, and he laughed loudly, saying, Brother Ma. Before he could finish speaking, a loud thunderclap came from afar. A black sword light instantly approached. The sword light dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and a thin, gaunt figure. His eyes showed a ruthless expression. He was clad entirely in black. Even the flying sword beneath his feet emitted a black light. A swirling mass of black mist enveloped his hands. After appearing, he didn't even glance at Wang Lin, coldly asking Sun Yokai, is he the fat sheep? Wang Lin caught his eye. This man's cultivation was even more profound than Sun Yokai's, having reached the false core realm. He was on par with Li Keqing. Sun Yokai's face immediately lit up, his voice somewhat obsequious, saying, Senior brother, it's him. If we can refine him into a puppet, we can intentionally approach him later, which would give us a better chance of success. The man's gaze shifted slightly, looking towards Wang Lin. He was surprised that the other party didn't try to escape. But with his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he didn't take him seriously, coldly saying, Kid, you can die now. After speaking, the flying sword beneath his feet shot out like lightning, aiming directly at Wang Lin's chest. At the same time, the man in black waved his hand several times. Instantly, a cloud of black mist spread out, transforming into a huge ghost fire skeleton that followed the flying sword, hurtling towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold. He paid no attention to the flying sword or the black mist. He pointed his right hand at the middle-aged man, muttering softly, Destroy. The appearance of the extreme realm caused the sky to change color. The extreme realm of divine consciousness appeared. Soul annihilation. Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, making him invincible among those of the same level. If he were in the core formation stage, he would be the king of core formation cultivators. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, he would be the #1 expert below the transformation god stage in the entire cultivation alliance. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant, he felt his consciousness being struck by a destructive force. He had no chance of resistance and was instantly annihilated. The fear that had just appeared in his eyes instantly vanished. His body went limp. Even until his death, he couldn't understand what had happened. Everything happened too quickly. The flying sword, halfway through its flight, lost control. The black light immediately dissipated, falling from the sky. Then, the black mist and skull also slowly dissipated because of the middle-aged man's death. Wang Lin waved his sleeve. The flying sword immediately flew towards him and was caught in his hand. Then he potted his storage bag, and the iron fin flew out again. "Swallow that black mist," Wang Lin said, then turned to look at Sun Yokai. A flash of red light appeared on the iron fan, and a demon leapt out, lunging towards the black mist. It didn't care whether the mist could devour and digest it or not. The demon, with a pained expression, devoured it completely. There was no other way. If it didn't devour it, it knew very well how powerful Wang Lin was. At this moment, Sun Yokai finally reacted. He retreated a few steps in fear. Without a word, he stomped his foot, and with a whoosh, his body burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. The demon blinked, hastily increasing its devouring speed. But unfortunately, Wang Lin's next words disheartened it. "Follow me," Wang Lin said, and with a movement, his extreme realm divine consciousness suddenly spread out, giving chase. The demon's face showed unwillingness. It didn't want to follow. But Wang Lin hadn't gone far when it let out a miserable scream. A wisp of smoke rose from its body. It hastily turned and flew towards Wang Lin, not daring to think of escaping. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense to punish the demon, focusing on chasing after Sun Yokai. He was very interested in Sun Yokai's speed. Wang Lin knew his own speed was too slow. For example, 2 days ago, when he met that young woman, she could travel thousands of miles in just a few breaths. At that speed, if he wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to run. Just now, Wang Lin had used his highest speed, but the other party was still able to easily catch up. The speed was clearly very fast. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't kill him. Instead, he planned to capture him alive to find out the reason. Sun Yokai was very scared. Since he began cultivating immortality, he had spent nearly 30 years. Since his cultivation reached the 15th level of the condensation chest stage, he had started killing people and stealing treasures. He was extremely cautious in his dealings with people. He only targeted cultivators with lower cultivation levels than himself. He would absolutely not risk killing someone of a higher level. In recent years, he had exchanged his acquired magical artifacts and materials for elixirs to increase his cultivation. Therefore, his cultivation progressed very quickly. However, as his cultivation level increased, the effectiveness of ordinary elixirs diminished. High-grade elixirs were hard to find sellers of, and if they were available, the prices were very high. So, in desperation, he turned his target towards Luo sect. Luo sect was famous for its formations and alchemy, especially its elixirs. Anything Luo sect refined was guaranteed to be high-grade. Sun Yokai's target was Li Muan, an intersect alchemist of Luo sect. He wanted to obtain some elixirs or elixir formulas from her. Unfortunately, Li Muan's elder brother, Li Keqing, had a higher cultivation level than him, having reached the great perfection stage of the foundation establishment realm. It was easy to defeat someone who had just entered the late foundation establishment stage like him. At this moment, Sun Yokai wished he could increase his speed. Even now, the scene he had just witnessed still lingered in his mind. Thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. His fourth senior brother was a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage, yet he was so easily killed. If Ma Liang had used some powerful magical artifact, he wouldn't have been so frightened. But he hadn't even seen a glimpse of one. He only heard Ma Liang say destroy, and his fourth senior brother immediately fell dead. What kind of magic was this? Sun Yokai felt a chill run down his spine. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Just one sentence was enough to kill a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage. What was Ma Liang's cultivation level? Had he reached the golden core stage? No. Sen Yokai immediately dismissed this thought. He had seen golden core stage masters before. Although it might seem simple for a foundation establishment cultivator at the core formation stage to kill a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage, it certainly wouldn't be that easy. Sen Yokai trembled. Could it be a nascent soul cultivator? But then he immediately dismissed the thought. He had witnessed a nascent soul cultivator's attack once before. That was when the evil demon sect's ancestor killed a late-stage foundation establishment trader. In front of most of the disciples, the ancestor drew out a flying sword. The trader, fleeing in midair, instantly perished. He didn't even have a chance to escape or resist. But even so, in Sen Yokai's eyes, Wang Lin killing a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage with just a few words compared to the ancestor killing a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. With a flying sword, the difference in cultivation levels was immediately apparent. His head buzzed. It was blank. Could it be he is a transcendent god? Sen Yokai uttered the 3 words transformation god stage, and all his strength seemed to drain away. The more he thought about it, the more certain it seemed. Sen Yokai bitterly thought to himself, a transformation god stage expert? This is a legendary figure. How is this possible? But if it wasn't a transformation god stage expert, how could a single sentence kill my 4th senior brother? Legend says transformation god stage experts control the power of heaven. Killing a foundation establishment stage expert with just one sentence is perfectly accurate. Damn it, I am being chased and killed by a transformation god stage expert. While rapidly burrowing underground, Sen Yokai suddenly trembled, an intense feeling of fear making it difficult for him to breathe. At that moment, he felt the ground in front of him become scorching hot, and he inwardly groaned. This burrowing technique, while convenient elsewhere, required a high degree of skill in a volcanic region like the Fire Flame Kingdom. It was clearly not a good idea to directly plunge into molten rock. Previously, although Sen Yokai had fled, he could still distinguish directions. If he saw scorching hot mud, he would immediately turn back. But now, thinking he was being chased by a powerful nascent soul cultivator, his panic prevented him from choosing a safe location, and he could only desperately thrust his body forward. With a loud thump, his body pierced through the earth and appeared in a cave deep within the volcano. A wave of heat rushed into his face, his hair and fur curling up, crying out in alarm. Sen Yokai hastily threw his flying sword, staggering and landing on a protruding rock. In just a moment, his skin had cracked and his clothes had turned to dust under his movements. Even the flying sword beneath his feet was glowing red, its temperature rising rapidly. The sweat that had just appeared on Sen Yokai instantly evaporated. Looking at him now, he was enveloped in white smoke. Although naked, he still possessed an aura of an immortal. Below him was a lake of lava, with large bubbles rising from it, bursting and releasing a stream of black gas. Sen Yokai was about to flee from the opposite side of the volcanic cliff, but suddenly his body trembled. He stared blankly at the molten rock below, his face showing terror. At this moment, Wang Lin also arrived. Although he didn't know the earth-burrowing technique, he still used his divine sense to track his opponent. Suddenly noticing Sen Yokai stop, he immediately pointed his iron fan, which spun in the ground, creating a passage. Wang Lin followed closely behind, then chased after Sen Yokai to the molten rock where he had stopped. Just as he entered the volcanic cave, Wang Lin saw Sen Yokai's terrified expression. Following his gaze downwards, he saw a pair of triangular eyes in the middle of the molten lava lake. Wang Lin gasped, retreated to the side of the passage, and stood motionless, staring intently at the molten rock. Based on Ma Liang's childhood memories of the Fire Flame Kingdom, it was entirely volcanic, devoid of any living creatures. If there were any, they would have been discovered by cultivators over countless years. It's worth noting that every few years, the patriarchs of the 4 major sects would seal the Fire Flame Kingdom's volcanoes to ensure its safety. At the same time, Sen Yokai stared blankly at those eyes, then retracted his flying sword and stepped onto the scorching hot rock with his bare feet. A stench of burnt flesh immediately rose from beneath his feet. After only 3 steps, his feet were charred black, his skin peeling. a way to reveal the charred bones beneath. Yet, Sun Yokai showed no sign of pain. Standing at the edge of the rock, he jumped down without hesitation. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His hand flicked slightly, and in the blink of an eye, before Sun Yokai fell into the scorching lava, he managed to grab the storage bag on his back and pull it back. Immediately afterward, without looking back, he turned and fled. A roar came from behind, and the heat instantly surged in all directions. The passage around him glowed red. Wang Lin immediately turned and fled. At this moment, if one were to look down from the sky, they would see countless black smoke billowing from the large and small volcanoes in the mountain range, especially from one enormous volcano. The ground around it was visibly enveloped in a spreading red wave, turning everything it touched red. Wang Lin's face darkened as he hurried through the passage. Suddenly, he stopped. He saw countless flames from all directions rapidly converging in the passage ahead, forming a creature with triangular eyes, horns on its head, and its entire body radiating fire. It stared intently at Wang Lin, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Without a word, Wang Lin immediately launched an attack with his supreme divine consciousness. A red lightning bolt shot from Wang Lin's eyes, striking the fire beast's body. The fire beast's eyes and flames dimmed, but then instantly returned to normal. Its eyes widened into long, narrow slits, and it let out a roar before lunging towards Wang Lin as if to devour him. Wang Lin's expression darkened even more, and he turned to retreat. But immediately afterward, his pupils contracted as another fire beast appeared behind him. Now, in the narrow passage, there were fire beasts at both ends. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, his iron fin immediately spun, and his body followed closely behind, digging out another passage. But at this moment, the two fire beasts suddenly roared in unison, and the surrounding mud and earth instantly turned red-hot. Wang Lin's heart sank. The mud clinging to his body suddenly hardened, then enveloped him, forming a circular cage. This prison continued to shrink, eventually completely engulfing everything. Now, layers of cracks appeared on the ground, slowly collapsing. A huge basin emerged, with a black earthen sphere in the center. Around the sphere, 8 fire beasts with triangular eyes continuously spewed lava towards it. Gradually, the sphere shrank, eventually becoming only half a meter tall, at which point the fire beasts stopped spewing. One of the fire beasts lifted the earthen sphere and quickly burrowed underground. The remaining fire beasts quickly followed, instantly returning to the cave inside the volcano. The fire beast threw the earthen sphere down and jumped in after it. The fire beast carrying the sphere and its companions disappeared together into the molten lava lake. After bubbling up some gas, the lava lake gradually calmed down again. The black smoke spewing from the volcanoes on all 4 sides of the ground gradually subsided, and the cracked earth slowly restored its original form. Aside from a massive basin that served as evidence of the recent events, there was no other sign that a fire beast had ever appeared here. Basins were quite common in the fire-burning kingdom. Almost every volcanic region had large or small basins. Wang Lin hunched over, struggling to resist the relentless waves of intense heat. Just moments before, when the mud enveloped him, he had used his ultimate divine consciousness to cover his entire body. Now, his consciousness was slowly dissolving the Earth sphere. He could clearly feel himself sinking. After a long while, the Earth sphere trembled, as if struck by something. At this point, his divine consciousness broke through the sphere's final barrier, revealing everything before him. This was a vast expanse of molten lava, its limits invisible. Above, countless streams of lava flowed down through the passageways, merging into the molten lava lake. The earthen sphere he was lying on was now atop the lava. Beside it were 7 or 8 similar spheres, each with a fire beast lying on top. Countless triangular eyes appeared all around the molten rock. A fire beast leapt from the molten lava onto Wang Lin's earthen sphere. It didn't detect Wang Lin's divine sense. Time slowly passed, and several more fire beasts emerged from the passageways. Without exception, each carried an earthen sphere. At this moment, the entire molten rock suddenly shook, and the fire beasts scattered from the molten lava, revealing a gap. A gigantic fire beast emerged from the lava, and Wang Lin carefully narrowed his divine sense to observe it. Ordinary fire beasts are only about 3 feet tall, but this one, with only its head visible, already exceeded half a meter. Gradually, more than half of its body was revealed, its colossal form exuding a powerful aura. Its appearance caused all the surrounding fire beasts to freeze in place. Wang Lin was shocked. This giant fire beast displayed strength no less than that of a nascent sil cultivator, perhaps even stronger. However, he couldn't judge just how strong it was, as he had never seen a god transformation cultivator in action. The giant fire beast circled around, slowly swimming to the left. Immediately afterward, another similar fire beast appeared, bringing the total to 16. These 16 fire beasts formed a circle. Within the circle, a fire orb emerged from the lava, shimmering with 7-colored light. Wang Lin carefully observed, noticing a vague phantom beneath the fire orb gradually solidifying into a fist-sized ball of fire. A crimson beam connected to the ball of fire. The moment this ball of fire appeared, 16 gigantic fire beasts instantly let out low roars, then leapt out of the molten lava and knelt down. At the same time, all the fire beasts surrounding them also jumped up and knelt down in the molten lava. Wang Lin, observing this, suddenly felt a shock in his mind. The heaven-defying pearl, which had already merged into his body, automatically emerged from his forehead. If Wang Lin hadn't stopped it in time, the heaven-defying pearl would have burst out of the earth. Just then, a fire beast beneath the earth sphere suddenly tossed it into the air and stopped. Simultaneously, the ball of fire immediately burrowed into the earth sphere. A series of extremely clear sounds echoed in the quiet mountain cave. Suddenly, a mournful cry came from within, the cries continuous but gradually fading until finally silence. Very quickly, a blood-red mist flew out from the earth sphere. It was the ball of fire emerging. The earthen sphere fell from midair, sinking into the molten lava. Wang Lin's heart sank. He now understood that he wasn't the only one still alive inside the sphere. If he hadn't used his ultimate divine consciousness to protect himself, he wouldn't have died inside that sphere. At most, he would have fallen into a deep, unconscious sleep. Then, 4 more earthen spheres were thrown up, and then the fireballs entered them. The same agonizing screams, the same half-hour struggle after the last earthen sphere sank into the molten lava. Wang Lin's earthen sphere was suddenly flung upwards. The heaven-defying pearl at his forehead vibrated violently, breaking free from Wang Lin's restraint. At this moment, the fireball had entered Wang Lin's earthen sphere. A wave of intense heat instantly spread throughout the entire earthen sphere. The fireball, following its usual pattern, immediately headed straight towards the center. But at that moment, the heaven-defying pearl suddenly shot out, causing the fireball to halt abruptly, intending to turn and flee, but it was too late. The heaven-defying pearl, unhindered by the earthen sphere, struck the fireball like lightning. A terrified scream erupted from within the fireball, which immediately struggled, but was quickly absorbed by the pearl. The leaves originally carved on the outside of the heaven-defying pearl had vanished, transforming into a ball of flames. Flames continuously appeared on the heaven-defying pearl. The cluster of flames gradually faded, eventually losing all its brightness and dissipating completely. At this moment, the 10th cluster of flames appeared on the heaven-defying pearl. Immediately, the entire pearl emitted a brilliant light, and although it was inside the earthen sphere, this light still diffused outwards. At this time, along with the disappearance of the cluster of flames, the outer layer of the fire sphere and the tiny red threads suddenly dimmed and then broke. Wang Lin stared in astonishment at what was happening. Not only was he stunned, but the fire beasts in the mountain cave also didn't understand what had happened. The heaven-defying pearl then flew towards Wang Lin, once again merging into his forehead. Wang Lin didn't have time to look closely. His body trembled, and the gravity technique instantly controlled the earthen sphere, propelling it forward and into a passageway. All of this happened in a short time. It wasn't until Wang Lin and the earth sphere flew out that the fire beasts reacted. 16 gigantic fire beasts roared angrily and charged forward, tearing through the passage in pursuit. Behind them, tens of thousands of fire beasts let out hoarse roars and chased closely. Wang Lin's body was inside the earth sphere, moving against a flow of molten lava in the passage. It's important to note that this lava flow was originally from top to bottom, heading towards the lava lake below. Wang Lin, however, was now running against the flow upwards, so his speed couldn't possibly be very fast. But the fire beasts chasing behind were different. They were born in lava and could be said to be fire spirits by nature. The longer they were in lava, the faster they became. Although Wang Lin didn't know exactly what that fireball was, the fact that the fire attribute of the heaven-defying pearl had reached the great perfection realm was enough to show its value. Furthermore, from the way the fire beasts had just shown respect to that fireball, and were now roaring and chasing after it, he roughly guessed that this fireball was extremely important to them. Possibly even a fire beast king. Wang Lin's guess was correct. This fire beast was born from molten lava and was a high-level spirit beast. According to the Unified Cultivation Alliance's terminology, it should be called a fire spirit beast. From birth, it possessed a certain level of intelligence, diligently cultivating in the molten lava beneath the fire-burning kingdom, daily inhaling and exhaling molten rock. Its cultivation becoming increasingly profound. Over countless years, it had undergone 5 transformations. If it could undergo 9 transformations, it could transform from a spirit beast into a wild beast. However, each time it sheds its skin, it enters a period of weakness lasting 500 years. During this time, it possesses no spiritual power whatsoever. To protect itself, each time it enters this period of weakness, it disperses all its spiritual power, giving birth to countless descendants, using their strength to protect itself. As the number of sheddings increased, it gradually discovered a method to alleviate its weakness, devouring cultivators. It didn't need to devour many, usually, 1 person a day was enough. Therefore, any cultivator who happened to wander deep into the volcanic cave would be captured by its descendants and brought to it for devouring. Fearing that these cultivators might offend the weakened fire spirit during the devouring process, all captured cultivators were trapped in earthen spheres and further bound with a liquid, allowing the fire spirit beast to freely enjoy its enormous feast. But now, the weakened fire spirit beast could never have imagined that it would one day be devoured by something else. The moment it was annihilated, all the fire spirit beast offspring were enraged. In their minds, the fire spirit was not only their king, but also their father. Their father was killed right before their eyes. How could the offspring not be furious? They chased after it in a frenzy of rage, getting closer and closer. One of the 16 giant fire spirit beasts closest opened its mouth and let out a roar, spitting out a stream of scorching, hot molten lava. Amidst the crimson molten lava, this molten lava seemed incredibly eye-catching. In an instant, it struck Wang Lin's earth sphere, causing the sphere to shrink considerably. Wang Lin, inside the earth sphere, bled from all 7 orifices. Although he possessed the peak of his divine consciousness, he could only partially block this attack. He gritted his teeth and used all his spiritual power to charge forward. The fire beasts behind him, having broken through the passage, chased after him desperately. Closer and closer. Finally, a gigantic fire beast simultaneously spewed flames onto the earthen sphere. In an instant, Wang Lin's body trembled, and he leapt out of the earthen sphere, enveloping his body with his divine consciousness, enduring the terrifying heat as he rushed out. Fortunately, he was close enough to the outside to jump out of the molten lava. After emerging, he stopped and immediately took out the iron fin artifact from his storage bag. As soon as he fired it, it transformed into a rainbow beneath his feet and flew directly out through the exit. From the outside, one could see a figure shrouded in black smoke, his clothes tattered, emerging from a volcanic crater. Behind him, 16 gigantic fire beasts chased to the edge of the crater, roaring furiously, but strangely, they dared not pursue him further. Wang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing down, and instantly shuddered. He saw 16 gigantic fire beasts and countless triangular eyes above the crater, all targeting him in midair. Any one of these fire beasts could withstand his peak-level divine consciousness. This was simply impossible. If that were true, it could only be explained by the fact that these fire beasts had neither souls nor consciousness. Wang Lin's face darkened as he gazed at the horde of fire beasts below the crater, silently flying away into the distance. His expression grew increasingly grim, because along the way, whenever he encountered a crater, he could clearly see that it was filled with fire beasts, their cold eyes staring intently at him, seemingly waiting for a command to all rush out. Wang Lin trembled all over, scratching his head and silently deciding that he must quickly get the map and leave the Fire Flame Kingdom immediately, never to return to this place again. Thinking this, he stopped, his extreme divine consciousness spreading out. After sensing for a moment, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he turned to fly north. Although he didn't look at the volcanoes on the ground along the way, he could still feel eyes following him. At this moment, The four nascent soul stage ancestors of the four major sects in the Fire Flame Kingdom had emerged from their seclusion, all standing at the pinnacle of the country's cultivation world. But they could clearly feel a surge of violent heat gathering in the air above the Fire Flame Kingdom. This had happened many times in the past, representing the impending eruption of the large and small volcanoes in the Fire Flame Kingdom. Each time, they would personally seal the volcanoes under their charge to prevent the eruption. Because once a volcano erupts, it's a terrible catastrophe for the Fire Kingdom. Ordinary people can flee to other countries, and they won't be too hindered. Even if the human king tries to stop them, there will be cultivators within the country to persuade them. After all, to these cultivators, ordinary people are like ants. But if there are more ordinary people, it will be easier to select suitable disciples for cultivation. Ordinary people can leave, but cultivators cannot, because once a large number of cultivators go to another country, a great war will inevitably break out. In the cultivation world, the most taboo thing is for the entire country to relocate. Because relocation also represents a large dissipation of spiritual energy, represents great chaos among local cultivation sects, and represents a large fluctuation in the price of spirit stones and magical artifacts. The number of cultivation countries on the entire Vermilion Bird Star is fixed. Once a volcano erupts in the Fire Flame Kingdom, the inevitable result is an overwhelming influx of violent fire-attribute spiritual energy. This energy is fundamentally unusable for cultivation. For a long time afterward, cultivators in the Fire Flame Kingdom would be unable to survive. Fortunately, such a thing has never happened. Although there are many volcanoes in the Fire Flame Kingdom, they are always sealed in time. Even when they erupt, it's only within a small area, not significantly affecting the overall situation. 3 hours later, Wang Lin stopped at a spot on the main road. His face, which had been gloomy, turned pale at the sight of the road. Dozens of corpses lay scattered on the road, next to several horse-drawn carriages and horses lying motionless on the ground. Most of these people were men, each with a pained expression, and almost all of them were holding weapons. Clearly, they had fought to the death before dying. Outside the carriage, Wang Lin stopped, his right hand sweeping upwards. The entire carriage seemed to be struck by a whirlwind, lifting both the wheels and the roof. A figure descended, and in an instant, a crimson light shot out from within, transforming into the form of a demon in midair. He stared at Wang Lin, his face showing fear, but then it turned ferocious. He snarled hoarsely, "You've arrived just in time. I was looking for you. The souls of mortals are too boring. I wonder what yours tastes like." With that, he lunged forward, attacking Wang Lin. Wang Lin had carefully calculated everything beforehand. The reason he was able to find that demon was because when he gave the beasts to the demon to devour, he left a small amount of his divine consciousness on each one. By nurturing them in this way every day, even if the demon became stronger, he could still control it naturally. However, with the limited time available, he could only sense the demon's location within a certain range. Unfortunately, during the pursuit of Sun Yokai, they encountered a fire spirit beast. Then, an unexpected incident occurred, causing the demon to flee. Therefore, upon emerging from the volcano, Wang Lin used his divine sense to search for him. At this time, after continuously devouring more than 10 people, the demon's cultivation had recovered to the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage, entering the pseudo-core realm. Feeling completely at ease under Wang Lin's control, he lunged forward. Wang Lin's gaze was icy cold. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the demon was instantly struck as if by lightning, screaming in agony and quickly retreating. But Wang Lin wouldn't let him get away with it. Taking a step forward, his right hand grabbed, and the gravity technique transformed into an invisible hand that seized the demon. The demon immediately cried out, begging for forgiveness. But Wang Lin acted as if he were deaf, his supreme realm divine consciousness continuously striking the demon. He controlled his divine consciousness with extreme precision, stopping just as the demon was about to dissipate, allowing it time to recover. A wisp of green smoke emanated from the demon's body. Its pathetic cries grew weaker and weaker, finally collapsing. The fear in the demon's eyes towards Wang Lin had increased greatly. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold, revealing a ruthless indifference as he stared at the demon, coldly saying, "One more time." Death? Still trembling with fear, the demon repeatedly nodded in agreement. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and the Iron Fan artifact flew out. Without needing Wang Lin's prompting, the demon transformed into a pink light and entered it. After the Iron Fan artifact flashed a few times, it returned to the storage bag. His character now has changed drastically compared to when he was in Zhao Kingdom. If before, Wang Lin's personality carried the simple, unpretentious, and genuine nature of a young man living in a mountain village, now, all that simplicity and genuineness have vanished into thin air. In the cultivation world, the strong prevail over the weak. If even the lives of one's family cannot be protected, what reason is there to show compassion? Sichu Nan had repeatedly wanted him to enter the demonic path, to become a demon cultivator. Before this, Wang Lin still had some internal conflict, but after his recent near-death experience, he had nothing left to hesitate about. So what if I become a demon? Wang Lin sneered. He waved his hands and all the surrounding corpses vanished into thin air. His body moved slightly and he soared into the sky. In a secluded location, but not in a volcanic or mountain range, Wang Lin circled around, chose a spot, and landed. He took out his iron fan, quickly creating a cave dwelling. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the cave dwelling was complete. Wang Lin then entered. After entering, he used rubble to create a labyrinth formation outside the entrance, then sealed the cave door. Having finished everything, he sat down cross-legged and took out the storage bags of Sun Yokai and the middle-aged man in black. After using his divine sense to examine them for a while, he took out 3 jade slips. He placed the first jade slip against his forehead. After examining it for a while, Wang Lin pondered for a moment before setting it aside. The jade slip recorded the cultivation method of a technique called the Great Self-Liberation Asura Technique. This technique originated from the evil demon sect. In the Burning Kingdom, the evil demon sect was a demonic sect. They cultivated a technique that struck fear into everyone who heard of it, the Great Self-Liberation Asura Technique. This technique had 6 levels in total. Those who cultivated it practiced the Heartless Asura Dao. Cultivating this technique required using killing to temper the mind. The mind was then immersed in the Heartless Dao, cultivating an Asura soul. This soul was then used to replace the nascent soul. By then, the great character technique of Asura had officially been successfully cultivated. Cultivating this technique required extremely strict initial requirements, demanding the killing of 1 person every day. Wang Lin pondered, guessing that the middle-aged man in black was definitely cultivating the great character technique of Asura. This jade slip was indeed in his storage bag. Wang Lin wasn't particularly interested in the technique itself. However, he was very interested in some of the spells recorded on the jade slip. These were all demonic spells, and besides their cruelty, they were very practical. Taking the second jade slip, Wang Lin's consciousness briefly scanned it, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The jade slip recorded a spell called the Pseudo-Earth Escape Technique. The Earth Escape Technique is a type of escape technique within the 5 elements. The 5 elements escape technique is renowned. In ancient times, it was one of the great divine abilities. Although the ancient cultivation world has vanished, the later emerging cultivation alliance rarely uses the 5 elements escape technique. However, the 5 elements escape technique's reputation is so great that many variations have emerged. Nevertheless, compared to the true escape technique, these variations only achieve a superficial understanding. The jade slip in Wang Lin's hand is not the official 5 elements escape technique. It only slightly improves upon some of the formal techniques, but even that slight improvement makes its power completely different. Immersed in his study of the Earth Escape Technique, time slowly passed. It wasn't until the next morning that Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, a look of enlightenment on his face. He remained seated, clapping his hands on the ground. Instantly, his figure vanished from his spot and reappeared 3 meters away. Wang Lin's face showed joy as he murmured to himself. This Ma Liang's body, regardless of talent or spiritual root, is considerably stronger than my previous body. Although not perfect, it's at least average. Cultivating Earth Escape Technique shouldn't be too difficult. Wang Lin took a wooden container of spiritual liquid from his storage bag, took a large gulp, and sat down to begin his breathing exercises. After half an hour, the fatigue from studying Earth Escape Technique completely disappeared. He wasn't flustered at all. He picked up the 3rd jade slip and concentrated on examining it. The jade slip recorded some events that occurred during Sun Yokai's 30 years of cultivation. It also mentioned several complicated relationships he had with female cultivators. Wang Lin skimmed through all of that. What truly interested him was the detailed account of the various elixirs Sun Yokai had consumed over the past decade or so. More than 10 types of elixirs were mentioned. Each type of elixir, upon consumption, has the effect of increasing spiritual power and advancing cultivation. Besides that, there were 7 or 8 other things he noticed, but there was no mention of elixirs. After examining them, Wang Lin put away the 3 jade slips and continued to examine the other items in Sun Yokai's storage bag. In Sun Yokai's storage bag, apart from a few bottles of elixirs, there were no other magical artifacts. Previously, Wang Lin might have found this somewhat puzzling, but after reading the jade slips recording the other party's actions, he knew that Sun Yokai had killed people and stolen treasures several times, but then exchanged everything for spiritual elixirs to increase his cultivation. In the storage bag of the middle-aged man in black, there were a few items that caught Wang Lin's attention. One was a talisman. The talisman was drawn with several black symbols and emitted a powerful aura. Based on Wang Lin's experience, this talisman was indeed made by a master of the core formation stage. It could unleash a powerful attack equivalent to the cultivation level of its creator. Holding the talisman, Wang Lin chuckled coldly to himself. If the middle-aged man in black had been more careful and taken out this treasure, he might not have lost his life. But obviously, this was his protective artifact. He wouldn't have used it unless absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, when he encountered Wang Lin, he underestimated him and didn't even have time to take out his treasure. Besides this, the other items in his bag weren't worth mentioning. After sorting through the spoils, Wang Lin touched his forehead, and the heaven-defying pearl slowly emerged, hovering in the air. Looking at the pearl, Wang Lin gave a wry smile. At this moment, 5 leaves had appeared on the surface of the pearl. Wang Lin pondered. The heaven-defying pearl must have all 5 elements in their complete state to unleash its true power. Now the water and fire spiritual attributes are complete. The wood attribute is only half complete. The remaining 2 types of metal and earth attributes are completely absent. Wang Lin felt a sense of anticipation, wondering what kind of power the bead would possess after the 5 elements were perfected. At this moment, apart from the dream realm space, it had no other use. But the fact that it could cause the #1 expert of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, Sichuan, to fight over it and even have his body destroyed meant it couldn't be simple. Staring at the bead, Wang Lin's eyes blinked. After grasping it and placing it in his forehead, he picked up a storage bag. A jade slip flew out, and Wang Lin grabbed it, using his divine consciousness to examine it. The jade slip contained cultivation methods and incantations transcribed by Yangxiang from the War God Temple. Along the way, Wang Lin hadn't had time to examine it. Only now could he carefully study it. Meanwhile, in the fire-burning kingdom, countless volcanoes emitted increasingly thick black smoke. Dry, hot spiritual energy permeated the fire-burning kingdom. Besides that, the disciples of the 4 major sects also discovered fire spirit beasts in the mouths of the volcanoes. Those people were terrified and quickly used various methods to report the matter. The 4 major sects had heard about the sealing of the volcano. They even knew about the fire spirit beast. However, such matters could only be understood by nascent soul stage experts. At this moment, in the main hall of the War God Temple, 4 men and 2 women stood on either side, frowning and silent. "What do you all think of this?" a white-haired old man on the left said in a low voice. "Senior Brother Song, I only learned about the fire spirit beast from a few ancient texts. However, there was a bit of exaggeration in them, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I think if it's a type of spirit beast with intelligence, then we should capture it. With the 6 of us working together, I don't believe we can't capture it." A middle-aged scholar with a face as white as jade, looking extremely elegant, spoke. His voice, though indifferent, was full of arrogance. "Absurd. When I was still in the core formation stage, I once encountered a fire spirit beast while following my master. It was born with the ability to resist all fire-based magic. In fact, fire-based spells only increased their power. Only cold attribute magic could withstand it." A beautiful woman who had met Wang Lin once before spoke without hesitation. The middle-aged scholar showed no embarrassment, affectionately looked at the woman, smiled slightly, and shook his head without speaking. "This is simple enough. If that fire spirit beast has lived for many years without leaving the volcano, It must be suffering from some kind of restriction. I just need to strengthen the seal. It's better to seal it now than to discuss it here. I'll leave first. The man who had just spoken stood up and left. He was only about 6 feet 3 inches tall, with long eyes, a high forehead, and a wide mouth. Seeing that the others remained silent, the old man surnamed Song said in a low voice, "Enough. Let's just hope the appearance of the fire spirit beasts doesn't cause the sealing to fail. According to the established rules, we all go there to seal the volcano." A similar scene also occurred at Wo sect, Evil Demon sect, and Yin sect. Therefore, the sealing is always carried out by nascent soul stage experts from the fire-burning kingdom. In a short period of time, nascent soul stage experts are frequently seen appearing in the volcanic area throughout the fire-burning kingdom to seal the volcano. These past few days, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth has been fluctuating more and more strongly. When they arrived to seal the volcano, what struck all the nascent soul stage experts as strange was that each volcano was filled with countless fire spirit beasts. However, their eyes were extremely cold. They didn't come forward to obstruct the sealing or attack, but only stood and watched. Their gazes were completely indifferent to the sealing. Gradually, the nascent soul stage cultivators participating in the sealing felt increasingly heavy. The previously optimistic attitude of some couldn't help but change. All of that, even Wang Lin, who was focused on studying artifact crafting, wasn't unaware of. He had anticipated encountering the fire spirit beast. However, he had to wait 10 more days for Lin Dao to bring the map. Only then could he leave. Otherwise, searching for the map in other countries would be incredibly time-consuming. One day, 4 days before his scheduled meeting with Lin Dao, Wang Lin withdrew his consciousness from the artifact crafting jade slip. His expression was slightly weary, but a look of joy flickered in his eyes. The jade slip contained profound and extensive information on artifact crafting, impossible to grasp in a short time. Knowing this, he immediately focused on crafting his flying sword. He carefully held the artifact crafting jade slip in his hand and put it into his storage bag. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the iron fin artifact flew out, circling around him before hovering in front of him. After some use, the size of the iron fin had shrunk by half. Its edges had turned black. Obviously, this was due to its frequent high-speed flight. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then clasped his hands together. Several thin streams of spiritual power appeared in his palms. These streams of spiritual power were the first step in the War God Temple's artifact refining technique. The War God Temple's artifact refining technique was completely different from the usual methods. It didn't use spiritual fire for refining, nor did it use a furnace or engrave formations, nor did it involve fusing various materials. Instead, it used a special method that emphasized 3 processes: regulation, fusion, and integration. Furthermore, the War God Temple's artifact refining technique required a crucial tool mentioned frequently in the jade slip, a flying eagle furnace. The main function of the flying eagle furnace is to stimulate the fundamental properties of various refining materials. Only by crafting the flying eagle furnace can one be considered to have grasped the first step of the War God Temple's refining techniques. Wang Lin's hands moved rapidly. The number of spiritual energy streams in his hands continuously increased. Finally, they intertwined, as if Wang Lin's hands were covered by a piece of silk, forming a clear halo. After the spiritual energy halo was formed, Wang Lin's hands trembled slightly, causing it to fly up. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed with the method of creating the flying eagle furnace in the jade slip. That method had a very strict requirement. It needed a spirit beast skull as the furnace body. Wang Lin didn't know that this requirement had caused most of the War God Temple's refining cultivators to stop in their tracks. Wang Lin took a deep breath and patted his storage bag. A small box and a snake carcass flew out. The snake carcass was in Su Hao's storage bag. He didn't know where he'd found it. Previously, Wang Lin hadn't paid much attention to it, but since the creation of the flying eagle furnace required a spirit beast skull, he decided to try it out. Wang Lin suspected the snake carcass was probably a spirit pet of some cultivator who had followed their master into the outer battlefield and subsequently died. Finally, Su Hao had picked it up while clearing the battlefield, carefully cutting off the snake's head. After stripping away the skin and flesh, only a complete skull remained. After washing away the blood and brain, it was ready to become the body of the flying eagle furnace. Next, Wang Lin took a deep breath, carefully controlling the silk cloth with his spiritual power, and slowly pressed it against the furnace body. A sound rang out, and a crack appeared on the skull. But the cracking continued, and the crack grew larger and larger. Finally, the entire skull shattered into countless pieces that fell to the ground. The silk fabric formed by spiritual power gradually dissipated. The creation of the flying eagle furnace had failed. Wang Lin smiled wryly. Although disappointed, he had prepared himself mentally. The jade slip had mentioned that the failure rate in creating the flying eagle furnace was very high. To increase the success rate, besides controlling the spiritual power streams well, the most important thing was to choose the right furnace body. Ideally, use the skull of a recently deceased spirit beast. The strength of the spirit beast was also a crucial factor. If one could obtain the skull of a wild beast, the success rate would be even greater. Conversely, if the spirit beast had been dead for a long time, using its skull would greatly reduce the success rate. And if it wasn't a spirit beast, the probability of success was basically zero. The better the quality of the furnace body, the more effective the subsequent refining process would be. This was repeatedly mentioned in the jade slip. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. The only spirit beast he had in his storage bag was the snake carcass he had just seen. Now, the snake bones were shattered, making it impossible to continue crafting the flying eagle furnace. Therefore, Wang Lin had no choice but to choose another method for refining the artifact. He pointed at the iron plate, causing it to spin rapidly. Immediately, a drop of iron liquid fell. The size of the iron plate gradually decreased. Finally, as it continued to move, the iron plate completely dissolved, leaving only a puddle of iron liquid on the ground. The demonic entity possessing the iron plate had already flown out and was standing aside, secretly watching Wang Lin. The illusory image of a small, azure sword slowly rose from the puddle of iron liquid and circled around Wang Lin. Wang Lin took out a black flying sword from his storage bag. This flying sword belonged to his senior brother, Sun Yokai. Wang Lin pointed at the illusory image of the small sword. Instantly, it shot into the black flying sword, slowly merging with it. Although this method was direct, it was also the lowest level of Czech cultivation. It couldn't even be considered Czech cultivation at all. It was similar to soul possession, simply giving the flying sword a different body. After trying it out, he frowned. The flying sword speed was slightly faster than the iron fan, but still far inferior to what it was in Zhao Kingdom. However, at this point, it was already quite good. The demon didn't wait for Wang Lin's reminder and obediently entered the flying sword's body. Then, Wang Lin retrieved the flying sword and secretly calculated the time. After resting for a while, he disappeared without hesitation. Wang Lin didn't know that during the days he was in seclusion, an earth-shattering event had occurred in the fire-burning kingdom. The cause of this upheaval stemmed from a nascent soul cultivator of the Luo sect. While sealing a volcano, the mountain he was in charge of suddenly erupted, spewing molten rock nearly 100 feet high. At the same time, thick black smoke appeared, obscuring the sky. However, what made the nascent soul cultivator turn pale was a sea of fire spirit beasts erupting from the volcano along with the lava. Among these fire spirit beasts was one with an enormous body. It charged straight towards the nascent soul cultivator. After a battle between man and beast, the nascent soul cultivator, unable to withstand the attack, was severely wounded and fled. Fortunately, the fire spirit beast did not pursue him but instead ran to the mouths of other volcanoes, destroying the seals. In a short period of time, volcanoes throughout the fire-burning kingdom erupted one after another. The entire land and sky were filled with fire-element spiritual energy. In this situation, attempting to practice cultivation would at best lead to Che deviation, and at worst, result in being burned to death. Within a short period, the entire Fire Flame Kingdom was thrown into chaos. First, ordinary people. For humans, how could they possibly resist a fire spirit beast? The mortals of the Fire Flame Kingdom immediately began to evacuate. Next came the large and small cultivation families. All families looked towards the four major sects, waiting to see how they would decide, to fight or to retreat. The nascent soul cultivators of the four major sects gathered at the War God Temple. They urgently reported to the higher levels of the cultivation kingdom and decisively ordered their disciples to evacuate. All disciples who had gone out quickly returned to their sects, concentrating on relocating the entire country. After all, they didn't know when a fourth-level cultivation kingdom would appear. Therefore, no one dared to gamble. If they refused to leave, they feared that even if they managed to eliminate the fire spirit beast, the Fire Flame Kingdom's strength would be greatly damaged, potentially leading to its demotion to a second-level cultivation kingdom. There, Fire Flame Kingdom's border was adjacent to the Xuanwu Kingdom. Xuanwu Kingdom is also a third-tier cultivation kingdom, on par with Hufen Kingdom. The forces within Xuanwu Kingdom are very complex, with countless sects. When Wang Lin emerged from the mountain cave, it was precisely the time when the 4 major sects were relocating. Relocating an entire sect sounds simple, but in reality, it was extremely complicated. Moreover, under the attack of the fire spirit beasts, they had to both arrange the relocation and send disciples to defend against them. Therefore, the 4 major sects gathered together with the cultivation families, forming a force of over 20,000 cultivators. The fire spirit beasts poured out from the volcano, forming a legion of over 100,000. They deployed a siege, pressing in from all directions. After several major battles, the army of cultivators finally broke through the fire spirit beasts' encirclement. After leaving a number to hinder their advance, they quickly moved towards the border of Xuanwu Kingdom. As Wang Lin emerged from the mountain cave, he saw 7 or 8 cultivators surrounded by a pack of fire spirit beasts. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, almost no one was left dead. Without hesitation, Wang Lin quickly employed the Earth Escape technique and fled towards the War God Temple. Along the way, he spread out his divine consciousness, seeing fire spirit beasts everywhere. The further he went, the more terrified he became. Immediately, he changed direction, no longer searching for Lin Dao, but relying on Mao Liang's memory, fleeing towards the border. The fire-burning kingdom was no longer a viable option. However, he hadn't gone far when a powerful divine consciousness descended from the sky. After sweeping over him, it quickly focused on him. Wang Lin was shocked. His divine consciousness quickly discovered 16 enormous fire spirit beasts standing in a circle in the clouds above. In the center of the circle, a fiery orb floated. Threads of pink light emanated from the fire orb, touching the heads of the 16 fire spirit beasts. That immense divine consciousness truly originated from within the fire orb. Evidently, this was the 16 fire spirit beasts gathering together, utilizing their innate talents to unleash their divine abilities. Upon detecting Wang Lin, their eyes flashed with light in an instant. They roared angrily and charged towards Wang Lin. Without a word, Wang Lin increased his speed and quickly fled. The 16 spirit beasts roared, spewing out something resembling lava, turning the ground red and creating countless cracks. Having suffered a setback once, Wang Lin couldn't afford to repeat it. Just as the fire spirit beast spewed the liquid, he leapt out of the ground, transforming into a rainbow and flying away. 16 fire spirit beasts immediately gave chase. Their reason for hiding here was to find the cultivator who had killed the fire spirit beast ancestor. That was their sole objective. Furthermore, because of Wang Lin, the fire spirit beasts hated all cultivators. They almost killed anyone they encountered. However, many of them also died. Under the high-level magical artifacts of powerful cultivators, countless fire spirit beasts perished. To be precise, fire spirit beasts have no souls. They exist in a very special way. Ordinary flying swords cannot destroy their tough bodies. The only way to kill them is to use powerful magical artifacts to destroy their bodies. Their problem is, the number of fire spirit beasts is simply too great. They are still surging out of the volcano's mouth. How many there are, only the fire spirit beast ancestor, absorbed by the heaven-defying pearl, is known to anyone else. Wang Lin flew faster and faster. If the giant beasts behind him were still in the lava, their speed would undoubtedly surpass Wang Lin's. But now that they were out of the lava, their speed immediately decreased, maintaining a certain distance from him. However, Wang Lin couldn't bear it any longer. Everywhere was filled with fire-element spiritual energy. Each breath caused intense pain in his body. Besides the roaring fire spirit beasts behind him, countless others appeared along the way, blocking his path. Gradually, the number of fire spirit beasts chasing him increased. Wang Lin used his divine sense to scan the area, and a chill ran down his spine. Behind him were layers upon layers of fire spirit beasts, making it impossible to discern their exact number. If he stopped, he would surely be torn to shreds. But Wang Lin wasn't the type to silently accept death. Back when he was still in the Cha condensation stage, even when being chased by Teng Li, he dared to resist and launch a sneak attack. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He took out a wooden barrel containing spiritual energy liquid. He drank it while flying to replenish the spiritual energy depleted in his body. Next, he took out a black light from his storage bag. It flashed and instantly teleported, stabbing towards a fire spirit beast. A loud sound rang out, a bloodstain appeared on the fire spirit beast's chest, and it was sent flying far away and fell to the ground. It quickly sprang up, hissed a few times, and then charged again. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but a hint of gloom appeared in his eyes. The fire spirit beast was not only unable to attack with his divine consciousness, but its body was also very tough. The flying sword struck it, but it only injured it, not killed it. Moreover, it was only a minor injury. Wang Lin was unwilling to give up and continued to control the flying sword to launch sneak attacks. Finally, with one attack, the flying sword struck the forehead of a fire spirit beast. Its body immediately trembled, then exploded, emitting a wave of heat. Immediately, a strong burning smell emanated from Wang Lin's head. However, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, "So even fire spirit beasts aren't without weaknesses." Then Wang Lin continuously controlled his flying sword to launch sneak attacks. In an instant, another fire spirit beast was killed by his sword. According to Wang Lin's estimation, a normal fire spirit beast has a cultivation level equivalent to the Czech condensation stage. However, it's immune to spiritual attacks and has a tough body, making it very difficult to kill. After all, Wang Lin was alone, and his destructive power was limited. Moreover, fire spirit beasts are fearless. Despite being killed in large numbers, they continue to charge forward. Finally, after numerous teleportations, and with the sword spirit only in its parasitic form and not yet officially refined, the flying sword was deformed. Many places were chipped and damaged. At this point, even if the flying sword's owner were to come back to life, they wouldn't recognize it. Seeing that he couldn't maintain it for much longer, and with the fire spirit beasts constantly increasing in number, even though Wang Lin had liquid spiritual energy to replenish it, he still had to use his spiritual power continuously. If he couldn't replenish it in time, he would only have one path, death. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and, instead of flying towards Yuanwu Kingdom, changed direction and rushed towards the War God Temple. He didn't believe the War God Temple had been destroyed by the fire spirit beasts. If he were the ancestor of the War God Temple, he would certainly choose to relocate. But this relocation couldn't be done immediately. Of course, it would take some time. Moreover, even if he did relocate, he couldn't do it too quickly. After all, relocating a sect involves many people. He had only been in seclusion in his cave dwelling for 8 days. Even if the fire spirit beasts appeared on the first day of his seclusion, the War God Temple couldn't have moved so quickly. That was just his speculation. What truly made Wang Lin determined was that the life essence within his body could sense the location of Yang Zhang and Lin Dao. As soon as Wang Lin changed direction, the fire spirit beasts closed the distance. They continuously spewed out fluid. Several times, Wang Lin almost got hit. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his speed. Before long, a faint breath of energy reached Wang Lin from afar. His divine consciousness swept over it, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In front of him, a large army of over 10,000 cultivators was slowly flying towards him. 10,000 sword lights appeared in the sky, causing Wang Lin's heart to pound. But in an instant, he calmed down and charged towards the army of cultivators. Among the cultivators were countless war chariots. Streams of spiritual energy emanated from them. The fire spirit beasts chasing Wang Lin suddenly stopped. 16 giant beasts roared continuously, blocking the path of the cultivator army. The cultivator army did not stop. Several thousand sword lights flew out. Led by 10 nascent soul cultivators, they immediately engaged in battle with the fire spirit beasts. Soon after, 2 groups of about 2,000 cultivators flew out from the army, joining the battle. Before Wang Lin could enter the army, more than 10 sword lights flew out and stopped about 10 meters away from him. The person in the middle was the woman Miao Ling. Her appearance was ordinary, but a hint of killing intent flickered between her eyebrows. Looking at the fire spirit beasts behind Wang Lin with hatred in her eyes, she asked, "Fellow Taoist, which sect are you a disciple of? What is your name? Speak quickly." Wang Lin's face still showed fear. He quickly clasped his hands together and said, "I am Ma Liang, a disciple of the War God Temple." The woman glanced at Wang Lin and coldly said, "Qing Xuan, take him to the War God Temple's ranks and investigate his identity. If he is not a disciple of the War God Temple, kill him." A young man flew out from the crowd, nodded to Wang Lin, and then transformed into a sword light, flying towards the army of cultivators. Wang Lin clasped his hands to the woman and followed closely behind the young man. In an instant, they reached the center of the army of cultivators. The closer he got, the more he felt the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from the army. Although the entire land was covered in black mist from volcanic eruptions, the fluctuations of spiritual power from the army of cultivators were like a giant sword cutting through the heavens and earth, creating a gap. Wherever it passed, the black mist swirled and dispersed to the sides, offering no resistance whatsoever. Sword energy emanated from tens of thousands of flying swords, even denser than the fluctuations of spiritual power. Under that sword energy, the weather changed dramatically, and the sky darkened. A series of flying swords, flying together, exuded an aura of earth-shattering power, like a rainbow streaking across the sky. At this moment, dawn broke, and the black mist slightly dissipated. The battle ahead, unknowingly, showed signs of balance. Various magical artifacts and flying swords flashed with countless rays of light in the sky, dazzling the onlookers. That magnificent scene was something Wang Lin would never forget in his lifetime. Compared to the battlefields of the Outer Realms, the scene before him displayed a unity and unwavering will of the fire-burning kingdom. This kind of power could not be possessed by a single person. It was the unity of an entire nation, capable of shattering anything in its path. Perhaps only the fire spirit beasts could compare to it. Wang Lin's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of awe. Trying to remain calm, he followed Then Haiyan, chasing after the army of cultivators. Scouting Battalion, Then Haiyan, a disciple of the Wo sect, bringing Ma Liang from the War God Temple to this meeting. "I trouble the War God Temple to verify my identity so I can report back," Then Haiyan said loudly. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. That day, the woman in the nascent soul stage hadn't attacked him. Her words even contained a welcoming tone. Otherwise, Wang Lin wouldn't have wanted to come here. However, even without that woman, Wang Lin would have chosen to come, as it was the best option under the pursuit of the fire spirit beast. But Wang Lin was inherently cautious. If the situation became unfavorable, he was ready to flee immediately. Since they were fighting the fire spirit beast ahead, fewer people would pursue him if he fled. As for the nascent soul stage, they certainly wouldn't ignore the major event of his movement and would pursue and kill him. As for the core formation stage, they are currently the main fighting force. If they truly wanted to kill him, only a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of their power would be the best choice. But for Wang Lin, a foundation establishment cultivator is simply a matter of killing one if they come. If 10 come, he'll kill all 10. No sooner had Then Haiyan finished speaking than a woman riding a flying sword, upon hearing the name Ma Liang, suddenly changed her expression, her face turning grim. She gritted her teeth, her body sinking as she flew towards them. The woman wore a young lady's attire, her complexion naturally rosy. Her crimson lips, combined with her graceful figure, made her appear to be the very person Ma Liang had secretly longed for. Even while living on the battlefields of the Outer Realms, he hadn't forgotten his junior sister, Su Si. Upon arriving, she bowed to Then Haiyan, then coldly looked at Wang Lin. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and she coldly said, "Which villain dares to impersonate someone from our War God Temple? Senior brother Then Haiyan, please help me kill this man." With that, she lightly patted her storage bag. A 2-inch long black needle appeared in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, she threw the needle directly at Wang Lin. The black needle rapidly increased in size, trailing a thin cloud of dust, transforming into a black gust of wind that shot towards Wang Lin. Qing Juan was stunned, but instead of attacking, she retreated a few steps. She coldly stared at Wang Lin, saying nothing. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, a hint of mockery in his heart. He waved his sleeve, conjuring an invisible hand that easily snatched the black needle. He snorted softly, quickly erasing the spiritual energy from the needle before placing it in his storage bag. The young woman's pretty face instantly turned pale. A stream of fresh blood flowed from her crimson lips. The flying sword beneath her feet dimmed momentarily. Her expression was one of terror and disbelief as she looked at Wang Lin. In her impression, Wang Lin couldn't possibly possess such skill. Not only did he disregard her magical artifact, but the mere act of casually erasing the spiritual energy from it was enough to terrify her. At this moment, 3 streaks of sword light flew out from the army of cultivators of the War God Temple. After landing on the ground, 3 people appeared. One of them was Yang Shang. He glanced at the young woman, then turned and bowed to Qingjuan, saying, "I apologize for troubling you, Taoist Qingjuan. Junior brother Ma Liang is indeed a disciple of our War God Temple. I apologize for troubling you to lead the way." Qingjuan glanced at them, shook his head slightly, and then flew away on his sword. After a while, he turned around and saw Yang Shang standing beside Wang Lin, his face showing respect. Seeing this, he was startled. After thinking for a moment, he changed direction and headed towards Wo Gate. Yang Shang ignored the people beside him, stood in front of Wang Lin, and whispered, "Master, do you know Ancestor Feng Lon? The one sitting on the 5-colored phoenix chariot is the ancestor. She said I should come to escort you to meet her." Wang Lin raised his head and looked towards the moving army of cultivators. Among the War God Temple's group was a 5-colored phoenix chariot. On the chariot sat a woman dressed in palace attire. Sensing Wang Lin's gaze, she turned her head and glanced at him. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He knew clearly that Ancestor Feng Lon was the young woman who had come to him the other day to retrieve Chu Zihong's life essence blood. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin followed Yang Shang forward. As he passed to see, he coldly glanced at her. His divine consciousness silently left a trace in her body. After a month, that trace would manifest. At that time, Susi would surely die. Since the dramatic events in Zhao Kingdom, Wang Lin had eradicated any enemy, male or female, without fail. If TT had acted first, then don't blame him for showing no mercy. Yang Shang led the way for Wang Lin, whispering. Lin Dao copied the map and was caught by Ancestor Feng Lon. Now, the map is in the ancestor's hands. Lin Dao has also been punished. If it weren't for this move, he would probably have been imprisoned for 10 years. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but his vigilance increased. After approaching the 5-colored phoenix chariot, Yang Shang slowed down. Wang Lin leisurely passed Yang Shang and flew onto the chariot, standing opposite the woman, bowing respectfully and saying, "Wang Lin greets Senior." The woman continued to look at the battlefield ahead, gently saying, "Wang Lin is your real name?" Wang Lin nodded, remaining silent. There were many people named Wang Lin. There was no need to lie about such matters. If the other party discovered it, it would be even worse. The young woman looked at the surrounding army of cultivators, remaining silent for a moment, then said, "Right now, the Fire Flame Kingdom is in danger. After reaching the Zhuanwu Kingdom, a great battle is certain. Therefore, consider your matter settled. There's no need to worrying about it. If anyone comes to cause you trouble, I will protect you. But I can only help you once, in return for saving Zihong." As Feng Lon finished speaking, the surrounding world suddenly darkened. More than 10 massive volcanoes appeared on the battlefield ahead. These mountains were lifted into the air by nascent soul cultivators using their magical power. Wherever they passed, the fire spirit beasts quickly retreated. Some who couldn't avoid them were crushed to pieces by the powerful wind. Taking advantage of the mountains clearing the way, the army of cultivators seized the opportunity and quickly charged forward. The approximately 20,000 fire spirit beasts that had been pursuing Wang Lin were now breached by the army. Each sword light instantly shot out. Once a gap was opened, the defeat of the fire spirit beasts was inevitable. The purpose of the cultivator army was not to annihilate the enemy, but to charge out. Feng Lon stared intently at the battlefield. In the distance, they suddenly accelerated, following the cultivator army and charging out. 16 enormous fire spirit beasts were successively blocked by nascent soul stage experts, roaring furiously. Finally, they stopped, staring after the disappearing army of cultivators. Then, they assumed a strange posture. Their hands clasped together. They let out continuous roars. Immediately afterward, countless threads spread from the top of their heads, gathering together. Finally, they formed a fiery orb. When the orb appeared, the faces of the 16 giant beasts showed signs of exhaustion, emitting low growls. It was visible to the naked eye that their bodies were shrinking. Clusters of red light emanated from their bodies, entering the halo. This process lasted for an hour. During this time, some cultivators noticed the anomaly and turned back to stop it. But when they were only 100 feet away, they were attacked by a destructive energy source and instantly turned into dust. After a while, the bodies of the 16 giant beasts slowly disappeared. All of their bodies had merged into the fiery halo. The size of the fiery halo remained unchanged, but the red color on its body became even more vibrant. Finally, when the bodies of the giant beasts had completely merged into the fiery halo, it quickly shattered, turning into pink specks of light and disappearing into the heavens. At the same time, in the fire-burning kingdom, all the fire spirit beasts stopped, kneeling on the ground. They let out small roars. Immediately afterward, one fire spirit beast suddenly fell to the ground. A pink speck of light appeared on its forehead. The fire spirit beast's body rapidly expanded. Before even half an incense stick had burned out, its body had grown to over 10 jang tall. Immediately afterward, a pink dot appeared on the forehead of each fire spirit beast. Their bodies rapidly expanded. In less than 2 hours, all the fire spirit beasts in the fire-burning kingdom seemed to have undergone another transformation. They all grew to over 10 jang tall, and their strength increased accordingly. After transforming, the fire spirit beasts flew up, chasing after the disappearing army of cultivators. Gradually, more and more transformed fire spirit beasts joined the pursuit. After rejoining the army of cultivators, the 10 nascent soul cultivators returned to their positions. 4 of them headed towards the war god temple. One of the white-haired old men, after glancing at Wang Lin standing on the phoenix chariot, growled ominously. "You were the one who brought the fire spirit beasts here just now, weren't you?" Wang Lin's gaze was cold as he looked at the old man and nodded. The old man snorted coldly, his large hand stretched out, grabbing at Wang Lin. Feng Lone, standing beside Wang Lin, frowned slightly. She patted the 5-colored phoenix chariot. Instantly, 5 birds of different colors emerged from within the chariot. They chirped, then flapped their wings, creating a wave of multicolored energy spreading outwards. The old man withdrew his hand, stepped back a few paces, and glared at the woman, angrily saying, "Feng Lone, what are you doing? This brat not only possessed a disciple of our war god temple, but also brought fire spirit beasts here. Do you know that in the battle just now, more than 1,000 of our fire-burning kingdom disciples died?" Feng Lone looked around. Her pretty face showed determination as she said, "With me here, you can't kill him." Chu Jin stared intently at Feng Lone. After a moment of thought, the old man said, "This person is neither Ma Liang nor a disciple of our war god temple. I may spare his life, but he cannot remain here." Feng Lone turned to look at Wang Lin and said, "Wang Lin, are you willing to become my registered disciple?" Wang Lin hastily nodded and bowed in gratitude. Ju Jin narrowed his eyes. Feng Lone's cultivation level was comparable to his, both at the early nascent soul stage. However, her dual cultivation partner, Yang Shen, had reached the middle nascent soul stage. Offending to nascent soul cultivators over such a trivial matter was not worth it. Ju Jin snorted softly and said, "Since Sister Feng Lone has agreed to accept him as a disciple, I will not pursue the matter further. Let's put his identity aside for now. We are currently in a great battle, and with his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he will likely struggle to survive on the battlefield." After saying that, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Of the remaining 3 nascent soul cultivators, except for one who flew towards Feng Lone, the other just shook their heads and smiled wryly, dispersing. The one who flew towards Feng Lone was a middle-aged scholar. He was the very person that the Chu Jin feared, the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, Yang Shen. He glanced at Wang Lin, then sighed and said to Feng Lone, "Sister Lone, what kind of person is this?" Feng Lone coldly looked at the middle-aged scholar and said, "If it weren't for him, hunger would surely have died in the outer battlefield. Back then, if it weren't for your advice, why would hunger have gone into such a dangerous place?" The middle-aged scholar remained silent for a moment, then turned and bowed deeply to Wang Lin. After standing up, he took a jade talisman from his storage bag. He lightly touched it with his right hand and then threw it towards Wang Lin, muttering, "This jade talisman was crafted by me into a nascent soul level magical artifact. I have withdrawn my consciousness. You can use it to protect your life through refining." Wang Lin's expression was a mixture of joy and fear. He quickly accepted the jade talisman and hastily bowed in gratitude. After the middle-aged scholar handed over the jade talisman, he ignored Wang Lin and flew into the phoenix chariot, speaking softly with Feng Lone. Seeing the middle-aged scholar enter the chariot, he bowed and left, flying out of the carriage and into the midst of the large army of cultivators. The border of the fire-burning kingdom was adjacent to the Xuanwu kingdom. Besides the cultivators on the move, the common people had also begun to arrive. After the fire spirit beasts mutated, they rarely attacked humans. Their target now was Wang Lin alone in the large army of cultivators. Time passed silently, and the fire spirit beasts continued to slowly pursue the army of cultivators. Their numbers grew steadily. A heavy atmosphere hung over the hearts of the cultivators. At the border of the fire element kingdom, there was a massive basin. After the army of cultivators arrived, the 4 major sects, along with several powerful cultivation families, held a meeting. A total of 19 cultivators at the nascent soul stage held a secret discussion. After the discussion, the 19 cultivators flew into the sky from the army. A nascent soul stage cultivator from the Luo sect said in a low voice, "After many years of investigation, our Luo sect has found the location of the ancestral fire spirit beast. This is also where the fire spirit beast was born. If we can seal this place, we can definitely restrain all the other volcanoes. At that time, we can simply rely on the locking kingdom formation left behind by our predecessors over the past thousands of years to imprison the fire spirit beast." A middle-aged man with a rosy face from the evil demon sect glanced at him and snorted softly. If the founding ancestor had already taken precautions, why didn't he eliminate them all at the beginning? Why leave behind the formation? The 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Yin sect didn't have coffins behind them. Obviously, their bodies had already been collected. The time for the official body possession was drawing near. Their expressions were the most indifferent, as if nothing could faze them. If it weren't for the chaotic spiritual energy of the fire-burning kingdom preventing their recovery, they wouldn't have participated in this matter at all. Ancestor Song of the War God Temple glanced around and said, "Our founding ancestor of the fire-burning kingdom couldn't have foreseen the volcanic eruption and the threat of the fire spirit beasts. And even if he had, it probably wouldn't have been unavoidable. Therefore, the 1,000-year effort to set up the locking kingdom formation here, leaving everyone away out, is more than enough. Fellow Taoists, let's begin." After the old man surnamed Song finished speaking, the group of middle-aged scholars, Feng Lone, and 6 nascent soul stage cultivators from the War God Temple all stood together. Though in different positions, each of them formed a strange hand seal. They all shouted in unison. 6 lotus flowers shot out from their hands, falling into a basin to the east. A loud noise echoed. A red mist emanated from the basin. Next came the Luo sect, the evil demon sect, and the Yin sect. Countless lotus flowers descended from the sky, falling to the south, west, and north. The noises intensified. The red mist rose, more and more, condensing into countless shapes in the air. Finally, a spherical cloud formed in the void. At this moment, the nascent soul stage cultivators from the various cultivation families looked somewhat helpless. They slapped their foreheads, conjured their nascent souls, and quickly flew into the air. After their nascent souls arrived before the mist, they hesitated slightly. "Fellow rogue cultivators, why haven't you acted yet? What are you waiting for?" Suddenly, a cultivator from the Luo sect shouted. A nascent soul hovering before the mist shrieked, "Fellow cultivators, since the 4 major sects have offered the nascent soul replenishing pills, we'll also receive 100 years of spiritual power in return. I'll risk my life." Having said that, the nascent soul's body moved slightly, its hands formed a seal, it roared, and then plunged into the mist. In an instant, the nascent soul's body completely merged into the mist, indistinguishable. The remaining nascent souls also gritted their teeth and entered. In a flash, the size of the mist remained unchanged, but it emitted a slight fluctuation of spiritual power. The senior cultivators of the fire-burning kingdom, to prevent volcanic eruptions, had set up the locking kingdom formation. Not only did it require the 4 major sects to contribute their strength, but it also required nascent soul cultivators to personally release their nascent souls and infuse them into the formation. Only then could the formation operate flawlessly, officially sealing off the entire kingdom. The blood-red color on the mist sphere grew darker and darker, slowly rising into the air to a very high position. Immediately afterward, the mist sphere suddenly expanded, rapidly spreading in all directions across the Fire Flame Kingdom. Wherever the mist sphere passed, all the volcanoes were enveloped in a red mist. This mist was quickly absorbed into the mist sphere, causing its expansion speed to increase even faster. In about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the mist sphere had spread throughout the Fire Flame Kingdom. A red bull-like sphere descended from above, enveloping the entire Fire Flame Kingdom. The kingdom's ceiling formation had been successfully opened. Once the kingdom's ceiling formation was opened, except for ordinary people who could move around, all cultivators, spirit beasts, and anyone with supernatural abilities could not enter or exit. The 19 nascent soul cultivators from the four major sects quickly retreated as soon as the grand formation opened. Several of them helped the bodies of the rogue nascent soul cultivators, taking them back to their families. Those without families were collectively taken to the Wo sect. Several cultivators from the Wo sect stood outside the grand formation, bowing and speaking in a loud voice. Fellow Taoists, please rest assured and guard the formation. Our Wo sect guarantees your safety. This locking nation grand formation can only last 3 months. After 3 months, when we have settled in the Zhuanwu Kingdom, the higher level cultivation nations will surely send people here to exterminate the fire spirit beast. At that time, we will personally come here to welcome you back. After saying this, the nascent soul cultivators from the other 3 sects also bowed and clasped their hands, clearly showing their sincerity. After the fire spirit beast's grand formation was activated, all the fire spirit beasts roared in anger. They continuously attacked the red barrier above, but no matter how hard they attacked, they couldn't break through. Temporarily halting the pursuit of the fire spirit beasts, the army of cultivators accelerated their pace. Sword light filled the sky, crossing the border of Zhuanwu Kingdom. A number of mortal soldiers occupied the border of Zhuanwu Kingdom. They stared blankly at the sword light flying overhead. Without anyone shouting, they all threw down their weapons, knelt down, and bowed repeatedly. Among the soldiers was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. He looked up at the sky in astonishment, his face pale, and whispered, This dot is a cultivator from the Fire Flame Kingdom." He took a deep breath, his expression changing drastically as he quickly retreated. But just then, several cackling laughs echoed from the sky. A nascent soul stage cultivator from the evil demon sect flew forward, riding on a beam of sword light. A flash of light appeared, and 3 flying swords, from different angles, pierced the cultivator's body. He let out a tragic cry, his body severed into several pieces, blood splattering everywhere. The mortal army immediately dispersed. Even their general fled for his life, fearing involvement. 10,000 beams of sword light instantly entered the Zhuanwu Kingdom. Upon reaching a mist-shrouded mountain near the border, a cold-faced old man suddenly appeared before the high-ranking cultivators. He lightly flicked his right hand, transforming it into a giant hand that grasped the mountain. A golden light emanated from the mountain, forming a circle of light, attempting to stop the hand. Within the circle of light, over 1,000 cultivators looked up in confusion. A silver-haired old woman flew out, shouting, "Fellow Taoists of the fire-burning kingdom, what are your intentions?" The War God Temple's Yongshen flickered slightly, appearing within the circle of light. His expression was completely calm, and with a grab of his right hand, loud noises erupted from the circle of light. In an instant, the circle of light was crushed and vanished without a trace. The old woman's eyes narrowed, and without a word, she quickly turned and fled. In a flash, she was 10 miles away. Suddenly, Yongshen's figure appeared in the clouds ahead. He coldly looked at the old woman, then without a word, waved his hand. The old woman cried out, releasing her nascent soul. As soon as the nascent soul appeared, her main body was shattered by a destructive energy. The old woman trembled in terror. Her cultivation had only reached the early nascent soul stage, but the opponent's strength was at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. Such a level of cultivation was rare, even in the entire Zhuanwu Kingdom, and there were no more than 3 such individuals. The old woman had no intention of resisting at all. "You can't escape," Yongshen snorted softly and chased after them. Leaving Yongshen's matter aside for now, let's shift to the scene. On the mountain. After the light barrier was shattered, the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators of the Fire Flame Kingdom rushed forward, killing anyone they encountered. In an instant, blood flowed like a river on the mountain, leaving no trace of life. A massive mountain had been occupied by the four major sects. Over 10,000 disciples were stationed on the mountain. In the sky, besides Yang Shen, 18 nascent soul cultivators were hovering. The eyes of the song cultivator from the war god temple flashed with a murderous glint, his voice filled with killing intent, as he said, "This is a battle without right or wrong. If we cannot set foot in Zhuanwu Kingdom within 3 months, then the fire spirit beasts will break through the formation." However, the fire spirit beasts are not the scary part. What's scary is the lack of heaven and earth spiritual energy for cultivation. The war god temple, the evil demon sect, the Low Gate, and the Shin sect will unite to form an alliance called the Fire Burning Alliance. Any disciple of the alliance with a foundation establishment stage cultivation level will receive a treasure of the golden core stage level. Those with a golden core stage cultivation level will receive a magic weapon of the nascent soul stage level. During the war, whoever seizes an item will not reclaim it. Disciples, this is a battle, but I hope you will consider it an invasion for survival. A nascent soul cultivator from the Low Gate coughed a few times and said, "Besides the magic weapons, each of you will be given a jade talisman. The talisman will record the number of enemies you have killed. For every 100 people with check condensation stage cultivation, or 10 people with foundation establishment stage cultivation, you will receive 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Killing 20 people with foundation establishment cultivation or 1 person with golden core cultivation will earn you 10 bottles of spiritual medicine." A frail old man from the Low sect, dressed in black robes, stepped forward. His face was covered in wrinkles, his eyes dull, seemingly still recovering his spirits. He said hoarsely, "Each month, whoever kills the most people will receive a heavenly separation pill." As soon as the words heavenly separation pill left his mouth, Wang Lin clearly noticed that everyone present breathed heavily, their breathing becoming rapid. Ma! Liang had also mentioned the heavenly separation pill in his memory. It was extremely rare in the entire fire-burning kingdom, with no more than 30 pills. This precious spiritual pill of the fire-burning kingdom increased the success rate of forming a golden core. If a golden core cultivator consumed it, while it wouldn't directly advance to the next realm, it could directly solidify their foundation. The remaining 30 pills had been preserved for thousands of years. Next, approximately 5,000 cultivators were divided into numerous teams to receive their assignments, and Wang Lin was among them. After receiving their assignments, the teams dispersed in all directions, gradually invading the area, killing any cultivators they encountered. Nascent soul stage experts were constantly patrolling the surroundings, ready to assist in resisting any opposing nascent soul stage experts. Wang Lin was assigned to the 10th squad, the 8th squad. The 8th squad had nearly 30 members, all from different sects. 5 of them were foundation establishment stage, and the rest were at the 13th or 14th level of check condensation stage. Leading the squad was a core formation stage cultivator from the evil demon sect, while for some reason, only Wang Lin appeared from the war god temple. They were tasked with assisting the 10th squad in occupying a medium-sized spiritual vein on the border. As a foundation establishment stage cultivator of the war god temple, Wang Lin received a core formation treasure, but its power wasn't great. Because of its large quantity, it was basically the lowest quality core formation treasure. Calling it weak wouldn't be any exaggeration. Before leaving the war god temple, Feng Luo summoned Wang Lin. In a pavilion, Feng Luo stood by a window, gazing into the distance at the fire-burning kingdom. After a long while, she tossed out a jade slip and said, "Hunger once said that you displayed great strength in the outer space, so why is your cultivation level only at the mid-stage foundation establishment now?" Wang Lin received the jade slip, his divine consciousness scanning it. His expression immediately became strange. The slip contained more than half a map. The map marked 7 or 8 countries of the fire-burning kingdom, along with clear notes on their ranks and various detailed documents. He pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing with a glint of light. He roughly understood some of the meaning behind her words. Feng Luan waved her hand to stop him, saying, "This map has 3 parts in total. If you can kill 50 foundation establishment cultivators, I will give you another part. When the war ends, if you can kill 150 people, I will give you the last part. Go down." Wang Lin didn't say another word and immediately turned to leave. Feng Luan's words had already guessed some of it. Nothing in this world is cheap, only unequal exchanges. Compared to before, the fire-burning kingdom, especially Feng Luan, had some humanity in mind. Because of the matter of Zhou Zihang, they wanted to prevent him from possessing another body. As for the map, it was clear that if you had the strength, it would belong to you, but if you were weak and died on the battlefield, no one could be blamed. Wang Lin originally had no intention of participating in the war between the two countries, but at this moment, his mind changed. The map was only the first reason. More importantly, it was the heavenly separation pill. It could increase the success rate of forming a golden core, so Wang Lin had to follow his plan. Since cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique and obtaining 3 cold pills, he already had a very high success rate, but there was still a failure rate. Wang Lin had high expectations for the golden core stage. Once he could successfully form a golden core, he would become the #1 nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, he couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. With the heavenly separation pill and the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique as aids, he could have an 80 to 90% chance of success. Thinking of this, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. On the second day after dispersing the invading team from the fire-burning kingdom, 10 nascent soul cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius would immediately intercept any nascent soul cultivators who appeared. A team of approximately 30 cultivators, riding on Swordlight, flew north and stopped at the summit of a desolate mountain. A man with an ordinary appearance, but whose eyes constantly gleamed with a cold light, said in a cold voice, "The 10th squad of cultivators has begun attacking the mid-level spiritual vein of Zhuanwu Kingdom. The enemy will certainly send reinforcements here. Our mission is to prevent anyone within a 500-mile radius from approaching. Disperse immediately. If you discover anything, report it to me." After saying this, the old man sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and remained silent. This old man was Zhang Zili, the captain of the 8th squad, a nascent soul stage expert of the evil demon sect. Among his subordinate cultivators, he valued the 5 foundation establishment stage cultivators the most. He disregarded the rest. Wang Lin stepped forward, quickly flying away and landing under a large tree to meditate. The others also dispersed, finding places to sit down. For a short time, the surroundings were eerily quiet except for the faint sound of breathing. Zhang Zili opened his eyes, casting a contemptuous glance around, deeply dissatisfied with his assigned position. In his mind, he should have been assigned to the 1st squad to sweep through the sects. That way, he could have secured some advantages. But being here to hinder enemy reinforcements meant he didn't know when he'd encounter any enemies. It was utterly pointless. Time slowly passed, and suddenly Wang Lin opened his eyes, looking into the distance, a cold smile playing on his lips. Zhang Zili also noticed the anomaly, immediately standing up and looking into the distance, only to see 10 streaks of sword light rapidly approaching. Zhang Zili licked his lips, opened his mouth, and spat out a beam of light, which instantly transformed into a dagger. He swung his hand, and the dagger shot out, simultaneously letting out a sinister laugh and shouting, "Kill!" Having finished speaking, he took a step forward, his body like a sharp sword, and the cultivators of the 8th squad immediately flew out from all sides to intercept the 10 men in midair. Neither side spoke a word. Upon seeing each other, they immediately engaged in combat. The 10 men from Zhuanwu Kingdom had no core formation cultivators. They were all foundation establishment cultivators. As soon as they saw Zhang Zili arrive, 8 of them split up, forming a strange sword formation. Zhang Zili was surrounded by these 8 men, making escape impossible in a short time, and he roared in anger. The remaining 7 men then began to engage in battle with the 8 men of the 8th squad. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold. He had no intention of wasting time. He absolutely had to obtain the map and the heavenly separation pill. With a swift movement, his flying sword instantly shot out, piercing the chest of one of the opposing foundation establishment cultivators in a flash, causing a large amount of blood to gush out. Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, and the remaining 6 foundation establishment cultivators on the opposing side suddenly felt their vision darken. Then, flying swords flashed into view, piercing the chests of each of them. Those watching from the sidelines saw 7 foundation establishment cultivators die under Wang Lin's flying swords, but none of them knew that their consciousness had vanished before death. 7 people were killed instantly, leaving both sides stunned. Whether it was Zhang Zili or those surrounding him and the members of Team 8, they all couldn't believe their eyes, staring intently at Wang Lin. The flying sword had now returned to hover above Wang Lin's head, emitting a chilling aura. The 8 people surrounding Zhang Zili turned pale, one of them softly shouting, "Retreat!" Immediately, the 8 quickly retreated, ignoring Zhang Zili. Zhang Zili glanced at Wang Lin, his eyes revealing a hint of apprehension. He admitted to himself that he couldn't kill 7 Foundation establishment cultivators in an instant. He secretly suspected Wang Lin was concealing his cultivation, which was why he appeared to be only in the mid-Foundation establishment stage. He cursed inwardly, but then thought, this method of concealment is good, perhaps the other party will underestimate him and then reveal deadly weaknesses. However, that wasn't important at the moment. The 8 Foundation establishment cultivators had used some kind of sword formation to trap a golden core cultivator. This was too embarrassing, especially since it happened right in front of his team members. Zhang Zili's face darkened, and he moved slightly, quickly giving chase. Just as he was about to catch up, the 8 Foundation establishment cultivators suddenly emitted a white aura from their bodies using some unknown technique. As soon as this aura appeared, it instantly enveloped their legs, doubling their speed. Zhang Zili sneered, forming a hand seal and pressing it against his chest, producing a golden elixir filled with dense spiritual energy. With a wave of his hand, it swiftly broke through the air, chasing after the 8 people ahead, striking 3 of them in the back before retracting the elixir. 3 of those struck by the elixir spat out fresh blood, their bodies falling to the ground in midair. The remaining 5 didn't even glance at their teammates, instead using their maximum speed to escape. Zhang Zili snorted softly, and suddenly the 5 people in the distance staggered slightly before falling to the ground. Zhang Zili stared intently, only to see Wang Lin rapidly flying towards him from afar. His expression subtly changed, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard Wang Lin's telepathic message. There are no fewer than 100 cultivators flying towards us from behind, before. The words reached him, Wang Lin had already flown past Zhang Zili, instantly soaring into the distance. At this moment, Zhang Zili saw 100 streaks of sword light approaching from the horizon. He immediately turned to flee, but when he looked back, Wang Lin was nowhere to be seen, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. The other members of the 8th squad, seeing the situation was unfavorable, retreated towards the spiritual vein. After moving far away, Wang Lin saw that the surroundings were deserted. He landed on the ground, stomped his foot, and then burrowed into the earth, using the earth escape technique to flee westward. He had just killed 12 Foundation establishment cultivators. He still needed 38 more to obtain another part of the map. Although it was said that acting with more people would increase the chances of success, he was capable, but if he wanted to obtain the heavenly separation pill, he would have to act alone. In an instant, 100 streaks of sword light passed by Wang Lin's position and flew towards the spiritual vein. Only after they had passed did Wang Lin emerge from the ground, coldly watching them go. Although the group moved very quickly, Wang Lin's earth escape technique was even more miraculous. From behind, all that could be seen was over 100 cultivators riding flying swords, arriving at the spiritual vein in an instant. The spiritual energy here fluctuated greatly, and a large pit lay on the ground, littered with severed limbs and skeletons. A gentle breeze carried a foul, pungent smell that struck the faces of those present. As the 100 or so cultivators arrived, countless cultivators from the fire-burning kingdom appeared from all directions. The battle quickly began. At the same time, 8 thick sword lights flew from afar, emanating a powerful aura. Wang Lin glanced at them and immediately recognized them as 8 nascent soul stage experts from the opposing side. As soon as they advanced, they were immediately scrutinized by the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Fire Flame Kingdom. Then, the nascent soul stage masters from both sides instantly engaged in combat, their magical artifacts and flying swords clashing in layers. A series of explosions resounded. Incessantly, the heavens and earth trembled, and the weather changed dramatically. Soon after, another 100 cultivators from the Zhuanwu Kingdom appeared, quickly joining the chaotic battle. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold as he glanced around. His supreme divine consciousness transformed into a red lightning bolt, emerging from beneath the ground and heading towards the 2 sides engaged in combat. In the area where the Foundation establishment stage cultivators of the Zhuanwu Kingdom were using flying swords to kill their enemies. After slaying a 15th level condensation stage cultivator and about to continue wielding their swords, a beam of red light suddenly appeared. It was as if a hammer had struck his head, his vision blurred, and his consciousness shattered into fragments without any obstruction, his body falling from midair. 8 Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivators from Zhuanwu Kingdom, who were forming a sword formation to trap a core formation stage expert, were simultaneously shaken by the appearance of the red light. Their eyes froze, and their consciousness seemed to be squeezed and dissipated by a giant hand. Their bodies, devoid of their guiding souls, instantly plummeted from midair. The nascent soul stage expert trapped inside was stunned, but the opportunity to escape presented itself, and he didn't think twice, hastily moving away from his enemies. A nascent soul stage cultivator from Zhuanwu Kingdom, wielding a nascent soul level flying sword, had already killed several other cultivators of the same level, then burst into laughter. His left hand grabbed the neck of a female Foundation Establishment Stage cultivator. His right hand pulled down forcefully, revealing a pink bodice beneath her chest. The female cultivator shrieked in terror, her body weak and powerless. The nascent soul stage cultivator licked his lips, his eyes revealing a lecherous glint, and quickly retreated. Before he could get far, a flash of red light streaked across his face. His body trembled a few times, then he weakly released the woman in his hands, his body plummeting from midair like a comet. His flying sword, having lost its master's control, not only didn't stop flying, but instead quickly plunged to the ground. A hand instantly appeared on the ground, grabbed the flying sword, and then vanished back into the earth. As more and more Foundation Establishment cultivators inexplicably fell from the sky, the experts of Zhuanwu Kingdom paid attention. A core formation cultivator in a purple robe stared intently at a spot on the ground, pointing his right hand downwards, seemingly transmitting a message using some unknown method. In an instant, more than 10 late Foundation Establishment cultivators quickly left the battlefield in the direction of his hand. Wang Lin remained calm, turning around and using Earth Escape technique to leave at a steady pace. Among the 10 late Foundation Establishment cultivators, one held a compass in his hand, following the direction of the compass needle to pursue Wang Lin. After traveling more than 10 miles, Wang Lin stopped to rest, his extreme divine consciousness rapidly spreading out in all directions. In front of the Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators, Wang Lin was the king. Their life and death were in his hands. 10 people fell to the ground dead before they could even utter a word of warning. Their consciousness quickly faded, their eyes devoid of any light. Wang Lin was no longer the naive youth he once was. He had no compassion for others. Anyone who stood in his way had to be killed. On the battlefield, there was no right or wrong, only life and death. If he harbored even a shred of compassion, he would surely be the one to die. The attributes of the extreme realm had bestowed immense power upon Wang Lin, but they had also subtly altered his character. The extreme realm pushed people to their limits. If one followed the righteous path, they would be considered a true immortal hero, hating evil and slaying demons. If one followed the demonic path, they would undoubtedly become the king of all demons, becoming utterly radical. This would strike fear into the hearts of those in the demonic sect, earning him the title of Demon Lord. The limitations of the extreme realm meant that a style of action that was both righteous and evil was impossible. It was purely Wang Lin's decision. He initially wanted to become a celestial hero, revered by thousands, and bring glory to his ancestors. Unfortunately, the world is unpredictable. The appearance of Siju Nan caused a subtle change in his personality, a change that grew larger and larger, ultimately leading to a world-shattering transformation for Wang Lin. Glory to his ancestors. His ancestors were gone, so what glory was there? The attributes of the extreme realm immediately reversed his personality. If he couldn't become a revered celestial hero, then he would become a demon lord feared by thousands. Wang Lin's gaze was indifferent. After collecting the storage bags of the others, he didn't even glance at their bodies. His body swayed slightly, and he once again entered the ground, changing his position and heading towards the battlefield. But immediately, he emerged, gazing thoughtfully at the distant battlefield. He took out several spirit stones from his storage bag, forming a formation on the ground. Then, he threw 10 corpses into the formation. Each corpse exploded upon impact, turning into blood that was absorbed by the formation. When the last corpse exploded, Wang Lin bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood into the formation. The formation immediately emitted a wave of death energy, which slowly dissipated after swirling several times. The spirit stones on the ground also disappeared. Without close inspection, one wouldn't notice the trick. Having done all this, Wang Lin once again entered the ground and headed towards the battlefield. The bilateral battle had reached its climax. The nascent soul stage cultivators from both sides fought with increasing ferocity, the fighting spreading to the ground and forcing lower-level cultivators to dodge. At this moment, Foundation Establishment stage cultivators from Zhuanwu Kingdom were inexplicably falling from the sky, their bodies shattered. As more and more Foundation Establishment stage cultivators died mysteriously, chaos erupted within the Zhuanwu Kingdom's fighting force. The fire-burning kingdom cultivators immediately seized the opportunity to pursue and kill them. The middle-aged man who had just been mobilizing his men to chase Wang Lin frowned, his eyes like lightning, and he lowered his head to observe the situation on the ground. Finally, he stared intently at a spot on the ground, pointing his right hand downwards. Instantly, a core formation stage cultivator beside him, without a word, leapt down. The moment the core formation stage cultivator arrived, Wang Lin turned and fled. The core formation cultivator sneered, shouted, and pressed his right hand to the ground, instantly creating a handprint. With a loud bang, Wang Lin quickly emerged from underground, lightly tapping his feet and swiftly running towards the formation. There, core formation cultivator's eyes showed a mocking expression. In his mind, the reason the opponent was able to kill so many Foundation Establishment cultivators was simply because he relied on a powerful magic weapon. He himself only needed to be careful to easily eliminate the opponent. Thinking this, he slightly flicked his hands, and a golden mace appeared in his palm. The mace, like an arrow released from a bow, shot forward with lightning speed. Wang Lin didn't even bother to turn around to look at the mace. He threw the Jilaidan treasure that the fire-burning kingdom had given him behind him, and without looking at the result, quickly advanced. The treasure, upon being thrown, instantly transformed into a silver fist, blocking the opponent's mace. At the moment the two magical artifacts collided, the mace spun continuously, directly shattering the fist and continuing its trajectory. Its speed was not affected by the fist, and it swiftly rushed towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. The moment the mace struck, his body once again burrowed into the ground, employing the earth escape technique. After burrowing several dozen meters, he emerged from the ground, then burrowed again, repeating this several times until he reached the location of the formation. The Foundation Establishment cultivator, undeterred, chased after him, his mocking gaze growing stronger. He raised his voice and said, "You cowardly rats, besides sneaking underground to attack, do you have no other abilities?" Wang Lin said nothing. After passing through the formation, he showed no intention of stopping, his figure flashing further and further away. Suddenly, he turned around. The Foundation Establishment cultivator had now flown above the formation. Open, Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold as he spoke softly. As soon as he spoke, the formation beneath the Foundation Establishment cultivator began to activate, emitting a large amount of death energy. This death energy instantly enveloped the Foundation Establishment cultivator, and from a distance, only a purple mist could be seen spreading in all directions, obscuring the situation inside. Wang Lin let out a cold laugh and sat down cross-legged. He conjured his nascent soul stage jade talisman, and instantly ripples spread out from the talisman, quickly enveloping him. At this moment, the mace had already rushed forward, violently colliding with the ripples around Wang Lin, but these ripples showed no sign of being crushed. He didn't even glance at the mace in front of him, instead staring intently at the purple mist in the distance. He took out a flying sword from his storage bag, lightly stroking it with his right hand. A red demonic head flew out from the sword, showing excitement at the sight of the purple mist, its eyes greedily wanting to devour it, yet its expression was hesitant. Wang Lin took a deep breath, closed his eyes without a word, and waves surged within his consciousness sea. Red lightning continuously gathered within his consciousness sea, condensing into a red cloud, which instantly escaped from his consciousness sea. The Supreme Divine Consciousness, for the first time, left his body without leaving any trace, pouring all its power into the attack. When the red cloud emerged from above Wang Lin's head, the demon immediately showed fear, his body trembling as he retreated backward. The crimson cloud that had just appeared transformed into a sharp sword, carrying the demonic head with it as it rushed towards the red mist. Inside the red mist, a nascent soul cultivator sat cross-legged, his expression grim. Beside him, a gourd rotated, its power stirring. Wherever it passed, the mist slowly dissipated, gradually being absorbed. The formation Wang Lin had deployed was a vicious one, called the blood-devouring heavenly demon formation. This formation wasn't complex in structure. The crucial element was the flesh and blood of a cultivator to unleash its demonic power. Wang Lin had arranged 10 corpses of Foundation Establishment cultivators into this formation, easily trapping a golden core cultivator in a short time. If he could use the bodies of golden core cultivators to set up the formation, then just 5 corpses would be enough to kill cultivators below the mid-golden core stage. However, this formation has extremely high requirements for the corpse it's set up. It must be killed by the person themselves, otherwise, the formation's effectiveness will be limited. After Wang Lin's supreme divine consciousness plunged into the mist, the core formation stage cultivator immediately sensed it, his eyes suddenly opening. Without Wang Lin's command, the demonic entity swiftly rushed forward, ignoring the gourd surrounding the opponent's body and instantly entering his consciousness sea. Inside the consciousness sea, the cultivator's divine consciousness transformed into a giant, its supreme divine consciousness pushed to its limit. The red clouds directly creating countless red lightning bolts. These bolts, accompanied by thunderous lightning, bombarded the giant's body. The giant showed an expression of agony. His body quickly shrank, and he roared, waving his hands, instantly splitting a red lightning bolt in two. Immediately afterward, the red cloud dissipated, transforming into even more lightning bolts, once again bombarding the opponent. The giant's body shrank, but his hands still moved fiercely, each movement cutting through a lightning bolt that vanished into a crimson glow. For Wang Lin, killing an early-stage core formation cultivator was still somewhat difficult. If he had already advanced to the core formation stage, dealing with a core formation expert would be much easier. However, Wang Lin was not a reckless person. He wouldn't act unless he was certain of success. At this moment, the demon, as if under Wang Lin's command, hesitated for a moment before charging towards the giant. The giant's face was filled with terror. He swung his arm, striking the demon and shattering its body. The giant let out a sigh, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Suddenly, a demonic figure materialized on his arm, biting down tightly and devouring him piece by piece. Although the demonic head continuously clawed and attacked the demonic head on his body, the demonic head seemed to be born on him, impossible to shake off. Finally, the giant gave up. Resisting the red lightning, his arms relentlessly attacking the demonic head on his body. With each attack, the demonic head dimmed a little, but the demonic head persisted. Instead, its devouring speed increased. In truth, the demonic head was also suffering inwardly. If he let go of the demon, Wang Lin would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. Letting go meant death, but not letting go offered a glimmer of hope. If he could devour the consciousness of a core formation cultivator, his strength might increase significantly. Then he could devour that guy, and from then on, the vast world would be his to roam freely. With such hope, the ruthlessness in the demon's heart surged, rapidly devouring the creature. It could be said that the demon's entire energy was focused on this. The giant looked like it was about to cry. Its arms weakened, and finally its body quickly shrank, transforming into a golden stream of consciousness that was absorbed by the demon. The demon's face lit up with joy. It was about to digest the nascent soul cultivator's consciousness when suddenly Wang Lin's consciousness transformed into a red cloud, quickly enveloping it. Trapped, the demon let out a furious roar of unwillingness, but ultimately reluctantly released the golden core cultivator's consciousness. After the transformation within the demon's body, the golden core cultivator's consciousness had become a selfless entity. Wang Lin's thoughts shifted slightly, and the red cloud quickly detached from the collapsing consciousness of the golden core cultivator, returning to his own body. Wang Lin opened his eyes wide, a cold smile playing on his lips. In his sea of consciousness, the nascent soul cultivator's divine consciousness was being slowly devoured by the extreme realm of divine consciousness. At this moment, the golden dagger in front of him had faded and fallen to the ground. Wang Lin retrieved his jade talisman, picked up the dagger, glanced at it casually, and put it into his storage bag. Then he quickly walked forward, squatted down in a corner of the formation, and took out a spirit stone from the ground. When the spirit stone was crushed, the purple mist immediately dissipated, revealing the lifeless body of the nascent soul cultivator. Standing beside him, Wang Lin pointed his right hand at the cultivator's forehead and softly shouted, "Get out here! Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately." A red light, and willing to accept its fate, emerged from the cultivator's head, transforming into the form of a demon, its eyes filled with hatred. But then he sighed deeply, and, following Wang Lin's orders, returned to his flying sword. Wang Lin stared intently at the cultivator's corpse, his eyes flickering incessantly. After removing the cultivator's storage bag, he waved his right hand and the corpse instantly burst into flames, turning to ashes. However, within the ashes, the golden core's radiance flickered. This golden core quickly shrank, its color becoming dimmer, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Wang Lin took the golden core without hesitation and put it into his mouth, then lightly stomped on the ground, his figure swiftly burrowing into the earth. This time, he burrowed nearly 1,000 feet deep underground, sitting cross-legged to try and digest the golden core. Upon entering his body, the golden core immediately lost its effect, and a surge of spiritual energy emanated from it, quickly filling Wang Lin's body. The spiritual power within was so immense that Wang Lin's body couldn't withstand it, and blood continuously flowed from his mouth and nose. Wang Lin didn't utter a word, raising his hand to touch his forehead, and the heaven-defying pearl appeared. His body flashed, and he entered the space within the heaven-defying pearl. Wang Lin immediately flew to the residence of the nascent soul cultivator, Sichuan. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Gradually, countless blood points appeared on his body, and the meridians in his body became clearly visible on his skin. Wang Lin formed hand seals, using a strange method, one hand on his forehead, the other on his abdomen to form a circulatory system. At the same time, he was silently chanting incantations. The golden core in his body brought immense spiritual power, which Wang Lin quickly circulated, and his bones were constantly replenished with spiritual power, making them stronger than before. After 2 months in the heaven-defying space, Wang Lin opened his eyes. The surrounding mist swirled, slowly dissipating after a long time, restoring clear vision. The demonic sex Jade Slip once recorded that devouring a golden core could increase cultivation, and this is not false. According to the Jade Slip's incantation, it is indeed possible to absorb the spiritual power within a golden core. Unfortunately, this is only an early-stage golden core, and only by cultivating the great self-liberation Asura technique can one absorb 2/10 of its spiritual power. Without cultivating the great self-liberation Asura technique, one can only absorb a maximum of 1/10 of its spiritual power. Wang Lin muttered to himself for a moment, then stood up, clenching his fists. His eyes showed a pensive expression as he thought to himself, absorbing 1/10 of the early-stage golden core's spiritual power allowed me to break through the mid-stage and reach the late-stage foundation establishment great perfection realm. Now if I encounter an early-stage golden core cultivator again, even without the demonic assistance of a powerful figure, I can still fight to the death. After spending 2 months in the heaven-defying space, equivalent to 10 days outside, Wang Lin emerged from it using the Earth, a type of teleportation technique, to surface. It was late at night, and the surroundings were eerily silent. Returning to the battlefield, Wang Lin found corpses scattered everywhere, and the spiritual veins had been riddled with a bottomless chasm created by powerful magic. After surveying the surroundings, he quickly headed towards the mountain occupied by the fire-burning kingdom. Several hours later, Wang Lin reached the foot of the mountain. He emerged from underground and continued flying into the interior on his flying sword. Along the way, he was constantly checked by patrolling cultivators, but upon seeing Wang Lin produce a jade talisman recording the number of enemies killed, they did not stop him. Continuing his journey, Wang Lin arrived outside the Heavenly Palace on a mountaintop. This was the place where Feng Lone had summoned him long ago. Outside the Heavenly Hall, 2 female cultivators in the core formation stage sat cross-legged. As Wang Lin approached, they immediately opened their eyes, but upon seeing him, they closed them again, ignoring him. Wang Lin called out from outside, "Disciple greets master." "Come in," a gentle voice from within the inner hall called out. Without another word, Wang Lin entered, only to find Feng Luan seated on a stone bench. Beside her sat another person, the middle-aged scholar Chu Jin. He nodded slightly at Wang Lin, then looked out the window, his brows furrowed. Feng Luan also looked weary. She glanced at Wang Lin and said, "What is it?" Wang Lin said nothing, but held up the jade talisman in his hand. Feng Luan was taken aback, but after receiving it, she didn't immediately examine it, instead assessing Wang Lin several times. At this moment, without hesitation, she sent her divine consciousness into the jade talisman to examine it, and her expression immediately turned strange. Chu Jin turned around, took the jade talisman from Feng Lon's hand, swept his divine consciousness over it. His eyebrows relaxed slightly, and he smiled, saying, "Not bad. You killed 61 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 1 Core Formation cultivator. If you can continue to maintain this progress, you will have hope of competing for the Heavenly Separation Pill. However, I find it strange. You were previously in the Mid-Foundation Establishment stage. Why did you quickly reach the Late Foundation Establishment stage's Great Perfection realm? Moreover, killing a Core Formation cultivator is almost impossible. How did you do it?" After saying these words, his tone became extremely stern. Wang Lin had already guessed this question, and his expression was calm and composed as he said, "That Core Formation cultivator was surrounded by others, then seriously injured and fled. I chased after him when he was on the verge of death. I seized his golden core and then used the evil demon sex devouring great technique to swallow it. At that time, his cultivation had only advanced from the mid-stage foundation establishment to the false core realm." Devouring great technique, Chu Jin's eyes, like lightning, stared intently at Wang Lin's body. He discovered that Wang Lin still had traces of golden core spiritual power fluctuating within him, and his heart was somewhat convinced, so he said nothing more. Feng Long looked meaningfully at Wang Lin, took out a jade slip from her storage bag, and said, "This is the second part of the map. I'll give you 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators. If you kill 150 people in the final stage, I will give you the third part of the map." Wang Lin nodded and accepted the jade slip. He examined it with his divine consciousness. It was indeed a part of the map. If the 2 parts of the map were together, Wang Lin would have a basic understanding of the 4 directions of the fire-burning kingdom. The Demon Sea is located near the border of the Fire Flame Kingdom. Looking at the map, the Fire Flame Kingdom's mainland doesn't seem to contain the Jiao Kingdom. According to the map's description, there's another mainland beyond the Demon Sea. The name of this mainland isn't indicated on the map. Presumably, the third map fragment will provide some information. The second part of the map contains detailed information about the Demon Sea, but Wang Lin didn't have time to examine it closely before withdrawing his consciousness. The cultivators of the Zhuanwu Kingdom have united. A great battle is imminent. If you want to accumulate military merit, these next few days are the best opportunity, Chu Jin said, looking at Wang Lin with a hint of admiration. Wang Lin was about to speak when a piercing scream suddenly erupted from outside. Chu Jin and Feng Lon's expressions instantly turned grim, and their figures vanished from their seats. Wang Lin hurriedly left the heavenly hall, only to see a figure covered in countless wounds in midair. Spiritual energy continuously escaped, harming the nascent soul. The opponent exclaimed in horror, "Fellow Taoists, the locking nation formation has been broken. The fire beasts are about to kill us."